Hello, everyone. Good day. So thrilled to be with you. Our team, we do love talking about all things grants, and so that was very kind of Brooke to share my behind the scenes nickname. We are a team that truly loves grants, and we are thrilled to have you with us for these next 2 days as we cover grant seeking best practices. I'm going to give you a quick introduction to the different instructors that you'll have the opportunity to meet, and you'll be seeing them based on their areas of expertise over these next 2 days. I'm going to begin with, well, a quick introduction to myself. I'm Diane Leonard, the president and owner of D.H. Leonard Consulting and Grant Writing Services. We are based in far, far, far upstate New York in the Thousand Islands region. Yes, where the dressing is from, but our work, both in training and writing, is all around the United States, and our trainers are also from different areas of the United States. I have spent my entire career in the grant space. First, I was a grant maker. I was the program officer for the Michigan Women's Foundation, so was managing the grant making work, so the awarding of grants to organizations doing great things around the state of Michigan. But I have been on the grant seeking side and actually in business now. This is our 20th year. Wow, which means lots of grants, foundation grants, city grants, state grants, federal grants. Our team is writing grants and working with our clients to submit them literally each and every day. So this is not theoretical work for us. This is our day-to-day work. So we get it. We get the stressors of some of the different portals that are changing. We get changes and how things might be impacted by federal or state budget changes. We get firsthand how we have to talk about and think about AI in our work. That's what we're here for, to bring our day-to-day hands-on experience and success to you to help take some of the stress out of grants. In our 20 years in business, our team has secured more than $135 million in grants. And again, we're going to bring that tactical experience to you. One of the things that we like to talk an awful lot about is what we do to operate at a sustainable pace, both personally and as an entire team. The grant writing field as a whole has a very high rate of burnout and of turnover. So I know that you've been sharing where it is that you are from in the chat box. If you are willing to also share what it is that you do for some self-care, some rejuvenation, I would love to hear that as well. For me, it's one, I promise, just one good fresh cup of caffeinated, freshly brewed coffee. I didn't say I couldn't have more than one cup of coffee, but only one with caffeine. And some sort of movement, whether it's running outside or cycling inside or a strength training workout, but some sort of early morning movement. Those two things have happened for me. So I am fueled and ready. And again, if while I'm talking about our other instructors for the 2 days, if you want to put in the chat what is fueling your work, I'd love to hear. So also with us will be Beth Archer. Beth is also a grant professional certified, as is myself and the rest of our instructors. Beth is also, just like myself and the rest of our instructors, an approved trainer through the Grant Professionals Association. Beth is one of our lead writers at D.H. Leonard Consulting, and Beth loves talking about storytelling and about relationship building. Beth fuels her work by being outside, hiking, camping, also a runner and a cyclist, but those are not requirements to be on our team, but definitely outside time is what fuels Beth's work. Maggie is the individual who leads our writing team. Maggie also, as I mentioned, is a grant professional certified and approved trainer of the Grant Professionals Association as well. Maggie's passion is history, all things history. And so when Maggie's thinking about grants, she's always worried about how to make it the most competitive thing possible for that particular organization and that particular funder. But that historical knowledge of a community and how that might then relate to a grant maker is something that always gets Maggie incredibly excited. For Maggie to feel rejuvenated, it is about tea, whether it's hot tea or iced tea, and a good book, especially if historical fiction. And I love some of the things I'm seeing in the chat while I'm doing these introductions. I've seen taking walks outside, arts and crafts, coaching, sport teams, fantastic. I love seeing the things that are fueling your work and helping to ensure you think about self-care. Well, I just saw somebody talk about their pups. We got a dog parent on the line. Me too. Perfect transition to Bethany Planton, another one of our instructors over these 2 days. Bethany is a proud dog parent to Rescue Gypsy and Walking Gypsy in the Louisville area, especially if it means an ice cream stop for either or both, is how she refuels. Bethany is also a GPC, a Grant Professional Certified, also an approved trainer for the Grant Professionals Association, and Bethany is currently actually on the board of directors for the Grant Professionals Association. One more instructor to give you a quick introduction to, and that is Julie Paynada. You guessed it, a Grant Professional Certified and an approved trainer for the Grant Professionals Association. Julie loves hiking. Being outdoors, I saw someone saying being out by the lake, being in the forest. Julie is in the Colorado Springs community. And are there some beautiful hiking trails out there? I've seen them firsthand. So that's how Julie tends to refuel for her work, regardless of what season it might be out there. And Julie loves to talk about all things evaluation and logic models and theory of change. So you'll see Julie a little bit later today in the second half of our day. But again, these are the 5 instructors, myself included, that will be with you talking about their particular area of expertise. As we think about our time together today and tomorrow, that is, well, let's be honest, a fair amount of time on the screen. And here I've just told you what our team thinks about as it relates to sustainable pace and trying to avoid burnout. Our workshop design for these 2 days is actually taking that into account as well. So while I pull up on the screen right now our agenda for the high-level topics related to grant-seeking best practices that we'll be covering, I want to highlight that we will be taking a break of approximately 10 minutes at approximately the top of every hour. Or, well, let me say that a different way. As we are in our first half of the day sessions, we will be at the bottom of the hour. We will always verbally call out what time we are starting the break and what time we will return from the break. And we will also type the time we will return from the break into the chat box for you. Once we take our 30-minute lunch, those breaks, well, then they will flip to the top of the hour, but we will follow the same protocol. We will tell you what time we are heading for the break. We will verbally call out what time we will return for break, and we will type it into the chat box as well. The idea behind that structure is so that we make it through this much content, 2 full days of grant-seeking best practices, everything from the basics, through research, through a little bit of relationship conversation, through the building of our program design, the actual writing of our work, the budget design, the final reviews, and the clicking of submit. We will be using that break cadence to help ensure we're operating at a sustainable pace and hopefully encouraging you to think about what that looks like and feels like in your particular tribal organization when you take these ideas, these concepts, and put them into place in your organization. Are there any questions about the instructors that I have introduced you to, our agenda for the 2 days, or the way that we will operate in terms of our cadence? If there are, please feel free to type them into the chat box. I have it right up on my screen, and I am happy to answer them before we get into the first block of content. So if there's any questions at all, please go ahead and let me know in the chat. Now, there is one incredibly important individual that I did not yet introduce you to, but you may see in the chat box. Megan Martin from our team is the product owner for our marketing and training team. And that means that Megan is here to help ensure that if any of us as instructors talk about something that would mean a website, a resource on our website, wherever it might be, if it's something that is not in those materials already shared to you by the Native Learning Center, you're going to see that link in the chat box. So Megan has just waved at you. If you want to give a quick wave back, but that's why Megan is here, to help ensure that you have all the supportive resources necessary in addition to the handouts. All right, I think I'm not seeing any questions about the agenda, about the instructors, about our plan. So I think we're ready to begin our conversation with a quick overview of grant writing basics. What I want to do is help to orient everyone to the high-level grant-seeking best practices, which we are then going to dive deep into in each sequential hour. We're going to make it all the way through our entire grant life cycle before we wrap up at the end of day 2 tomorrow. On the screen, what you can see right now is the grant life cycle. It's also referred to as the 5 R's of grant writing. Either label is absolutely fine. The idea behind the grant life cycle is to have a quick reference for us as grant writers, grant professionals, tribal organization employees who have to write grants to support your programs, whatever job title you might have. This is to help us remember at a high level what are our best practices that we want to follow each and every time we're thinking about grants, regardless of whether it is a small grant or if it is one with lots of zeros. I'd like to walk through this image, explain to you how to read it, and then we're going to walk through briefly each of the 5 sections. If you look at the grant life cycle image, you can see that there are 5 words that go around the outside of the circle. And you can see that there is a capital letter R in each of the 5. That's why we refer to it also alternatively as the 5 R's. You can see that the first letter of each word is capitalized, except for with writing. My daughter, who's now in college, it used to really bother her that our capitalization was so improper in this image, but we capitalize the R in writing so that we can have a quick way to remember our 5 best practices. All 5 have an R. The way we're going to read this image is by starting at the 12 o'clock position, like we were reading a clock on the wall. We're going to look at readiness. Readiness is, well, industry jargon for whether or not we are competitive for a potential grant opportunity, if we have all of our registrations completed, if we are pre-qualified, if we are going to be able to move forward in a competitive way. We then are able to move clockwise around the image, and we can think about research. Who are going to be the perfect funders for your work, for your particular project, for your goals? We then move, again, continuing clockwise around the image, and we look at relationships, communicating with grant makers, establishing connections, getting questions answered so that we can take what we've learned in our research and our relationship work to inform and customize our writing. We want our writing work to stand out. Competition is fiercer than ever as it relates to grant funding. And so the way we will stand out, the way we will be as competitive as possible is by doing those earlier best practices, by doing our research work and our relationship outreach, not skipping over them in service of writing towards a deadline. Now, certainly where we do spend the majority of our actual time is in the writing work, but it must be informed by the first best practices in the grant life cycle in order to be well received and to be competitive. And then where do we head from writing? Well, we click submit, and the assumption is that because you have followed the life cycle items so well that you get the grant and you get to celebrate. And then you move into that 5th item, which is reporting. Or you might refer to it as grant management, but being a great grantee so that in theory, you could start all over again. Those are the 5 elements of the grant life cycle. Those are the 5 R's as it relates to grant seeking best practices. What I would like to do is to walk through each of these 5 now in greater detail. Before I do so, I have a quick question for you in the chat. With a Y for yes N for no, S for sort of. How many of you knew these best practices? Y for yes, if you knew these 5 best practices. S for you sort of knew these best practices. N for no, these are new for you. When we ask questions like that throughout these 2 days, whether it's a rating scale on your understanding or these Y for yes, N for no questions, anytime we ask a question, I want to be really clear that there is no judgment in our question and our reading of your answers. It's helping us to understand who's with us here in the room and what might be your current understanding. All right, I see some of you said yes. All right, high five to those of you that knew all 5 best practices. I appreciate the candid responses for those of you that said, sort of. You might have known maybe about research and writing, maybe you knew research relationships and writing, maybe the readiness and reporting were new to you. Any combination of questions. But as we think about what is it, did you already know all 5 of these best practice elements? For those of you that did know, I'm hoping that what's going to happen for you is that you're going to learn new ideas and new ways to dig deeper into these best practices. For those of you that said, sort of, I sort of know the 5 elements that are on the screen, I'm excited for you to learn more about the ones you were not already familiar with and also increase your skill and comfort level for those that you were already aware of. For those of you that said, nope, I did not know these best practices, we are so excited for you to learn and remember all 5 of these best practices in the grant lifecycle are 5 R's, and to start to feel comfortable with your role in implementing this in your tribal organization. I'm going to start by digging deeper in readiness, the first of our R's. As we think about grant readiness, as I mentioned, this is industry jargon. For are we competitive? Could we be competitive? Are we eligible? These could be your building blocks for the foundation of your sustainable, successful grant-seeking strategy. This is work that you as an organization should be thinking about before you start applying. And maybe you say, Diane, we already are applying for grants, so we are grant ready. Right? Little thoughtful questioning emoji. The reality is that grant readiness is ever evolving in organizations, in part because the organization is constantly growing, constantly changing, constantly evolving. The other reason that grant readiness is always changing is actually due to grant makers. Different grant makers have different requirements for what it might mean to be pre-qualified or what it might mean to be eligible. So we can't assume that it is static on the grant maker side. We also can't assume that our organization is static. We might see changes in leadership or in staffing. Any sort of change related to leadership, to strategy, to our financial position, to our budgeting process, those can all affect our grant readiness. Grant readiness is, well, sometimes in the eye of the beholder, it is your opinion, or it might be your tribal council member's opinion, or it might be your peers' opinion about are we, quote, ready for grants or not. To some, the definition of ready for grants or grant readiness is that we're ready to get grant money. We want grant money in the door. But that's not what grant readiness really is. Now, within all of your content for these 2 days together, I do want to highlight that in addition to the actual PDFs of the slides that Brooke shared with you in advance, you also get access to all of the free resources that are available for download at our team's website, which is dhleonardconsulting.com. I don't need you to go there to get them. We're going to ensure that you have them all. But what will happen is if we as a team are calling out one of those guides, we're going to make sure that you know exactly which guide we're talking about and we're going to give you the link to it in case you do want to see it right in that moment. We have a grant readiness guide that's in our resource section of our website. But there's one other thing on our website that, well, there's no easy way to give it to you as a PDF. It's called our GRASP tool. That's GRASP. And the GRASP tool is about a 10-minute questionnaire. It's free. And what it does is, after a little bit of magic behind the scenes in terms of the data analysis, you end up getting a grant readiness score. So instead of grant readiness being an opinion that is discussed and debated among the team, it is a score based on your factual answers so that you can think about, what do we need to do to improve our grant readiness? The idea of improving grant readiness is not just on one person's shoulders. What you'll see in that questionnaire, should you choose to take that, like I said, that free 10-minute quiz to get your score later this week, after the class, it'll come to you. What you'll see is that there are things included in your grant readiness score, from the way your team is established, to the type of registration you have in place, to the way that you might talk about evaluation or funder relationships. There is far more than one person is responsible for in your organization. That's why I want to call out that as we think about grant readiness, your grant team is your key to success. Now, you will learn about our team that labels are not important to us. I'm going to describe what a grant team is at a very high level. You're going to hear us talk more about grant teams over the course of these 2 days, so I want to give you some quick understanding. But grant teams as a label, as something on your organizational chart, is not what is important to us. That is not the requirement that we want you to focus on. Rather, it's about the way in which individuals work together that I want you to think about. So the grant team, at its highest level of definition, what we're looking for is the group of colleagues who have a stake in seeing grants be successful, be sustainable. That didn't say anything about the team members' titles, about their role, about their job description, about how long they've been with the organization, about whether they're in administration or in programs. It doesn't say any of that, and it shouldn't. It is about the group of colleagues who want to see grants be successful and have some sort of skill or knowledge that they can offer that's going to help implement exactly that idea. So it could be someone from finance, it could be someone from leadership, it could be someone who loves logic models. That's me, I'm pointing at me. It could be someone who loves logic models. But they're folks who come together collectively to make grants be successful. Because while, yes, one person can sit down, it is technically possible to have one person sit down, find the grant, spend their own time all by themselves writing the grant, and then clicking submit. Technically, you're right. It is possible to do that on the computer. That is not the highly competitive way to submit applications. You might get one or even a few, but it is not sustainable to be successful in that approach. What is successful is to have a group of individuals that take their different skills and talents to put together the highly competitive application. And I share that with such strong emphasis right now, given the increase that we are seeing for competitiveness in grants at all levels. There are more organizations applying for competitive grants now than ever before. We want to ensure that you are following best practices that ensures your success. It's not a guarantee, there's no such thing in grants, but we want your likelihood of success to be as high as possible. So that is our very quick walkthrough of grant readiness, the first of our 5 R's. There are 4 more to go, and I love what I've just seen in the chat as a quote, that The quote at the top of the journal page for Gina was, "Behind every successful woman is a tribe of other successful women who have her back." Gina, I get what you're saying for how that also is going to quickly translate to what I just said about grant readiness. Behind every successful grant writer, or otherwise titled individual, is a group of other successful tribal professional colleagues who have their back. I love that. What a great way for us to think about that grant team. Wonderful. Thank you. So let's move into a quick overview of research. Maggie is going to walk you through research and specifically the concept of forecasting for big grants that you might want to consider. We're going to talk about that a little bit later on this morning. When we think about research, what we're trying to do in this best practice is we are trying to find the funders that are best for you. This is an area where you can utilize a wide range of tools. Some could cost money. Some you can access in creative ways that won't cost you money. And there are also all sorts of ways that you can do your grant research that never will cost you money. So the reason I have the toolbox image on the screen is that each of you will likely have a different digital toolbox full of things that you as an organization or you as an individual choose to use as your preferred research tools. That is totally fine. There's 197 of us on the line right now. There could be 197 unique ways that we choose to use our tools to come up with our individual plans for grant seeking for the year. That's great. Our team does not endorse any one tool. In fact, we subscribe to many paid tools and have a whole list of bookmarks of the things that we use that are free, because it depends on what organization are we thinking about, what type of grant are we interested in. The different tools all have different elements of them that make them rock stars as tools in that moment. So I'll stick with the toolbox analogy for just a moment. Sometimes you might be working on a house project, a little DIY fix. Maybe there's a loose cabinet or something's dripping under the sink. Depending on what project you might be taking on, you might need a screwdriver. Should it be a flathead or Phillips? Sometimes you're going to need a hammer. Sometimes you might need a level. Almost always you need some sort of tape measure. I'm always ready with the tape. Can I measure something? You're going to need a wide variety of tools for whatever project it is that you're thinking about if you're going to do one of those quick little DIY fixes. The same is true when we're thinking about our grant research. Again, depending on what types of grants you're looking at, or what type of organization you might be, or if you're thinking about more relationship building with individuals in the community. All of those are factors that might influence what tool you choose to use in the moment for your grant research. What does stay the same are these 7 points that I have on the screen for you right now. These are the 7 points that I encourage you to find about each and every grant opportunity that you are considering. These 7 points, again, Maggie will talk in greater depth about research a little bit later on this morning, but these 7 points can be found whether you are thinking about federal grants, state grants, city or county grants, any kind of foundation grant, private, community, family, corporate. You can find these 7 pieces of information about any grant opportunity. And by doing so, what you are allowing yourself to do and your colleagues to do is to compare apples to apples. Is this grant, we'll call it Grant A, better for us to spend our time on now, or is Grant B better for us to spend our time on? It's not only about how much time is there until the deadline or how big is the potential grant award amount. These 7 items that I have on the screen are going to help you to make determination which one are we likely to be most competitive for. If you feel like you only have a 0.05 chance of getting the really big grant, but you think you have a 75% chance of getting the $50,000 grant using these 7 points to help make that determination, well, that might help your organization to make the choice. What do you do with the resources that you have to apply for grants? Because let's be honest, there will always be more grants that you could technically apply to than there will be time and resources available. That one's hard for me to say. I want to apply for all the things. But there is a limit to how many grants an organization can and should sustainably apply for and still be successful in securing grants. So you will have to learn how to say no to some opportunities, how to say this opportunity is better for us, is more likely to be competitive for us than this other opportunity. Where do you document those choices? We recommend you have a grant calendar. I know, you're like, that's the pro tip for this morning? Yep, it is. And you might say, Diane, that feels like it's a bit of a smack me in the forehead type of moment. Like that's a duh kind of statement. Most folks who are involved in writing grants do have a calendar of their upcoming deadline. But many times they are limited to only the upcoming month. Oftentimes they are limited to just that individual's personal or individual work calendar. So a grant calendar, thank you, Megan, so much. There's a link in the chat to a recent blog post we had about what is a grant calendar. You can bookmark that, share it with other colleagues if you want. A grant calendar, we're actually going to build one tomorrow using some really lightweight tools that makes it super interactive. But a grant calendar at a minimum, doesn't matter what tool it is something that is visible, not just to you as the person who is in charge of grants for now, but it is visible to those other grant team members. It does not matter what tool you are using. It could be a shared Outlook calendar, a shared Google calendar. It could be a shared Excel sheet. It could be a shared Google sheet. It could be your project management tool. It could be a piece of butcher block paper with sticky notes taped to it on the wall in your conference room. All of those are amazing, fantastic. I love them all. In fact, let's find out. For those of you that do have a grant calendar in place for your tribal organization, the way that I've described it, could you please let me know in the chat what is the tech or the tool or the low-tech way that your grant calendar is visible to more individuals in your organization than just you? Go ahead and let me know in the chat. Let's see what we have already happening for grant calendars within your organizations. What are the different ways that you are already visualizing your grant calendar? I am completely tool agnostic about this answer. The tech, the tool you choose, the mechanism you use is not what is important. What is important is that more individuals can see it than, air quotes, just you. All right. Oh, I saw instrumental. It's a great tool. Instrumental was on the last screen. Instrumental does not have an A. That's not a misspelling. Outlook, Smart Sheets, a shared Google Calendar. People can subscribe to the calendar. Giant Post-it notes on the wall. Yes, I love big sticky notes. Absolutely. All right. Yeah, and don't sell yourself short. Only Excel, I'm putting quotes there if you're watching my video, is fine. The fact that other people can see it is what I care about. What I don't want is for it to be only on your calendar, because what happens if all of a sudden you get to go on an unexpected surprise vacation for weeks? Who would know what the deadlines are? Or unfortunately, what if maybe you got sick? Still, who would know what the deadlines are? So whether for a positive or more stressful reason, we don't want grant-related work to stop if we are not available? So all of the answers that you shared in the chat box are fantastic. And any visualization, whether it is tech or low tech, having our plan for what grants we are going to apply for somewhere visible to more than one person in the organization, that's a great start for us to then say, let's do it. Let's move further around our grant life cycle and think about relationships. Now, as we look at relationship building and what that means, did you know that all grants on some level are relationship based? It's true because they're people granting to people. So we will talk about grant reporting still a little bit this morning before we even get to our next section. But big picture, we'll talk about grant management a little more as we move through our 2 days. What I'd like you to keep in mind is that while yes, AI, artificial intelligence, is starting to become prevalent in the utilization for some of how initial screening is done by grant applications, or of grant applications, I should say, they are still people ultimately making the decisions about who gets funded, what your score is, therefore who's at the top of the score and gets funded, or who is being advocated for in the process. Those are people, not ATMs. I went to the ATM yesterday. I was driving through and I had my daughter next to me in the car. And why did I have to go through the ATM? Because I needed some more cash for some of the year-end activities that couldn't be paid via Venmo or PayPal or check. They were supposed to be cash. So I had to go to the ATM. That is super transactional. What I want you to remember when you're thinking about this particular element of the grant life cycle, they're people that are reading your written work, making decisions and advocating for whether or not you get funded. Don't only think about them when it's time to ask them for more money. Don't treat them literally like the ATM machine. I want you instead to think about your donors, or your grant makers, I should say, like they are a donor. What is it that could help them feel engaged? What could help them not be surprised? Oh, she's pulled up to the ATM again. It's time to ask for more cash. We don't want that sort of surprise. We want the grant makers to know of you and the great work that you're doing. We don't want them to be surprised. So how and when might we communicate with them during the course of the year? Where might we interact? In fact, I want you to think about what would you say to a grant maker if you saw them at a conference, if you saw them at a community event, if you happened to be at a funder forum with them, wherever you or other members of your grant team may encounter the grant maker staff or the decision makers, what is it that you would want to say to them about your organization? It's not always that you're trying to pitch them the next grant idea. Maybe it's that you're trying to tell them about something really great that happened recently, the impact that you're creating in the community, a project that's being implemented for infrastructure that's ahead of schedule. Your talking points aren't always about selling the next grant idea, but you want your grant team to be prepared to think about what would they say if they interacted with a grant maker anywhere in the community. Our relationship building actually could happen at any time in the grant life cycle. You never know where you're going to encounter a grant maker. But I want you, before you start writing, before we move into that fourth grant life cycle element, I want you thinking about, did we try and connect with this grant maker before we're going to start applying? Now is the time to do so to minimize how surprised they might feel getting a grant application from you. You might actually decide to just, I'm going to hold on writing for just a week or two here while I try to talk to the grant maker, maybe get some of my questions clarified, learn about any changes in their priorities. We want to understand as much as we can about them before we start to write, because it's going to actually make our customized writing work more competitive. There are some grant makers that will actually say, we won't talk to anyone before you apply. And the reason they say that is that if they don't have the capacity to talk to everyone before they apply, they don't want to give that a competitive advantage to only a few of the groups who intend to apply. So grant makers themselves recognize that having a person from the grant making organization talk to a person, that could be you, from the grant seeking organization is a competitive advantage. You want to take advantage of that. So think about it before you start writing, before we talk about a single application, before we open a document and have a blinking cursor on a blank page. Did we try to communicate with the grant maker? You won't always be able to. There will be funders that say, no, we cannot speak to you beforehand. But I want you to always have thought about it and tried when it was allowed. That way you come into this fourth grant life cycle item, the writing work, feeling as confident as possible that you have done everything for your homework, thinking about your readiness specific to that funder, thinking about all the research information you could get about them, learn as much as you can, do as much homework as possible, try to talk to them in relationship building. You are now prepared with all the information possible to write the most competitive application. Now, when we're doing the writing work, here's the great thing. Now you're the expert because you're writing about your work. You're writing about the great things that you do. Sometimes you'll be applying for grants and it's for work that you are already doing. Other times, you'll be writing a grant application for something that is brand new. It's not been done by your organization. Before you start writing, we like to see you have some agreed upon program design or project design. On the screen, I have a very high level image showing you about logic models. We are going to spend a lot of the second half of our day talking about logic models. We're going to talk about theories of change. We're going to talk about logic models. We're going to talk about SMART objectives, and we're going to talk about work plans. Having our program design agreed upon by our organization, by our grant team, by our colleagues, those folks who have a stake in grants being successful, will make our application stronger. It will make our writing work faster. I won't say it will make it easy. I will say it will make it easier. So, again, pointing towards later today, this will be after our lunch break, you will get the opportunity to build your own theory of change that you will be able to use in writing applications. You will be able to build some notes for your own logic model for a project or program in your own organization. You will be drafting SMART objectives. So you'll be thinking about your big, broad goal statement, and you will be thinking about your SMART objectives that are going to support the achievement of that goal. And you'll be building your work plan. So as we think about that plan for this afternoon, I wanted to give you that framing and help you think about where does that fit as it relates to our grant lifecycle best practice of writing. This is not writing narrative responses yet. We're not worried about character counts. We're not worried about word limits yet. What we're worried about is ensuring that we have consistent shared understanding of our program or our project design so that what we are writing is what our organization wants to do. What is it that your tribal organization wants to achieve? What are your priority projects and programs that need grant funding? One of the things that our team has heard many times over our 20 years in business is about how stressful grants are once they are funded. And that is true. It is a lot of work to write and get a grant, it is more work for the overall organization in terms of total time and effort to implement the grant. Now you're doing the hard work you were asking for the money for. That takes more people involved. The reason grants can be stressful on the implementation side after the funding is awarded is if there was not enough alignment, if there was not enough agreement about what the project or program was that you were applying for. If not everyone agreed that this is what we want to do, or these are how many individuals we can serve, this is how many classes we can hold, this is how many miles of trails we can build for these grant dollars. Whatever the purpose of the grant is, if you as a team are not agreeing at these initial design element discussions, logic model, work plan, goal, and SMART objectives, if you are not having that shared understanding, grants will be stressful when you go to implement them. That will make it difficult for folks to want to go after grants in the future. So when we get to that conversation this afternoon, I'm going to encourage you, our trainers are going to encourage you to have either a digital document open that you're going to work in, or for you to have a piece of paper or a notebook ready to go. I know some of you opened a brand new notebook for today. I want you to be ready to do those exercises with each of the trainers specific to your work. You know what? Let's actually get you a little warmed up for that now. I know that we've got a wide range around the country, different spots in the United States, different locations, different time zones. I know we have a really great broad representation of folks from tribal organizations today. What I don't know is what is the #1 project that you want to find grant funding for after this 2-day workshop. If you could please type into the chat for me, what is it that you want to get grant funding for? It could be a quick word or phrase about a program or a project. Go ahead and let me know in the chat. What is it that you want to find grant funding for? There's no right or wrong answer. Hopefully it's one of the easiest questions we're going to ask you today. It's really so that you're starting to think about, what do you know about this project or program? I want what you're typing into the chat to be your frame of reference for everything we talk about today. As Maggie starts to think about research with you in our next block of time, I want you thinking about, how would I apply this research work to this project? I just saw after school programs go by, postpartum mental health, let's see, food sovereignty, technology, startup capital, community garden, playgrounds, home visiting, housing, digital archives. The chat is just rolling with all of your important work. That's great. Each of you is going to have a different way that you think about everything the rest of these 2 days. I want your work to be what you are centered on. How do I take what I'm hearing? When I'm instructed by any of the trainers to start to take some notes or to draft something, what you just typed in the chat is what I want you to return to each and every time one of us asks you a question. Now, I know that I've already seen some interest in the chat box. Wait a second, how are we going to take theory of change and how are they going to connect to logic models? Good, I'm glad you're excited. Make sure you hydrate and fuel during our lunch break today, because that's going to be all the afternoon stuff. Now, I'm going to give you one clue here. Shh, don't tell Maggie. No, it's all right. Maggie will expect it. But when you get to SMART objectives, of those 5 elements that Maggie will be working on with you, and when you're drafting your SMART objectives, where most really awesome, well-intentioned teams make a mistake is in the M element. I want you, when you're writing your SMART objectives, to ask yourself, before you're worried about writing them out, what does success look like? If this grant maker who I'm applying to gives us the $25,000, the $250,000, the $2.5 million, whatever the number might be, if they're going to give us that amount of money, What will we want to report to them? What will we say is success? What does it look like? That should be an overarching theme. You should feel comfortable that your SMART objectives are helping to explain that in the M element, that you will have proof in your grant report for your grant maker. Now, I did disclose when we were talking about grant teams that you might find someone who loves logic models, and I called myself out as being one such person. But actually, even more than logic models, if it's possible, I love grant budgets more. No, I am not an accountant by trade, but I do when I serve as a grant reviewer, and I've been serving as a grant reviewer first on staff and now in many volunteer and nominated positions for the past 20 plus years. I always read the budget first. Does not matter how many pages there are, what the application packet looks like. I always read the budget first. And I know I'm not alone. I know that there are many other grant reviewers who do the same thing. They read the budget first, whatever that structure might look like, and then they read the rest of the application. The two, your budget and your application narratives, regardless of length, need to tell the same story. So when you're thinking about the writing best practice, foreshadowing for tomorrow, we are not going to let you forget about the budget. We're going to talk about how we put forward a grant budget that tells and sells your organization's story. We'll work on that together tomorrow. And yes, it'll be me, and don't you worry, I will be just as excited about grant budgets then as I am now. Equally caffeinated, equally fueled, and ready for it. And no accounting classes required in order to make that section work for your organization. The numbers, they work. Your finance team is great at it. How, though, do we present the story of those numbers to ensure that we get the grant? So writing is where we spend the majority of our time. We can never forget about our grant readiness, about our grant research, about our grant maker relationships. They have to happen for our writing work to be as customized and competitive as possible. But we're going to assume that you're going to do all the things we teach you these next 2 days in the writing work. And yes, you do it. And you get that great email that tells you got the grant award. I do. I want you to have some sort of celebration ritual as a team, a way that you consistently celebrate. It might be emojis. It might be a red bell in the office that you ring. It might be little yellow smiley bells that you ding on Teams or in Zoom. It might be that you have a celebratory lunch. In fact, wait, why am I making up celebrations? Why don't you tell me in the chat if your organization now gets a grant award, what is it that your tribal organization does to celebrate? What is your go-to celebration as an organization if you get a grant award? No right or wrong answer. If you say, I don't know, I don't think we have one, optional yet fun homework for you to develop one at some point this week so that you're ready the next time a grant award comes in. Oh, yeah. I'm seeing folks being really candid and honest, telling me you don't have one. Optional homework. It doesn't have to be something that costs money. I get it. You got to get a grant to celebrate the grant. That gets awkward. Small things. Celebrate the wins. You're going to hear me talk about that more over the course of these 2 days. At a minimum, yes, celebrate the award. But whatever you pick there, you might start celebrating submissions. You might start celebrating submissions days before the deadline. Celebrate the wins. Get the grant team morale up. And yes, you're right. You can, like, you're celebrating that you got the grant. That means the salaries are funded. Everybody gets to keep their jobs. I mean, that is worthy of celebration. Very true. But then once the celebration is done, now the hard work begins. It's time to implement. It means we're thinking about reporting, about grant management. I want you to remember that those are people who gave you the award. They are people who are reading your financial and programmatic reports. Do not treat them like an ATM. Do not treat them in a transactional way. Tell them the things that they want to hear in the required reports by the deadlines that they have stated. And also, please, maybe tell them every once in a while if something amazing happens at a time when a grant report is not due. What you want to focus on is once you have the grant, how can you be a great grantee, treat them like a funding partner, and never let them be surprised by news, whether good news or bad news, about how grant implementation went when it comes time for the report. If they're learning about something really good or something really bad related to implementation, doesn't mean you made a mistake, but if something didn't go as planned or something went way better than planned, tell them before they get the report. Don't let them be surprised in the report. By focusing on it as a funding partnership, what do we get to do? You're right, we get to start all over again in our grant life cycle for that particular funder. So we've set the stage. The rest of these 2 days are going to be focused on how do we follow these grant life cycle best practices. We are going to take the first of our 10-minute breaks. It is 12:31 Eastern. That means we will return at 12:41 Eastern. I'm going to have Megan type that in the chat for you so that you have it as a reference. We will return from break at 12:41 Eastern, and you will continue with grant research, and you'll be hearing from Maggie. Please leave your teams running. We will be right back at 12:41 Eastern. Enjoy your hydration stretch break. All right, folks, while we are waiting to get this started, let me go ahead and give you a little more context here about grant research. And then Maggie, you'll hop right in once we get through our tech glitch. So as we were talking earlier today about your grant research, you were telling me in the chat box about your priorities, what it is that you need funding for. And there were awesome programs and projects that you were typing into the chat box. I want you to be super, super selfish as an organization when you think about your grant research. I want you to think not only about your priority project or program, I also want you to try and think about what are the priority expenses related to that project or program. So let's think about it in the chat box. If you could, please, for the project or program you told me about earlier in the chat, what would be the number one expense that you need to have funded? So if you said it was affordable housing, maybe you needed some money to help with first month's rent, or maybe it was with furnishing an apartment for a first-time renter. Maybe you were thinking about after-school programs, and what you need is more money related to healthy snacks. Most people are giving you money for supplies of like arts, crafts, and sports equipment, but maybe what you need is more money for snacks. Maybe what you need is money for salaries, paying the people to do the awesome stuff. Could you type into the chat, what is your number one priority that you are trying to get funded? Now, because earlier when we spoke, you thought about what is your number one program. Now you're thinking about your priority program you need to get funding for, and you're thinking about what are the specific expenses, or maybe expense singular, that you need to get funded. This becomes your filter for everything that you are doing related to grant research. You will be thinking then about what we call proactive grant seeking. And proactive grant seeking, well, I'm wondering, what does it mean? That sounds like a lot of industry jargon, doesn't it? Proactive grant seeking. Do you think your tribal organization is proactive? Well, don't you worry, we're going to give you the definition for proactive grant seeking. But for some of you, you might have had an initial reaction. Here's what it means to us. We are thinking about your priority project or program, and you want to find the funders that are the best fit for you. Reactive grant seeking is more like, oh, I got an email today about a grant that's due in 14 days. Should we do it? Oh, I got another email about a grant due in 31 days. Should we do it? Should we create a program for that grant due in 31 days? When we are reacting to the things that we are seeing in grant research, that puts a lot of stress on the grant team. It is more difficult, it's not impossible, but it is more difficult to be competitive and sustainable if we are in that situation. Rather, we want to be proactive. We want to think about who are the best fit funders for us, for our priorities, for the expenses we need. Therefore, we are not chasing or even getting close to the feeling of chasing grant money. Now, why is this idea so important? Well, you just heard me in the first hour of our training talking about the 5 R's, why research is so important. Research is our second R. Research is all about doing our grant homework. Who is going to be the best fit for us? Why are they going to be the best fit? There's going to be a lot of work we have to do between finding that funder and being ready in order to actually apply. Now let's see, I see a question that's just come into the chat. Let me read this one out loud so everybody can see it as well. Let's see. So I've listed my number one priority, but they noticed at the last team meeting that each grant team member had a different priority. Each of our priorities is very important. How do we sync ourselves? Oh, fantastic question. So I love that you're acknowledging that different individuals in the grant team, based on where they sit in the organization or the work they're focused on, could have different priorities. And so as an organization, as a grant team as a whole, you want to come to agreement on what is the sequential ordering of those priorities. What is priority number one? Now, you might say, but they're very different things. One is for housing, one is for health, one is for education. I'm making them super high, big, and broad and different so that I can answer the question better. What does that look like? So you might say, Diane, what are the odds that I'm going to have a grant maker who would equally be happy to fund any of those three? You're right. The odds of that are low. The reason, though, that you do want to have your priorities thought about and agreed upon as a grant team, as a tribal organization in sequential order, is so that if by chance a funder said, well, we have 2 funding programs this year, you can only apply for one of the 2. One is for health, one is for housing. Now, as a grant team, you have already pre-made that decision. Okay, so I was answering Linda's question about the proactive grant seeking. Really want to see you focus on having, if you follow our grant research guidebook, that's one of our handouts that's part of this session. Again, it's also free on our website if you want to look at it right this very minute, but you'll have it as part of your handouts. You'll see that that actually encourages you to have the prioritization conversation across the entire organization in advance of getting into your grant plans for the year. So our proactive grant seeking, it will look different for each of you as you try to build your process. But what I want to have you think about is, what do I need to learn about this grant maker I'm singularly most interested in the moment? What is it that I want to have them think about related to their trends? What's changed for them? What types of support are they willing to provide? Is it capital? Are they willing to give personnel support? Are they willing to maybe fund some administrative overhead expenses? Each funder has different ways that they like to offer support. And so understanding that up front will also ensure that your application is as competitive as possible. I know we've got a wide range of where folks... All right, folks, that may have brought me back in again. So in terms of geographic focus, it's one of the top reasons that proposals are denied. And so you want to make sure. So for example, I said during my intro that I'm based in far, far upstate New York and in the Thousand Islands. Folks usually know about us because of the dressing, not because of our very rural community. In fact, just one a little further over, if I went about 45 minutes to the east, I'd get to the St. Regis Mohawk Reservation. And so there's not a lot of grant makers up here. If someone says they fund in New York State, I have to make absolutely sure that they mean that they will be funding in my part of New York State, not downstate in New York City. Not that there's anything wrong with making grants in New York City, but if I'm going to apply, I want to make sure they will fund where I am. So we want to find what are the things that are changing for the grant maker, what types of grants will they make, where are they making grants, and then, not that it's the last thing we look at, but what are their priority interests and how do those align with mine? Where will they go ahead and fund that aligns with my priorities? Now, to tell you a little bit more about the different 7 points, remember we looked about this real high level when we got started, to talk about these 7 points of research. Again, so grateful for your patience with our tech. We've made a quick switch to help while we're facing those tech gremlins. And Beth is here actually to talk with you some more about these 7 key points and then start to move us towards our pre-planning work for those big grants, whether government or foundation.
Yeah, hi everyone. Are we hearing me all right? Are we good? All right. We are going to, so as Diane said, move forward on talking about the key points to research. So we know that we're going to look into these funders specifically for our organization, for our programs. And Diane was mentioning how difficult that can be sometimes, depending on where you are and the work that you're doing. I think that's a really important thing to note as well. Sometimes there are programs that there just are more funders for, or there are needs that you have in your budget to fill holes in your budget that are just more what funders are looking for. So these key points to research are going to help us find those funders, make sure that we are getting all of the points considered so that we are finding the best fit and we're making the best use of our time when we're applying and the best use of the funder's time for when they're reviewing. So think about these things as you're looking. The mission, of course, you have your mission in mind, but think about the foundation's or the funder's mission or the funding opportunities mission as well. Also, see what information you can find about whether or not they accept unsolicited proposals. As usual, every funder is different. You're probably going to hear a lot of us say that a lot of times over the next 2 days. But every funder is different. Every funding opportunity is different. Some have open LOI processes that you can submit at any time of year. There's a government proposal that we are working on right now for a client. The new funding cycle just opened, and the first step can be a concept paper. You don't have to submit a concept paper, but you can and get feedback on it before you apply. So do they accept LOIs all year round? There's one funder that we've worked with a couple times where they accept LOIs at any time of the year, but the hard deadline for their full application, if you are invited, is March 31st. So you can submit that LOI in October and hear back and have a lot of time to work on that full application. Or if you aren't aware of that full funding process, you might submit your LOI at the beginning of March, hear back from them, and have a very short turnaround. So find out how they're accepting proposals. Do you need to do outreach first? Do they only open cycles at a certain time of year? Information like that is what you're looking for. I did hear Diane commenting on geographic restrictions. Do they only give to certain locations? Do they focus on certain locations? A lot of times you will see priority is given to these locations. Applications are accepting from any geographic region. Previous grantees, depending on the funding opportunity, depending on the funder, a lot of times right on their website, and this is the same even with government agencies, a lot of times right on their website, they're going to list their previous grantees. Look through that and see, are there ones who look like your organization? Are they similar programs, similar in size? Are all of their past funding opportunities $2,000 grants for a educational facility and not for something that is similar to your program? So you can find that information as well. Average grant size, again, if you are looking for funding for a large program, if all of their previous grants are for $2,000, then that might not be the best use of your time, or it might not be something that is really a good fit for your organization at the moment. Another big piece is the communication preference or their capacity. Do they want to talk to you? Can you talk to them before you apply? Some funders will say just straight up, we do not have the time, we do not have the capacity, we don't have the staff to talk to you about your funding application. Other funders might say, you have to reach out and talk to us before you submit an application. So these are things that we are looking for as well. And this last point here is a good reminder that you don't just have to have access to a website. What other publicly available information is there? And a lot of times the answer to that is going to be social media. And we're seeing that more and more from everything from small family foundations to government agencies that are doing, really large funding request opportunities. So make sure that you are looking there as well. There are, of course, a few options for grant research that might be paid. There's a couple here that I have used. I think I've used all of them in one capacity or another at some point, but it's really dependent on what it is that you need. Foundation Directory Online is one you'll hear often, Instrumental, Grant Station, Foundation Search. Really, there is a lot out there. And again, these are some of the paid options, but there's a lot of free grant-seeking research tools as well that we are going to look at here in a minute. All right, and an example of one of those would be funder websites. Just as I mentioned a couple minutes ago, make sure that you're using all of the publicly available information. If you know that there is an opportunity that you want to pursue, if you have seen something from a colleague or listed on a newsletter, and maybe you don't have some of those paid grant seeking tools or the research tools, just go right to the website. Another free opportunity is social media, as we said. Facebook, don't use just Facebook. Make sure you're looking at LinkedIn as well. And I'm going to go back here just for a minute. When you are looking at funder social media accounts, see maybe what some of their shared interests are with yours. This is a good place to determine if they have a similar mission, if they are interested in funding programs like yours. You can also get a lot of information about what they are looking for in a funder, and really specifically in an application. When you're thinking about the storytelling piece, are they sharing client stories? I have seen some really nice ones. There's the New York Center, I can't remember their full name now, but it's an arts funding opportunity in New York State. And they have this fantastic social media account where they share stories of their current grant funded programs. They put up pictures, and then when you're applying, that's what they care about. You can also find a lot on here about events. Is there some type of event that the funder is hosting, that they are co-hosting, that they're supporting, that they're part of? Not only does that give you some information, but if you are local to the funder, it could also provide you with a lot of opportunities for you to possibly go talk directly with them. And then, as I said, make sure that you are not looking just at things like Facebook. LinkedIn is obviously a very valuable resource. Not every funder, whether that's a foundation or a government agency, they might not have a page dedicated just to them, but they do have their professional network on there, or what could become your professional network. So, XYZ funder foundation might not have a LinkedIn page, but does the executive director have a Facebook page? Does the director of development have a Facebook page? Or if we're talking about government funding, do some of the program managers have a LinkedIn that you can connect with them, do some professional networking? Everyone has differing levels of comfort on LinkedIn. I know personally, sometimes I get messages and I don't have the time to reply to them, or I'm not able to always answer every message, but try and see what other information you can find out about them. Even if you are just connecting with them, again, you're going to see the resources that they share, the information that they put out there, and that is some important relationship information, but also some important research information that you might not have access to if you aren't able to use one of those paid options. Another tool that is great are search engines or Google Alerts. Our team really loves to use Google Alerts, especially if we have specific funding opportunities that we're trying to keep an eye out for. It's a lot to try to keep your eye on everything at all times. That is especially true currently. And so you could be driving yourself crazy a little bit if you're trying to pay attention to everything. Make it easier on yourself and set up some Google Alerts so that anytime something changes with one of those opportunities, you just get that information directly to you. Something else that I have been using a little bit more frequently is AI and asking for some possible funding opportunities. Now, you do have to be very careful in any time that you use AI and in any way. It is obviously a tool and not something that we should solely rely on. But I've been able to ask follow-up questions. Can you send me the funder's website? Maybe I'll go to that website and check it out a little bit more closely. But don't miss an opportunity to use AI for some of these, because it really could help a lot. All right, so we've thought about all of these considerations while we are looking at research. We've kind of hit all of those points. We've found some really great opportunities. We know that there are some that we would really like to apply to. And now we're going to be thinking about creating an annual grant strategy and a plan or a calendar for our organization. All right. So we have these tools that we're going to use. And like I said, we're thinking back all to those points of what we're considering while we're doing our research. So you've used those keywords, you've ran a search, and now we are going to narrow the results. This is something that we hear frequently, and I don't know if it has been said already, but when you are doing research and you're planning your funding calendar and you are considering what you're going to apply for. Remember, you want to really keep your capacity in mind for this. What are you going to be able to do for the upcoming year? What's realistic? You are going to find yourself saying no a lot more than you find yourself saying yes. And that is expected. Not every funding opportunity is going to be the perfect fit for you and your organization or your program. And that's all right. So we ran that search. We've either used the paid tool or we have done some of the Googling and Google alerts, then we've asked AI for some help. And now we really need to narrow the results. Step one here, we've done the geographic restriction. We know that they support our type of program or organization. You might still have a lot of funders there. And so you might need to move on to this step 2 and narrow the results further. And that's where you're going to look for some of the other key pieces that we've talked about. Look at who they've funded in the past. Look at the size of their awards, and maybe you'll be able to narrow it even further to something that is a better fit for you and your organization. Then you might continue to narrow it a little bit more. What does the timeline look like? Is there something that we have to turn around in 2 weeks? Because maybe we won't be able to do that, and this is something that we need to consider in the future, in the next round. Set up those Google alerts. Maybe we'll grab it for next year. And then as we keep going and you have it narrowed down, gather those additional research details. Now, what exactly is their process? Is there someone that I can reach out to? Is there someone that I have to reach out to? And you might be able to narrow those down even further. And we have a nice visual on here that is going to help you gather all of that information into easily digestible, whether that's a spreadsheet that you use, whether it's a table in a doc. Maybe you have some parameters. You'll see here that these are the top 12 funders recommended for applying to. Make sure you're on the same page as leadership in your program or in your organization, and you know exactly what you're looking for. Is it an amount? Was there a specific amount of time? Did you find 12 really great funders? Did they just ask you to find 1 or 2? You can use this for any situation. So you would put the funder's name here. You would put the website, the deadline, maybe what programs they're interested in. A lot of times you might find the recommended amount or what they say is the ask amount. But take all of that information and you've now narrowed it down to the ones that are the best fit for you, that you are really interested in applying for, and you have it all within some type of easily digestible document or visual like the one that you see on the screen here. Another great thing to do, now I will say, I'm probably going to say a lot, that it depends. How you want to do this really depends on you as an organization, on the type of research that you're doing. If there are funders that you come across that you think, this was a total outlier, honestly, I don't even know how I got here, maybe that isn't something you need to document. Maybe that keeping track of the no's will become very, very long. But if there's a funder that you think is going to keep coming up, or an opportunity that maybe is not a fit right now, keep track of those. Don't look into the same Department of Health opportunity every year or every time they release the RFP and spend your time looking into it and then go, oh yes, I remember that I looked at this last year and we aren't a fit because we don't fit within their budget eligibility limitations or something like that. So in this, We are keeping our diamond in the rough information front and center. These are ones that we are hoping to move forward with. And in this one, we are keeping track of the no's and the reason why they are a no. There's lots of different ways to do this, but especially if you're doing it in a doc or a spreadsheet, it also makes it searchable. So the next time someone in your organization emails you and says, have you considered this? You can look for it really quickly and see if maybe you have already considered that. And this is really going to help us as we're thinking about building our annual strategy or our calendar. Another thing that we often do and that we recommend you doing as well is creating funder summaries. Don't just have that list of the funders. Have a template, and you'll see one that's here. This obviously isn't one that you have to use, but this is one that we provide to our clients. And use this worksheet to gather all of the summary information about the funder and save them so that you have this information easily accessible. If someone else on your staff that you're talking about these opportunities with says, I need more information on this funder, here you go. You have the name, you have the website, you have the application deadline, you have it all in one place. You could send them a summary sheet of the 12 funders that you're looking at all at once. And it's another easy way to digest information. You also want to consider creating talking points for those funders. You'll see here, one of the options here is additional notes or questions and concerns. Maybe mention there if they do require outreach, if they want you to do outreach, if they do not want you to do outreach, but if they do want you to do outreach, as part of this research, as part of building your annual plan, make talking points part of what you do. And that way, as soon as you get an opportunity to talk to someone, you have all of the main points there. And when we're saying talking points, what we mean are a summary, not word for word, not a script, but a summary of why you are a good fit for this funder and the questions you would ask if you had an opportunity to talk to them. We are going to touch on talking points and see some templates and stuff throughout the next 2 days, but they could really help. And if you do them now, while you're doing the research, while you're collecting your full list of diamond in the rough funders, you then have all of that and you did it as part of the research. So you don't have to go back. You don't have to look at the funding website again or the opportunity again and pull out all those pieces. This is a good practice to have just as part of building your grant strategy. And then you want to take all of this information, which is a lot of information, but take all of this information and summarize it into an annual grant calendar. This is a literal calendar view, of course. Maybe this doesn't serve you. Maybe this isn't the way that you want to do it. I have worked for organizations where they do it in a spreadsheet, and it's like, here's July, and then here's the list of all the things we do in July, and here's June, and you can list it out that way. But the idea is you want some type of visual annual plan for your grants. And you want to put not a lot of information on this because you have all of your summaries and your talking points and all the information that you gathered as part of your research. This should be a very quick visual, looking right at it. What does our plan look like for the year? If depending on what you're working in, whether it's like SharePoint or OneDrive or Google Docs, you can link to those other documents, and that might really help as well. But this gives you a really good idea of what you're looking at for the year. And once you have this calendar, there's a lot that you can do with it. You can use it for pre-planning, which we are going to talk about later on today. You can use it to discuss capacity with leadership. What other things do you have on your plate in July when you also have the most number of grant proposals? Which on your grant calendar are rolling? And maybe you can take those and move those to strategically place them throughout the year. So if you have 10 hard deadlines at the beginning of the year, you're not also trying to submit rolling deadlines at the beginning of the year. You also can share this, and really should share this, with anyone who is considered part of your grant seeking team. That includes leadership. It likely includes finance, the people who are going to be helping you with the budget. It's also going to include any program staff that maybe you're getting information from. So again, they also see this. We have a couple clients whose program staff help a lot, of course, with the grants. And they have, at this point, a couple opportunities that thankfully are renewed often and every year. And the program staff knows that they're coming. They have other things that they're working on as well. So if they know that that renewal happens in July and you need to submit it by July 15th, they can start thinking about it, or you can reach out to them and it's not going to be a surprise. The other thing that you should really include on your grant calendar, aside from deadlines, is the outreach. If there are funders that you have to reach out to, or that you would like to reach out to, put the outreach on this calendar as well. If it is something that you are saying is a priority for your organization, make it a visual priority. I am certain that we have all been in the position of saying, yes, I will get to outreach. I'm going to do it as soon as I have a moment. Well, spoiler alert, we are all very busy and we are not going to have a moment unless we put it in there. And sometimes outreach needs to be really strategic. If there is an event coming up for that funder and you want to do outreach before that event, there's a deadline for that. If the foundation has a hard deadline, we ran into this recently with a client where you had to reach out to the foundation before you applied. They released the opportunity with a very short turnaround. And once they release that opportunity, you can't reach out and talk to them. You need to wait until the next funding cycle. So we had talked about it with them about doing this outreach. It kept getting moved around on the grant calendar. The opportunity opened and they missed that deadline because they weren't, at this point, they did reach out, but the foundation said, please talk to us for the fall cycle. So make sure that that is a part of what you're doing as well. And that is a visual part of this annual grant calendar. And again, it can be used for many, many things after this. So as a part of your files for download today, you will see the Grant Research Guidebook, and that is going to cover a lot of what we talked about here today. It's going to have some templates in there for you, some things to consider, and just more to focus on. All right, before we move on to the next topic, we are going to grab a break. Unfortunately, I am having trouble seeing the chat. So if I missed any of your questions, when we get to break and we come back, I'm going to try to reload that chat so I can see if there are any questions that we need to follow up on. Again, I apologize if you've been asking anything. If you feel that it is missed, or that when we get back, we still aren't able to talk it, please keep asking. We'll get to it. And we want to make sure that you're getting all of your questions that you have answered. So it is currently, it's about to be 1:29. So let's say that 1:29 Eastern or 10:29 Pacific. I think if I'm doing that time right. And we are going to take a 10-minute break. So let's come back at just about 1:40 Eastern, 10:40 Pacific, and we will move on to talking about forecasting for federal grants. We will see you soon.
Welcome back from your break. Hope you had a few minutes to stretch, get some water, maybe take your eyes off of screen for a few minutes. We're going to get into forecasting for federal grants. And I'm Bethany Planton. Because of tech gremlins, I get to be here with you to do some forecasting for federal grants. Happy to answer questions as we do move through this material, so please put it in the chat. I'm looking there, and we will get started. So, in forecasting federal grants, we are talking about looking at the opportunities that the federal government and the agencies that give out grants have said, we plan to put this out. We don't have a deadline yet. It's not opened. You can't actually go into grants.gov yet and click the apply button. But here is some information about what we think we're going to do, and we think it's going to open around this time. So that's what we're talking about. These ideas of what's going to be available but is not available yet. So I know you've already seen our slide of the grant life cycle and talking about the 5 R's of grant writing. And so we have these stages, we have this cycle. Where does forecasting really fit in with all of this? It can fit in every part of the grant life cycle, as part of your readiness to make sure, if you look at some forecasting, to make sure that your entity is ready to get that grant that fulfills all the necessary requirements. It's also part of research. Trying to find those opportunities is what we're doing. You're trying to look for them, know to find opportunities. Then you can build the relationship. And the forecasting phase is a great time to start talking with the person whose name is on the opportunity on grants.gov. Or if you have other relationships within that agency or department, it's a time you can do that, as long as they'll allow that. Sometimes it does not allow it, but you can. It also fits in with writing, we're give a little forecast to what we're doing next after this section, is that we will be talking about how we can pre-plan and get some of that information already out of the way and be ready for when it does open. And it also fits in reporting and helping to figure out how you're going to report on this application if and when it does come out. So we're going to identify the type of application that needs some pre-planning. So what types of grants are best to consider for pre-planning? The grants they're funding programs that open on a regular cadence. So these are ones that either open annually or biannually. One example is the National Endowment for the Arts. They do their grants for arts projects twice a year, and that is pretty cyclical. That's usually in most years, it's a February deadline and a July deadline. And that's arts organizations know that's going to happen. It's going to come out around those times. Guidelines don't change a lot. So that is a great one to do some pre-planning for. Also, another type is funding programs that require collaboration. So if your entity isn't the only entity going to be involved in the application, pre-planning is a great idea, so that you can get those collaborations already in talks, because it can take a while to talk with all the entities that might be involved and make sure that everybody's on the same page and agrees with what the program should be, the project should be, and then getting the CEOs, executive directors, also involved to make sure that they are okay with whatever the whole group has planned. Another type of grant that is good for pre-planning is funding programs that you have applied for before. So you're currently funded by the funding program, and or denied but received feedback on your previous application. So these are great things that you've gotten some feedback on. You know that maybe you need to tweak some things as part of the program. Maybe you're right under the threshold of getting funded. And so, you know, if you just make a few tweaks, that will push you over potentially for the next time. And so this is a great time to do some pre-planning and think about that feedback that you've gotten on the program or project and see how it can be incorporated for future applications. Okay, some other ones for funding for pre-planning. Funding programs that open only once every few years, unless a formal forecast has been published in grants.gov or the Federal Register. So it's still cyclical usually these. Maybe they only happen every 3 years. I know there's some HUD grants, there's some HUD grants that happened every, I think they were grantees were on a 3-year cycle. The grant itself maybe every year, but because it's a multi-year grant, the grantees are on every 3 years. And that's a great time to start thinking about where that fits in your grant calendar and where you are in the cycle, and doing some pre-planning for those. And then funding programs that are not part of the federal budget. Also a type where you need to do, or these are the types, to avoid for pre-planning. So you don't need to be worried about these yet. We're working, based on the information we know, and we don't know information about these two types. So these are ones you can avoid of funding programs that are not part of the federal budget. So keeping track of what's going on in budget when Congress is working on the budget can help decide, okay, this is not a priority right now, or it's going to be a priority. And we can think through what that means for the program, the project. But there are plenty of free tools, government tools for forecasting. This is not, it does sometimes feel like you're trying to find that needle in the haystack, but there's plenty of tools to help you do that. So first of all, it's thinking about which agency you might be applying to. If you're working on housing, it might be HUD. I've already mentioned the National Endowment for the Arts. If you're doing arts and culture, it might be National Endowment for the Humanities, but keeping track, it might, National Institutes of Health. There's 26 agencies and departments that give out grant funding. And first we need to narrow down which is the agency that our funding will probably come from, and thinking through that and looking at their websites, because each of them have a website, and that might give you some clues. And then, does your work align with certain policy goals? So what is happening at the federal level in Congress with lawmakers, and does your work align with something that they are working on? This is another, you might see this, we saw this, if looking at this particular thing, it may not fall under a specific department or agency. It might be one agency has a bunch of funding for this one priority, certain policy goal, but it also might be that the goal is far reaching, and so multiple entities are going to have funding related to the policy goal. One right now is that next year, the America 250, and so there's been funding in the arts and culture, there's been funding in the humanities about the celebration of America 250. And that's a wide, broad type of projects that could fit under that, but it's falling over multiple agencies and departments. And does anybody have trouble sleeping at night? Because if you do, maybe you want to read the budget of the US government to help you sleep at night. But it is one place that can help you figure out some of those policies and figure out where some of the money is going and where Congress is budgeting the money that and going to different policies. And we've included a link in your packet so that you can get to that. And now Megan has just put it in the chat for you as well. But when you're looking at the budget of the US government, this is a very long document, as you can imagine. So looking at reading only those departments and agencies that interest you. So for me, I do a lot with arts and culture, as you probably have already guessed with my examples. And I would probably just go to the National Endowment for the Arts and maybe the National Endowment for the Humanities, depending on what I'm thinking about. And I would only look at those two departments when looking at the budget. And so when looking at the budget, there's these notes, and so you can compare to current year for increases and decreases in these programs to see if, how that would affect your program or project. It gives you, I know that text is small to read, but it gives you some ideas of what they're thinking about, what's been planned, if there's going to be an increase or decrease. You can also use sam.gov to look for forecasting. And this is one of the tools in your toolbox. They have the assistance listings that you can go in and search for different things for ideas. So it's more than just the place you register to be able to then receive federal funds. There is that assistance listing on there. When you click on sam.gov, it should be right on the homepage. If not, you can find a link to assistance listings and then do all kinds of search terms that you haven't already talked about. Will be in another time of how to use some search engine tools. Okay, so you can, when you're on the assistance listing, you can filter by a bunch of different things on sam.gov. One is keywords. And if you can do keywords, like if you know certain things are probably a priority, you might want to use keywords. You can also use a date range. The eligibility types, that is nice if you're not, well, just to be able to search for what's available for your type of entity. Also the assistance types, because the assistance listings have all kinds of things other than just grants, contracts and other things. So you can, and location, another, can be key of where you're located. Is there going to be funding in that area? So one that we've been tracking for many, many, many years is the Comprehensive Opioid Stimulant and Substance Abuse Program. And so you can see how it looks once you find it, what the listing looks like on sam.gov, and it gives you different information, and it also gives you numbers and things that can be helpful when looking at future things. So let's look deeper into what this assistance listing has. So, we had the basic information on this slide. Then on this slide, we are showing, so it's got accomplishments. And so you can see, look, it's got from fiscal year 2019 to fiscal year, well, it's got the most recent that they have listed here is from 2019. But they did it in 2017 and 2018. And each one you can see, they said how many applications they received and how many they funded, and how much total they gave out in awards. So you can see that the program in 17 was 11 million, and then it grew up to 145 million, and then it went back down to 20 million. So there's kind of a little range of what is awarded, and that kind of can give you some hints as to what they might be thinking for the next fiscal year. So in fiscal year 2019, it is anticipated that they would do 180 applications will be received, and they didn't say anything about how many they thought they would fund. So this gives us an idea too of, okay, if they think they will do that much, and they also think they'll give out 20 million, this is maybe how much per one. You can do a little math that way. So this, you can see how the different information, and so now we have also 2020, and it has even more information on here. Yes, Megan is right. Sorry, looking at the chat, we don't have a specific link, but if you go to sam.gov and then you search for Comprehensive Opioid Stimulant and Substance Abuse Program, it's also one, if you go to sam.gov, you could try a bunch of different keywords and see what pulls up, just as a test. Right. Okay, so we talked about SAMS.gov. Grants.gov is also another place that you can use to research current, previous, forecasted funding. At some point in the grant cycle, it needs to be listed on grants.gov. That is a requirement. And sometimes they do it ahead of time, which is very helpful. Sometimes they do, you can go back and see previous ones. Oops, sorry. See what was listed previously to see if it is cyclical, if it is every year or biannually. So in grants.gov, we have also search terms there on the side where you can do keywords. If you know the opportunity number, you can use that. If you kind of know the whole name, you can use that information. And then you can see there are statuses on the side that you can use: forecasted, posted, closed, and others that you can see what the status is. And you can then either, make it really broad and get all of them, or you can, just check one or two to narrow down your search options. So here we are looking at, oh, I'm sorry, I'm trying to also see this. Okay, we're looking at this opportunity, and this is when you find an opportunity, when you find it in grants.gov, you'll come up here, go back. You'll see a listing of it, and you can click on it, and this one is closed. Click on it, and then this is what pops up, so that you can see what the kind of like basic information of the grant is. And so it has the opportunity name, the title, what category it's under, what date it was posted, when it was last updated, which sometimes is helpful. It also has the estimated program funding and how much awards and the award floor, all kinds of information if it's posted in grants.gov. And then you can click, this is the main part, and you can click on that. You could subscribe if it's opened or forecasted. You might be able to click subscribe so that you will get any emails if anything changes, or when it opens, it'll give you all kinds of information. If it's an opened opportunity, then we're already probably a little behind in what we're trying to talk about right now. But if it's open opportunity, then you can go ahead and click this apply button. Would be, I think it's blue. If you have the permissions to be able to submit in grants.gov, then you can hit apply and then go into the whole package. But you can see here, when you're viewing the opportunity, we're on the synopsis before. You could also see version histories and any related documents, and then the application package. And this is standard across grants.gov. And we're trying to show you also the same opportunity across each of these tools so you can kind of see what the differences are, what if an opportunity is closed. And so it's closed, but we kind of know it's cyclical. We're seeing that it was posted maybe in June of the last few years. So we're thinking ahead and we're thinking we might apply for the June deadline. If that's what it will be, then you might want to look for just a good old Google search or another search engine to find the NOFO or the RFP or the instruction guidelines to the previous application so that we can have those to determine if this is a really good fit for our organization, if it's something that we do want to pre-plan for, because often looking at the past, looking what they've done before can really be the guide map to what needs to be done going forward. So, we had that comprehensive opioid abuse, so site-based program, NOFO. That's what we used on Google search. There it is. We can click on it, download it, look at it with a highlighter and pen, and make notes for pre-planning. So here is what the NOFO looked like for the June 18th, 2018 application. And it's 62 pages, okay? Got a little reading to do with it, but it can provide us with some information. So when we're in grants.gov, so we've talked a little bit about that particular one would be a closed one that might still be showing up in grants.gov, but if we want to look at just what is forecasted, we can just click the forecasted button. And then if you don't put anything else in, it'll just show you the opportunities that are in there that are forecasted right now. If you go down farther, you can put in other details that would help narrow down the search to help you find exactly what you're looking for. You can also find this number. It was part of the listing on the assistance listing in SAM.gov, and so you can put it there and find the exact ones, and then you can see the history. And as you can see, the one we have closed checked so that it shows us the previous ones. For the chat, yes, both SAM.gov and grants.gov are free. And if you get emails for something that you need to pay for SAM.gov or grants.gov, then it is a scam. So if you're the one that manages the SAM.gov account, then you might start seeing a bunch of emails like 6 months before you need to renew your SAM.gov. And they will help you set up your SAM.gov, but there's no need for that. Everything is free to use it. I saw a hand raise and then it go down. Happy to have the hand raise again if you would like to unmute and ask your question or talk more. Okay. And Melissa, any other questions related to SAM or grants.gov? And then being free. Anything that has a .gov should be free. You should not have to pay to use it. Josh, go ahead and unmute and ask your question. Okay, we'll keep moving on. If you think of something, yeah, put it in the chat or raise your hand. Happy to answer. Go ahead, Kimberly. Oh, people aren't able to unmute. Okay. If you will put your questions in the chat, see the hands raised, but yes. Russell is right. You do have to update your information on sam.gov whenever there is a change in your organization. And it does have to be also renewed every year. It's pretty easy. Okay, so Josh is done. Thanks, Josh. Got it. Okay. I'll continue to watch the chat. Put your questions in there as we go through this material. Great question, though. So we're talking about grants.gov and what it looks like and seeing these opportunities, either looking at both forecasted and those closed, so that we can see what the future might, try to help predict what the future might bring with the funding. You can also, again, put it in the search engine to look for more information. So maybe you're not finding it on the agency's website, and so you want to see if you can find it. Googling it is also a great way to find more information. Because if you're on their website, you'll see they have it, they kept it. Some don't all keep the past stuff on the website, but some do. And so then you can find, again, the previous things to help you plan for the future. So we've moved up in time here on this solicitation to the May 9th, 2024. This was the release date. And step one, the application grants deadline was July 1, 2024. And then their just grants deadline, which means they required something within grants.gov, and then they required a separate application. Neither would be a full application, but in grants.gov you had to do it, put something in by July 1, and then you had to put the required parts in just grants by July 8th. So that's similar to some of the other timeframes we were seeing. Earlier it was a June deadline. Last year in 2024 it was a July deadline, but that gives us some indications that it's going to be maybe a summer application to plan for in the summer. Then you can go back and look at what's forecasted. Is it there yet? Does it show up to keep continuing to watch that history? So we've looked at the previous stuff. Now we can go in grants.gov and see, has it been forecasted? Is it opened? Again, if you're having trouble finding things, you can, if you're looking at that one opportunity, you can continue to go deeper by keywords is going to give you the most broad down to the assistance listing number that you can put it in if you know that. As we're showing here. Okay, so now you all live here. We know data of any years. I feel like this is the most activity we've seen on grants.gov where things are changing and data is being updated by agencies on an ongoing basis. So if you're watching one opportunity, it might be something that you have to check in, as you're getting closer once a week, every day, just to check in and see if there's been any changes. Also signing up for those, the emails. So if you, back a few slides, there was a way to sign up for if anything changed. If you do that, then you can be notified and make sure that you're finding things. And you also can see if things come on or off listings. So here is the current view of what we've been talking about. So how about this? Let me know, what have you noticed? I know we've gone through those slides kind of quickly. So have you noticed anything changing as we've looked at what grants.gov has looked like in the past and maybe what's available now, connecting any dots that you want to share. Give you a chance to put some stuff in. HUD did training when they release their grants. Is that still the same, still the way they do things? Been 10 years since I applied. I'm going to give you the answer of that most agencies do, or used to, in the past, definitely have done training related to when a grant comes out. It's not required of them, but they do them. And often when they release the RFP or the NOFO, it has the listing of when that training will be. Will you discuss funding agencies proposed for termination? Oh, I don't know off the top of my head all of the funding that's proposed at this point. It's one of those that I would recommend looking at the agencies that you work with or could work with and see, and keeping track of theirs. Sign up for their newsletters, sign up for any information that they'll send out so that you can, to help keep up with what might be terminated. Okay, this training will not, to my knowledge, unless Megan, you know a different answer, this training we will not talk about directly what was released for the 2026 budget, since that is ever changing right now. And yes, it is recorded. And then facts for the chat. Okay. Part of some of this is, yeah, we can try to, like Megan said, we can try to answer some of your questions. We'll have question and answer time at the end of today and at the end of tomorrow. But a lot of the things that are happening at the federal government are changing so rapidly that it's hard to keep up with to provide training. So it really depends on the department and what has been. That's what we always recommend. There's lots of agencies and departments. You're probably not applying to all of them. Which are your top ones that you're maybe going to apply to, are applying to, get funding from, and keeping track of what's happening with those. Okay, so these are just showing you the current view, what is happening, what has, as much up to date as we could have from grants.gov and still presented to you today. So that's what these slides are showing. So another one that we have, another tool in the toolbox, is usspending.gov. This is the website that tracks all of the spending of the federal government. And this is another place that you can look for opportunities, look to see where money is going, look where money has been spent as a place to forecast what might happen. Same for, even with changes, should be reflected in usspending.gov. There's lots of places. So right now we're looking at it a pretty micro view. There's some macro information in there too, where you can look at which agencies gets the most money and who's distributing the most money, what states are getting money. And that doesn't mean that it's always going to the state government. It might be going to just entities in that state. But the USAspending.gov also has a myriad of information, including them looking at, we're tracking this one application through sam.gov and grants.gov and now USAspending.gov. Okay, another tool for our toolbox is the Federal Program Inventory. And this is a opportunity, another government agency website where you can check to see what programs are in the Federal Program Inventory and their status. Megan is including all of these links in the chat if you want to go to them yourself. A lot of each of these tools, I think the best way to really get to know them is doing a little playing around on them yourself and seeing what comes up. We can give you some pointers, but getting in there and using some keywords and trying some things to see what pulls up is a great way. I don't know. I know Diane was with you earlier today, and I don't know that you've heard maybe the coffee cup rule yet. If you haven't, you're going to hear it at some point, but this is a area that maybe is the coffee cup rule of you go to one of these sites, got your cup of coffee. I don't drink coffee, but your cup of coffee, maybe your cup of tea, maybe a small glass of water. You get that, set it aside, and as you're drinking that, you get on these websites, do some searching, looking, reading, in the amount of time it takes you to drink that cup of coffee, cup of tea, water, and then you call it a day, because you could go down all kinds of rabbit holes. That's not the what we want to do. You know, we don't want to waste a bunch of time, but we could definitely, that way you can kind of get used to these sites and what is available for you. So Lee asks, I was wondering what some keywords for a construction grant. I'm looking to build fence area for my landfill. I'm also looking to get some repairs or new burn unit for my landfill. So construction might be one of them. Also, you all are a wealth of knowledge. Please, if you also have, infrastructure, if you have ideas, happy to help Lee. I do. Not the only expert in this room, but infrastructure grants Tim is definitely right. Those are the type you're going to be looking for, but you could use construction just to see. You could see if landfill brings up anything. And looky there, asking you shall receive with, oh no, sorry. Lori put something else. So construction, if you find something with infrastructure that starts looking like maybe what you're looking for, also see what keywords are in that listing and see if you continue to go use those to see if you can find anything else. Okay, I'm going to keep going just to make sure we get through all of this. So you can see here on the Federal Program Inventory, the program number and the program objective, all kinds of information. So, you know, we're starting to see repetitive information, of course, across these, but you can see how it's slightly different in on each site and can help you, and not every site will maybe have all the information. And here we are. So the USDA had been doing these distance learning and telemedicine loans and grants for years, and very cyclical, same type of thing. They were year after year, I think even twice a year at the same time. And so you could they were great for pre-planning because you knew they were coming. The guidelines didn't change a lot. This is another example of one of these long-term ones that you can see how it looks in SAM.gov with the assistance listing number. And then in grants.gov, you can see, again, the number and how it translates between these government sites. You can search for just the number to see all the previous ones, or you can search for keywords. Okay, so some enhancements that they've done to grants.gov, which we have talked about a little bit, but here, you know, you have one-click access. Once you find that listing, you can find everything you need in with one click, they say, hopefully. That's where you can view and manage the subscriptions, where you can get emails when things have been changed, updated certain things, and then get the updates for specific opportunities like we've been talking about. So here, that distance learning, so now we're on we've moved on from the opioid to the distance learning from USDA, and here it is in the federal program inventory. It's got its program number. Okay. So grants.gov, sam.gov have been around for quite a while. USA spending also been around for quite a while. This federal program inventory is newer, and so there might be missing information. Probably will be missing information so just watch out for that. It'll be interesting to see. We'll be watching to see how this evolves and how they continue to use it as this new tool. They often release tools, and then they have been very good about continuing to update and change things. Grants.gov often has maintenance to make things a little better. So going back to usaspending.gov, you can use it to look at past awards. What was the awards amount? So you can see, you can search using those terms we've already been using across the tools to see what the funding amount is. Okay, so we've already mentioned 4 tools. Here's a 5th tool, the Federal Register. Okay, I made a joke about reading the budget as a way to go to sleep, but getting into the Federal Register can also be a good way to put yourself to sleep, because this is the daily journal of the United States government, which means everything they do needs to go in here, including grants. So it's a way that you can search for, you can see when they release it, what the agency says. So sometimes agencies want feedback on certain things. They have a time for questions that they put in the Federal Register. They might ask for just feedback on different things in here, but also when it's ready to be released, the action item can change and be different for what is needed. Okay, so what's next? We talked about 5 tools through that are all .gov websites, so free, that you can use to help forecast and predict what opportunities are going to be opening. So what's next after you've done that? When you're looking at those opportunities and you're thinking through, I think this might be a good fit for us, what could we do? So what's next? Identify the previous program manager. Who was the person responsible for this program at the federal agency or department? And then, especially now, trying to contact them to confirm if that's still their role or if somebody else has that role, if they can answer you. You can prepare questions based on the previous application and or like NOFO RFP instructions. Anything that doesn't quite make sense, that's something you can highlight and make note of so that as you're looking forward and when the new NOFO comes out, that you know you're looking for. You want to confirm technical assistance process for prior to the NOFO RFP release versus after, because sometimes you look back to see what has been the standard, but sometimes they only allow questions from potential grantees for a certain time frame, and it might be before the NOFO or RFP is released. Maybe they only allow questions from up to 30 days before it's due. So those things are outlined in the NOFO RFPs to let you know what kind of, we're using the past to try to predict the future. of what might be happening. So we talked about grants.gov, assistance listings on sam.gov, the Federal Register, and US spending.gov as options. Okay, so now we're going to get some hands-on experience. I know there were some people talking about they wanted to follow along, so let's do some hands-on experience and exercise. You can go to grants.gov. Okay, and restrict your search to only forecasted opportunities. Once you get to grants.gov, let me know if you have trouble getting to the search grants, because that is a little difficult. And I promise I'm going to look at some of this in the chat too. Okay. So you're all getting into, okay, Tracy's already putting the number in. So if you can restrict your search to only forecasted opportunities, confirm in the chat box how many forecasted opportunities you see today. So 297 seems to be the answer. Okay, yep, great. I'm glad you're all making it in, seeing it. Good, good. So you're seeing how to use it. Great. Now, put in a likely keyword for your work and see how low you can get the forecasted number to be. Because we don't want to be applying to a bunch of federal grants that may or may not be a good fit for us. We want to really get this narrowed down to a handful, very small handful that might be. Well, there you go. So Tim's already narrowed it down a little bit. There's 132 forecasted for tribal governments. Linda got down to 12, 7 for housing, 2 for therapy. So we're getting a little deeper into it. Using the keyword legal, got down to 21, 14 for native. Oh, so Lee, what key term did you use? Oh, 292 for oil and gas. Okay, so now we're like, okay, we didn't narrow that down a lot. 132 for 25. So 25 with 20 tribal housing. So now, oh, you used construction, Lee. Okay, so what was... Great. Okay. I love it. You all are doing it. You can see how it works. Get a little hands-on experience. So then you could use those things to be able to then start looking more deeply at each one of those. So yeah, Kimberly put in youth and got 48. So that's a lot. So maybe you want to try to narrow down your youth just a little bit. Yeah, 65 capital projects. That's a lot to go through. Can't get through all of those in your cup of coffee rule. So what can you do to get them down? Yeah, and then look at number of awards. Yes, that also is a good way. Russell, you bring up a good thing. If there's only 3, do you want to spend time looking at it? You might. Okay. 1 in recycling. Great, great. So we are almost to 1 in recycling, 15 in STEM. Great. So you can see, I love that you all are playing around with it a little bit, seeing what could be there. And then you can start looking at those with your coffee cup. You can set those aside to look at and start planning for. So we are to the time to take a short break. We're going to be back at 2:40 Eastern time to start talking about how we can pre-plan. Now that we've identified maybe some opportunities, we can start talking about pre-planning. So see you back here in about 10 minutes. Okay, everyone. I've got 2:40 Eastern on my clock, so we're going to get back started. Hopefully you got a little bit of a break. You're able to maybe digest a little bit. I was catching up on the chat a little bit and wanted to thank Lori for the resource that she put in there. So if you scroll way up, there's a big long thing from Lori that talks about how the proposed changes and how those affect tribal entities. So that's great. Someone's already summarized some of that for you. And then Melissa had a question that I think several of you might be interested in asking about in grants.gov or any of these listings. Is it only for organizations or is there opportunities for individuals as well? And if you are I was looking at specifically grants.gov, and you go to and you see where you'd put those keywords or the assistant listing number, and you have the opportunity status, a few down, you have the funding instrumental type, then it says eligibility. So you can have checked all eligibilities, or you can check just which one works for you, and one of them is individuals. So right now, as of today, it looks like if you looked at forecasted and posted, then there are 39 available for individuals. So there's some at the federal level, there's not a ton, but you can definitely find opportunities for individuals. Oh, I love this. Funding season. I love your answers for what's your favorite season. Got some summer and spring. Yeah, I'm a summer person myself. But funding season, we all love funding season, Tim. If it's here, yes, we love funding season. The other question we had in the chat right at the end was from Josh, and where would you start if you have had both a leadership change as well as an administrative supervisor change in the last year for a tribal lead agency in terms of writing your new cycle grant? Well, it feels like I set you up, that you set me up, Josh. We're going to talk about pre-planning right now, and I feel like this is kind of where you start. Josh, you might also re-ask this question at the end of the day when Diane is here too, just to see if she has some other insights. But we're gonna talk about pre-planning and where you can start. And I think this would make sense whether you have a leadership change or not. So pre-planning. Pre-planning is why would we want to pre-plan for forecasted grants? One, sometimes they don't give you a ton of, maybe they only give you 30 days from when it's posted to be opened to when it's actually due, which does not give you a ton of time to get everything pulled together. And so can put you more competitive to do some pre-planning. I like to think of pre-planning as like, if I'm planning on going on a trip of some sort, business trip or vacation, something where I have a destination in mind. I could say I'm going to the destination, not really do any planning, get there and maybe have an okay time while I'm there, right? I might get to see a site I wanted to see that interests me. I might get to have a good meal, but it'd be more happenstance than planning. But if I'm thinking about the trip and I know my destination, and then I start doing some pre-planning before I get there, I look at some restaurants maybe that I want to eat at, some activities I want to do, maybe book some of those tickets. That will probably make my trip better, and that I will enjoy it more and I will get more out of it. Same with pre-planning. Pre-planning makes us more competitive for the application. So when we're doing pre-planning, the goal is to develop draft program designs, not necessarily final program designs, but rather you're gathering the information, you're putting your ideas, your organization's ideas on paper for the team to discuss and provide input, and maybe decide on some things and decide who you need involved with it. But at the same time, still only draft in case there is some changes to the NOFO or RFP from previous years. This is something that doing pre-planning means you can have a starting point to adapt. So you already have something on paper, you can adapt it from when the guidelines are actually released. Because no one likes, not even a grant professional, not even us like a blank page. So if you get started, can get some stuff on paper so that when those guidelines actually come out, you can do some pre-planning. You can adapt it from your pre-planned. So where should you start with pre-planning? You've identified that opportunity that's been forecasted, that's opened maybe on a cyclical time frame, and you want to apply for it. Where should you start? So first step, start with a logic model. But before we get into this, I want to ask you all this. How soon or how far in advance do you think you should start pre-planning? When should you start this process? Any guesses? ASAP, okay? 6 months in advance, okay? 1 to 3 months. Yep. As soon as you find the funding opportunity. Depends on the agency. Yep. Okay, 6 months. Okay, yes, I'm seeing a full range. And it kind of was a trick question because it really does depend. When did you find it? When does it open? But anytime is a good time. Really, however much time you have is how much time you'll get to pre-plan. So if you have a month, maybe you'll get through step 1 and 2 of this process. If you have 6 months, maybe you'll get through all the steps. But really, whenever you find out about it and you decide you're really considering it, that is the time to go ahead and start pre-planning. So step 1, we can draft a logic model. And after your lunch break, you'll have Beth and Julie will be coming in and start talking about logic models and how to do a logic model. So right now we're not going to talk about that. We're just talking about what you could be doing as part of pre-planning. So in your logic model, pre-planning draft, so no matter what format you choose, because there are multiple ways to do a logic model. There are 2 types of logic models, which we'll get into, and there's several ways to do them and different templates of logic models. Your agency might have a specific template that they use. But on paper, you want to start drafting the resources and inputs, the activities, the outputs, the short-term outcomes, the intermediate outcomes, and the long-term outcomes and indicators. And we use those terms short-term, intermediate, and long-term. You don't see that there's a specific time frame for those because it kind of depends on your program and the funding opportunity. Because short-term for some programs could be up to a year, and sometimes if your program is longer, then it might be your timeframes may vary on those. They might also be outlined by the agency, the funding opportunity, to know how long those outcomes should be. You'll get deeper into all of this in the afternoon, in your afternoon sessions. But logic model is where to start because this is where you're really starting to figure out what is needed to run this program. In this stage, sometimes I recommend that, yes, in your resources inputs, you're kind of listing things, but you might go through and just put a $ around the things you know are going to cost money, that you need to pay people to do this. You're going to have to buy a new computer. You're going to need a new van or bus to transport people, things along those lines, anything that might cost something. Then it can help you build the budget in a couple of steps. Oh, look, here's step 2. Another thing you can start pre-planning. So you and your team have worked together, you've built the logic model, and you still have time before the NOFO is set to open. Well, then you can move on to the budget and start taking from the logic model some of those costs and putting them into budget form. So, and again, no matter how you do the budgets within your organization, make sure no matter what the format, you can, use your own organization's format to do a budget and then translate it to whatever is needed for the application when that is released. But make sure that you are including those direct costs of the key personnel, who all is going to be involved in this program or project, and how much time and effort are they going to be putting into it? What are the fringe benefits for them? Do you need to buy any equipment? And what constitutes as equipment versus supplies? So some things that we might think of as equipment would not, for the federal government, be classified as equipment. They have the OMBs, the Office of Management and Budgets, CF 200 tells us what the equipment threshold is, and it just got bumped up to $15,000. So an item has to be $15,000 or more to be considered equipment. If it's not 15,000, if it's less than 15,000, like, we might think of as a computer as equipment in our, just thinking about things, we might think of it as an equipment, but that's not how it's classified at the federal level. So that would be actually a supply. And then your travel costs. And then also, so you've got your direct costs, all those were direct costs, things that you have to run this program. Your contractor costs also could be a direct cost, and then your indirect cost rate. If you already have, this is in fluctuation, but if you already have one negotiated with an agency, use that, or the de minimis, whatever the agency is using at the time. Right now, it's supposed to be 15% is included. But that way you can see, okay, we have our plan. We know what we want to do to be able to accomplish this. That's what we did in the logic model. Now we look at the budget and go, okay, how much is it really going to cost us to do this? And at any point during any of these, it could be a place that we pump the brakes and say, oh, this opportunity actually isn't going to be a good fit with what we want to do, because maybe the award amount isn't enough. Maybe we've looked at the budget and go, oh no, we can't do it for the amount that that the award is going to be. Or maybe we're doing, for some reason, our program's very small and we don't actually even meet the minimum requirement ask. And so then maybe we go back and go, do we want to make this program bigger? Can we handle making the program bigger? There's definitely examples of organizations that have gotten federal funding and too much federal funding that has then collapsed because it was just too much. They didn't have the infrastructure to be able to handle that amount of money. So thinking through all of those things, the pre-planning gives you time to do that. And Megan has included a link to where you can find all of the resources that are included with this to be able to get started. So say you've completed the logic model, still looking like it fits within the opportunity. So then you moved on to the budget, you made the budget, it fits in the opportunity, and you still have some time before the application opens. Well, then you can move on to drafting a work plan. And so no matter what format you choose, in a work plan, you want to lay out the key activities, who is responsible to do those key activities. And it may be that you need to hire someone, that you don't have someone in place right now, but it'll be a hire. And then when will those key activities take place? So knowing those things, you're starting to plan things. And this can give you also like, okay, our program project, the logic model still fits the opportunity. The budget, we're within the minimum and maximum awards of the budget. A work plan, is the timeline working for when we want to do things? Good example is, let's go back to National Endowment for the Arts. Their grants for arts projects always happen in February and July, except that's when you apply. But you have to be thinking a year in advance because they take a year to review those opportunities. So your program can't start until a year from after you've submitted that application. So can you wait a year or whatever the timeline is? Can you do these activities whenever, or are they very specific? If you're working on, I know construction has been talked about a little bit in the chat. You can't always, depending on where you live, you can't always do construction the whole year. Or maybe your building is being used, and so you can't do construction on it during a certain time frame. Again, I'm with arts and culture, so for theaters, sometimes we have to really plan on when we're going to do construction and renovations because of when the building is being used for certain things. Or living in a colder climate, you can't always do construction in the middle of winter, depending on what it is. So we've gotten our logic model. We did our budget. Now we have a work plan. We have an idea, a draft of when the activities would be, who's responsible for them, and when they would happen. So you saw one. Here's one example of what a work plan might look like. And then here's another one. And we're going to get into this later this afternoon. And I'm going to be back here to help talk about how to actually do a work plan. So we've got the logic model, we've got the budget, we've got the work plan, but we still have time before the application opens. So step 4 is starting to work on those MOUs or MOAs. We can start conversations about a formal memorandum of understanding or agreement with collaborative partners now, especially if the previous guidelines for their funding required such an agreement as an attachment. You don't want to be waiting till the last minute trying to get signatures and someone's on vacation or someone's out of the office on those MOUs, MOAs. But you don't, just like all of this, it's all drafts. You want to wait to finalize the agreement until the formal guidelines are out, just to make sure the MOU or MOA is meeting all the requirements. You don't want to be dinged or knocked down or not even eligible because your MOU, MOA does not meet all the requirements. Okay. So in the chat, we did have a question of like when you find, oh no, sorry, never mind, that was part of my answers. It looks like all the resources, make sure you go to the resources section to find all the templates and things that we've included. So do you all have experience with some pre-planning? Have you done it? Does this make it easier to think about? Okay. So Megan says there's not a budget template at this time. What you really can go through then is just looking at these direct costs, your key personnel, fringe benefits, equipment, supplies, travel, contract, and indirect. Those are very standard at the federal level of what they use. One thing I do, let's go back to this budget too. One thing I recommend is, again, when you're doing this draft budget, put your numbers in, but also if you've done any sort of figuring or formula or anything, make sure that you have documented what you did or what finance did, so that, because you won't remember exactly what you did, to know in the future. But make it easier on yourself by putting either the formula that you used or where you got the numbers, where they came from in the org budget or what line items they are, because your organization might code them slightly differently than the federal government wants them. Just knowing those differences so that, yeah, you remember what you did after you've slept, multiple times before you're looking at it again. So Russell says, when you apply for federal grants, there are a lot of reporting you have to do with the free money. You have to factor that in your budget and time. That's true. So that's part of that indirect cost rate, is hoping to cover some of those costs, but there definitely will always be costs that your organization has to cover in a different way. Okay, so what if you want to get funding for topics that are not already addressed? For example, I used trauma as a keyword and got 2 opportunities, neither address trauma with a at-risk youth, young adult. Well, Kimberly, that is where having to keep track. Grants.gov sends out opportunities that are listed. You can sign up for their email newsletters. I recommend that because then you can keep track of if anything gets posted. It also might be trying different keywords that might get you there, and looking and maybe thinking about the departments or agencies that might give you funding that you would apply to, and going to their websites and seeing if there's anything listed there. Yes, so Lori tells you check SAMHSA as the agency. You might find some opportunities there that they maybe not use the word trauma, but they use something else that is the same thing, would work, you'd be applicable for. Josh says they get budget template from our fiscal team. Yes, yes. I know fiscal teams definitely have opinions about how the budget should look. So in this draft phase, you can continue to use that internal, whatever you use internally to do budgets, and then translate it with the help of your financial team to the actual budget template requirement when the NOFO is released. Okay. So those are the 4 areas we recommend in the order we recommend to do pre-planning. Just depending on how much time you have in between finding the opportunity with the forecasting and looking, and then how much time you have until it actually opens. Getting through each step just means you're going to be that much more competitive when the application actually opens and you submit an application. Thinking back to taking a trip, if you get through all 4 steps, hopefully you'll get to make sure that you get to all the things you want to in your trip and eat all the places that you want to eat and have a fabulous time. So now let's talk about how to read and use a logic model. Again, this afternoon, you're going to have some time to learn more about logic models and work on logic models. So we're just going to give an overview right now. We're going to talk about what a logic model is, the 2 types of logic models, how to read a logic model, and how to use the benefits of a logic model. You can easily put like a thumbs up or thumbs down or yes or no or something along those lines. Who has done a logic model before or used a logic model? See some no, see some thumbs up, not, yes. A lot of no's, yes, no, no. Okay. Yes, doesn't mean I like creating one. Well, yes, and I feel like the way to split a room of grant professionals is asking about logic models. Do they like them or not? Okay. So a logic model is a graphical way to organize information. It's a tool that conveys a project or program in a brief and visual format, and an overview of how a project or program might work. Really talking about the how here. A logic model is not the detailed what of a project or program, or a sequential list of when for a project or program. So if we're talking about the journalism questions, which is what we're answering in grant applications, we're really thinking about the how of it, not the what or the when. But when you're doing it, you might be discussing those things too. So that's what a logic model is and what a logic model is not. And now we talk about, there are 2 types. So there's the theory of change logic model, and it's a general representation of how you believe change will occur. So this is really a 30,000 foot view more of your program or project, what will happen, what is going to change, what will occur when you run this program. So it's definitely a lot broader and could be used for, I mean, it could be used for any project. It just kind of depends on which one applies, which one works better for you in your organization and your program. The other one is a program logic model. So that was the theory of change model first, then a project logic model, which is really more, you're more at surface level, looking at an outline of the resources, planned activities, outputs, and outcomes over time that reflect intended results. This gets a little more in the weeds of what's happening. So how do you know what type you're reading? Theory of change or the program logic model. So there are 5 features that could be in a logic model. The time frame. So theory of change doesn't have the time frame at all, where a program logic model is time bound. Feature of level of detail. Level of detail on a theory of change is very low, but on a program logic model is very high. Elements. In a theory of change one, there's few elements. There's not a lot there, where in the program there's lots of elements, different things that will be part of this program or project. The primary display in a theory of change is really a graphic. You kind of saw that in all these examples. You don't even have to read what's there, that you can see it's kind of more graphic. You follow it where the program has lots more text. And then the focus. A theory of change logic model is very generic, where a program logic model has targets and very specific results. So all logic models, you read the model from left to right. Oh, except it depends. Have you heard us say that yet? Lots of grant things, it depends. Occasionally, funders do throw in a top to bottom or bottom to top template. When we were talking about pre-planning, we said you use whatever works best for your organization to start with, whatever logic model works best, and then you can translate it to whatever template the funder requires. Or they might not require a template. They might say it's open and you can use whatever you want. Or if there's a template from previous years and you want to just go ahead and use that so you don't have to do any changes, you can do that as well. But we like this joke too, that logic models do not need to be drawn to scale. So it's just on paper so you can look at them. So the things in a logic model. So inputs, the resources to conduct the project. So anything you need that will help conduct the project. The people, the equipment and supplies, locations, etc. And then the activities. What interventions will need to be measured? What are the interventions that you'll be doing that also can be measured? Your outputs are the direct measurable results of activities. So number of people served, number of classes happening, number of fences put up around landfills. Probably just one on that one, but often things that you are counting are your outputs. Then your outcomes. What are the results derived from measuring and analyzing activities? So what do you want to happen because something went through this program or project? Often the template shows it from inputs to all the way to outcomes across left to right. Sometimes it might be helpful, or a lot of times it might be helpful, to actually start with those outcomes and work backwards. What is the intended result? What do you want to happen? And then what are the outputs, activities, and inputs that you need to be able to get that result? Because sometimes if you just think about inputs, then you start getting things maybe that you don't actually need. But it's just a slight mind shift to think about those outcomes. Here's our endpoint. How do we get there from over here? And then I do like, thank you, Russell, there's some outcomes might be, if our landfill example, putting a fence around a landfill, if that's our output is putting one fence around this landfill, then some community health, keeping kids and animals out of the landfill might be some of those outcomes. So if you think about that, okay, we've got this landfill. Our need is that we are having trouble. So what the outcome is that we want to keep people out, and then you can move backwards of what all needs to be done to be able to keep people out of this landfill. Okay, so how do we use a logic model? So we use it as a program planning tool for grant applications. So pre-planning or just actual planning, it can be a planning tool. I know some organizations just use logic models all the time. So no matter whether they're trying to get grant funding or not, they use it as a way to standardize how they're planning for each of their programs or projects. You also use it as a documentation tool to ensure that all stakeholders are on the same page. So this can be a quick, not to scale, just, 1 to 2 page document that people can look at, your partners can look at, the people involved can look at and go, yes, no, yes, I agree with everything's on here. No, I don't. I can quickly look at this and understand what the program or project is. So benefits of a logic model to a nonprofit or a grant-seeking entity. We often use nonprofit in a very generic, very generic term, and not just specific to 501c3s, but any grant-seeking organization that can receive grant funding. So the benefits to your organizations is helps communicate the program to the team in a concise and compelling way. It also helps, not only does it communicate to the current team, it would help communicate to any future team members so they can quickly get up to speed on what the program or project is. It can also help program and staff gain a common understanding of how the program works and begin to understand the overall strategy. So it really helps put everyone on the same page to what is going on. And it's one of those that you can it's a lot easier to make changes to a logic model than in your narrative and budget once you start working on that. If you can catch some of those things ahead of time in the logic model, then it saves you some time in the future. So what's the benefits of a logic model to the grant maker or those that are giving away the money? So it helps, again, still helps communicate the program in a concise and compelling way. It shows them very quickly what all is needed and that you've thought through your program or project and have everything that you need in it. It also helps grant makers visualize how the program works. No matter which one you use, either the theory of change or the program logic model, both of them can help show you really help visualize that program or project, because sometimes we can get lost in the narrative, reading through the narrative and going, I'm not sure exactly what they meant. There's a lot of words here. Maybe as a reviewer, I'm not as familiar with that type of work, and so I'm getting lost in the explanation of things. But if I quickly look at the logic model, I can check to see it all laid out for me quickly, and quickly get what's going on. And then can double check that everything is in the narrative and in the budget that is listed on that logic model. So one thing to think about as you're laying these out and doing both pre-planning and then once you're fully into writing the application is checking to make sure the logic model, the budget, and the narrative are all telling the same story, that you've included everything in each of those documents. I told you all about the tip to use the $ whenever you think there's something that is going to need to be added to the budget. You could also use other markings for things that are listed in the budget that you want to make sure are listed make sure you also caught them, and they are listed in both the logic model and the narrative. So questions so far related to pre-planning and logic models, because a clear and concise logic model and a grant application is the key to success. It helps give your program people, your leadership, an idea of what's going to be happening. Gives partners can be involved in this process. But I want to know, I know some of you use logic models all the time. Some of you don't use them at all. What questions do you have? Okay, thank you, Josh. What was a tip for an image of something that needs to go into the narrative? Okay, so you might have something, let's go back to, let me go back to this. So if we're using the $sign for maybe the inputs, you could have maybe an @ sign for activities, you know, like, or something that, as long as you all know what the code is, but something, a symbol that you can use that says activities. And then maybe I'm just looking at my keyboard to see what is here. You know, an asterisk or a caret could mean something like outputs, and then your outcomes could be something else. But going through and making sure those align throughout your budget, logic model, and narrative. Does that help? Whatever your code is, just make sure you use it. I know some people that also highlight, maybe it's not even technically, you know, a symbol, but you highlight it in a certain color. Maybe it's green for things that cost money, and it's blue for something, you know, activities or something. But it's a quick tip, and it makes it much easier to track things across all your documents when you've been knee deep in all of this and everything is starting to run together in your mind. What other questions, thoughts? Do you have any other tips that you all use for those maybe that who have done some pre-planning or have done logic models? Do you have tips for your fellow attendees? Give you a minute to put anything else in. What's a good program app to use? Are you specifically Gina, talking about a logic model? I mean, I think, so my opinion is the best program app really is whatever you feel comfortable in using. A lot of these are templates as Word documents. But if it helps you, sometimes these are a good idea to get in a room. If you can all be in the same room, either both virtually or in person, and maybe you can have Post-it notes that you move around that says, oh, these are inputs. Have people write down inputs, activities, outputs, and outcomes, and then translate that to then some sort of template. Jeff says, I like the thinking clouds image used in this presentation. Great. I'm glad that's helpful. Yes, think of how many people you will be served, how many people will be served with your grant, and organizations that also could be helped with your grant that maybe need a seat at the table. Does anybody else have other programs or apps they like to use to create their logic models? Got a few minutes left that if you have other questions or have other suggestions for your, Canva, yes. Canva is a great tool to make it look extra pretty. Okay. So Russell applied for ICDBGs for the community building, and they had the city, school, and businesses in the community write support letters. Yeah. Support letters often, if it's a letter of support, not a letter of like commitment, which I'm sure we'll get into at some point in this presentation, but that you might want to, that might not be a great, you might not want to get the letters in your pre-planning, but once it's started, but in pre-planning, you could decide maybe who you want to ask for letters. Oh, Josh has also used, yeah, Canva, you can do a lot with and used Canva for staff org charts. Yep. Also something that part of your readiness can be to have that org chart already made. It could also be something that you need to include with the grant application. Lucid chart. I don't know that one. Is that a paid tool or a free tool or both? It could be both. Has anybody else used that one? I'm gonna have to look that up. I love tools. Love looking at them. Yes, it can be both paid and free. Do you all have any tips on what worked well in pre-planning? You had an idea, because sometimes we can get in those pre-planning stages and lots of people have ideas, but it's hard to get down to what you're actually going to do. Okay, Russell says org charts are good, but names can be kind of tricky in the rural communities I work in. Sometimes the staff changed a few times. Yes, sometimes depends on what the requirements are, but sometimes you can get away with just using the title instead of person's name. That way, if there are changes, the title usually stays about the same. Okay, so Josh has used a Zoom whiteboard, which is free as part of to do an org chart. Okay. Yep. Oh, there's an online guide using Canva to create logic models. Great. Any other questions or anything else that in this section you want to go back and talk about? Yes, PowerPoint is also a place you could create both logic model or org charts, anything that needs like boxes and things. Canva's getting a lot of love. Love it. I want to make sure you all have, I know it takes a little more time to type questions and thoughts than it does to be able to say them out loud. So I want to give you a little bit of time to be able to get those in the chat box. But I also know that I am standing in between you and your lunch break. So give you about another minute to get any ideas, thoughts. Happy to go back and talk about anything else that's been talked about today. Do any of you have a forecasted opportunity that you are starting to look at and can start applying some of this to? Yes. Oh, good, good. Not yet. Okay. Excel also for org charts. Yep. Same with if you're using Google Drive. Google Workspace has options where you can do either Excel or just a doc to do org charts and things. Okay. Seems like things are slowing down in the chat, so I am going to let you go to lunch. Okay, now, oh, sorry. Hold on, we've gotten a few things. Okay, Megan put in, yep, we have an opportunity that was forecasted, but now is pulled back to, that was pulled, but is back to forecast now. Luckily, I was almost finished, so that just have to check the NOFO for changes. Well, isn't that great? See, that pre-planning, working ahead does help. So we'll break for your lunch. We will be back at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. I think I did that correctly. So enjoy your lunch, and when you get back, they will be talking about creating logic models, both the theory of change and the program. And if you have questions, write them down so that we can address them when we're back. So thank you all, and I will see you later. Bye.
But hope you all had a great break. You took some time to get away from your computer, stand up or move or stretch or whatever was needed so that you are ready to go on with the second half of our day. Earlier with some of the tech issues, I jumped in to talk and didn't get a chance to introduce myself. So my name is Beth Archer. I've been working in the nonprofit space for just over 10 years, in grants specifically for the past 7. I've been involved in a couple of different roles, from operations to development and fundraising. And along with being a grant professional, I am also the executive director of a Pennsylvania nonprofit. So really excited to be back with you again. I'll see you for a little bit tomorrow as well. And just looking forward to talking with you all about theory of change and all of the things grant seeking. So just before lunch, I know you were talking with my colleague Bethany about pre-planning with a focus not only on how to find the information from the grant maker, but also the benefit of having some higher level ideas and documents in place before the application even opens. And this is where we're going to start. The first one that we're going to talk about here is the theory of change. As a grant seeker, whether grant writer is in your title or even explicitly listed in your responsibilities or not, I am sure you are going to come across the need to articulate your program or your organization and the change that your program aims to create based on a need, an identified need. When seeking grants, you need to make a compelling case for why your solution is the one they should invest in for maximum impact. And the first way that we're going to do that is by talking about our theory of change. I think that this cartoon here is funny. It looks like in that particular request, Gandhi didn't make that connection clear between what they are doing and how it's addressing the identified need. So perhaps Gandhi could use with some tips on writing a theory of change. And here's the definition of a theory of change. This one is by the grant makers for effective organizations. There are lots of definitions out there. This one states that it is a systematic assessment of what needs to happen in order for desired outcome to occur. Other definitions are going to say it a little bit differently, but basically a theory of change is how your organization or program creates the change we want to see as it relates to the need you are addressing and for the specific population. I'd love to get a feel where each of you are as it relates to theory of change. Even if I'm still having some trouble in that chat box, I think it's helpful for each other to know also where we all are. So some of you may be very familiar with the theory of change. Some of you may not be. Let's see a Y in the chat box for yes, you've dealt with theory of change before, or N for no if you don't have any familiarity. We're not rating ourselves here on how familiar, just have you talked about theory of change before or not? And for those of you that maybe are more familiar with it, please feel free to jump in the chat box as well. I heard that you all have been helping each other along and answering each other's questions throughout as well. So please continue to do that. I have definitely seen organizations have differing levels of understanding around their own theory of change. I've seen beautiful graphic representations like right on an organization's website. I've worked with teams who have the general concept of their theory of change, but maybe they don't discuss it regularly, or they don't have any specific representation of it. And then even some who weren't really clear on their theory of change. It's one thing to know your mission. That is probably at the very least on your website, but I'm sure many of your staff know what your mission is as well. But that is a little bit different than knowing your theory of change and being able to articulate what you're doing, how you're doing it, and why it is making the change that you are hoping to see. And I've even seen a wide variety within the same organization, depending on the department or the role. As a grant seeker, you might be very familiar with it because you've written it a lot, or maybe you are the one who came up with it to begin with. And some of your direct program staff might not be as familiar. If you aren't super comfortable with your organization's theory of change, have no fear. We're going to make sure that you leave today with a better understanding and some tools to either build or strengthen one if you already have it. And if we are looking to do that, to strengthen or build this, we can look right at how we design and run our programs. Our theory of change is not something that we need to create or make up at this point. We're doing it. We are making the change. So you can look right at your programs. We will see certain results or outcomes if we do these specific things in our programming. So here are some of those points that we're going to touch on. First, we're going to look at basic versus multiple strategy theories of change. We're going to look at 3 steps to writing a theory of change, even maybe practice it a little bit ourselves, and then look at writing a theory of change simplified, a little bit of a different structure for how you can start thinking or building or improving your organization's theory of change and how you articulate that. Depending on the program, or if you are looking at an organizational theory of change and not just a specific program, theories of change can be basic or multi-strategy. You see on the slide here that what differentiates the two is the strategies. In that do column, what are you doing to get the results? So we have our do's and we have our gets. A basic theory of change, you do this one thing and you get this result. For a multiple strategy theory of change, you are doing all of these things and you are getting this result. The only thing that multiplies here are the strategies. Your get is always the same. The result of what you are doing with your program is just one result that you are looking for. And a good example of just a basic one to help us start to visualize how this might look in practice. I mentioned at the beginning of this hour that I'm the executive director for a nonprofit. It's called PA Eats, and I'm going to use them as an example a couple times here. Our Nourish PA series features affordable, easy to make, nourishing recipes using ingredients that are commonly found in our state's food pantries. So our theory of change for this program is a basic one, different than the whole organization, but for this program, it is basic. And it would say something like, if we provide affordable, simple, nourishing recipes featuring foods commonly found at food pantries, that's our do, we will see an increase in nutrition, health, and overall well-being for our neighbors who are experiencing food insecurity. An example of a multi-strategy might be something like an organization that serves individuals experiencing homelessness. Their get may be ending homelessness for veterans. And their strategies may include multiple strategies of things like providing emergency and transitional housing, providing workforce development for residents, and mental health services. Those are all different strategies for the do, and they all relate to the get of ending homelessness for veterans. Again, it also depends on what specifically you are talking about. The example I gave for PAE, our organizational theory of change would look a little bit different, and it would likely be a multiple strategy theory of change. So let's look at how you can strengthen or build this within your own organization and your own programs with 3 steps. I would love for you to have some real tangible takeaways from your time with us over the next 2 days. So please feel free to actually practice doing this as we are walking through the steps. Grab a piece of paper or a doc on your computer or a little sticky, or maybe the napkin that you used at lunch. I've seen theories of change written in weirder places. And let's go ahead and start drafting that theory of change. Have your organization or its specific program in mind. All right, so step 1 is to identify the result. We're used to looking at things in written English language from left to right. In this case, we're going to start with that right-hand column. We want to think about our get. And this is, again, something, whether you have sat down in this way and thought about it in this way, this is something your organization is doing. What are you doing? What is the result of all of the programming that you provide? In this example, we see improve health of participants, not unlike the PAE example that I shared earlier. And again, make sure you're clear in your head about what you are writing this about if you are participating in the drafting piece, because if you do this now, you have something to use later on when we talk about logic models, and even later when we talk about some more of the applications and SMART objectives. And then you will have some of these tools already for you when you are done with us in 2 days and you go back to your organization to do some more grant seeking. All right, step 2. What is your strategy or your strategies? So we are naming the strategies now. Now we're going back to that left-hand column and we are talking about our do's. Remember that this can be one thing if it's a basic theory of change, or several things if you have several strategies that help achieve that result. So here, the examples are exercise, nutrition, and stress reduction. In my PA Eats example, it is nutrition education in the form of our Nourish PA recipes. So basic is just that nutrition education. If you are looking at a multi-strategy, you have the ones that you see listed here. And then step 3 is to define underlying assumptions. And now I'm hoping that you can really start to see how this could provide a strong base for a grant application. Whether the application is due soon or whether you are in that pre-planning phase, we have some of those questions answered right here in a very basic, not to be confused with basic strategy or multi-strategy, but a very simple format that you now have a very clear shared understanding. You can discuss it with colleagues, you can discuss it as part of pre-planning, and build your grant application from there. If you have this, you already have a lot of starting points to build your responses from. So in this example, you see some underlying assumptions defined about why you're doing increased exercise. Why is that a strategy for the result? It is known to contribute to improved health. You're also, one of the strategies is focusing on nutrition, which is known to contribute to improved health. And stress may be a contributing factor to poor health, maybe that is something that you really see in the population that you are serving. And so that is another strategy. And you have the underlying assumption here that you are making clear and you are defining. So if you've been following along and writing as you go, how does that feel so far? Do you feel like this is something you could easily write for your organization? Is it something you already have for your organization and now you're just looking at how it can be strengthened or what more you can add to it? Something I would like to point out is the theory of change, and I'm going to go into this just a little bit coming up here. You can make this visual. You can, as I said, I've seen it on the homepage of some organizations' websites. You don't want to put your whole grant application into your theory of change. This is meant to be a high level, 30,000-foot view of what you do, looking at the strategies and looking at the results. So don't think that you need to put your whole grant application into this idea of a theory for change. And if you are feeling stuck as you are drafting this, or in a couple days when you sit down to draft this, or in 2 months when you start planning for a large government opportunity, there are a couple things that you can do to help. First, I mentioned AI a little bit this morning, and I don't know how everyone feels about using AI. I personally have been a little hesitant, but I've been doing a lot of work on educating myself about what is possible, and especially what is ethical. And this is one area where I have started to use it, and I do feel really confident that you can use AI to strengthen your process. Draft a theory of change and put it into AI for feedback. I typically use ChatGPT just because that's what I'm familiar with, but there are a lot of AIs everywhere now, and everyone has their own preference for what to use. But draft it and say, how can I improve this theory of change? Or keep it more open-ended and just say, provide feedback on this theory of change. Remember that AI learns from the information that we put in, so be careful you aren't using sensitive information. But I've even done this with some of the work that we do with our clients and just removed the organization's name. And then it can provide feedback without disclosing anything that maybe we don't feel comfortable putting out there. Another area to make you feel a little bit more comfortable or help once you have started drafting is even just to Google examples of theories of change. Some of the visuals are really creative, and it can give you some really great ideas of what this could look like. Now, the information in it is important for you as the grant seeker because of the information in it. But if you are taking this time to really hone in on your theory of change, it can be used throughout your organization, and you want to consider how can it be expressed visually. Some applications are going to allow you to do that. And regardless of whether or not you are going to share it in some type of visual format, just seeing the ideas can really help you if you are stuck. I saw one recently where it had the get in one big circle on the right side, and the strategies in smaller circles on the left side. And there were roads connecting the multi-strategy change to the get on the other side. And along these roads, they defined assumptions. I will caution you, though, that if you are going to go this route, it can be a bit overwhelming to look at it. You know your organization and your programs, so I would suggest creating a theory of change first, and then doing something like this to improve or strengthen. And I do apologize. I need just one moment here. I'm having just a little bit of a tech issue, and please think about this and maybe practice writing it out for yourself. Right, everyone? So sorry about that. All right, so I hope that this has gotten you at least started on this piece of building a theory of change, having something that you'll be able to leave this training with that you can start using right away. Another way to write your theory of change is to follow this structure that you have here. We call this our writing theory of change simplified. This is just a really, you can answer this right now sitting here, whether or not you've been participating in the first half of this. Start with identifying what strategy is important and add the words "so that" until you don't have any more to add of those "so that's." So an example of this would be PA Eats will develop and distribute affordable, simple, nourishing recipes so that individuals have the tools to be stewards of their own health and well-being, so that they can improve their nutrition and overall health, so that, et cetera, until I didn't have anything else to say. And I do think that this is a really nice place to get started. Again, if you're feeling stuck, or maybe you have started to draft something and it just isn't flowing the way that you want it to be honest, when I first started with PA Eats, we had a mission statement, but we didn't have much purposefully created other things like this. We didn't have logic models. We didn't have theories of change. And it's difficult whether you are writing a grant or even just updating the website or interacting with donors. If some of this isn't clear, it's harder to do those things. So this is where we started. We took our mission statement. It's very clear what we're aiming to do. We know what kind of needs we're trying to address, but we were able to start with this simplified theory of change in the way that I just outlined, and then move on to building out the rest of the things that we needed. And here's another example of what that basic theory of change might look like. And this is using that simplified so that structure. We teach people how to improve their nutrition when dining out so that they improve their health. Simple, one strategy, one result. And here's an example of a multi-strategy. We teach people how to exercise without going to a gym, improve their nutrition when dining out, and manage their stress levels so that participants improve their health, so that they experience fewer secondary health-related concerns, so that they spend less of their time and money thinking medical care. Think about how much you can build into a grant proposal from having this information in front of you. If you're sitting there looking at the questions thinking, where do I start? Start here. And if you already have it done, you've already accomplished that. You've already done that step. And that's why it's also a really important part to start doing these things as part of pre-planning. It is going to be overwhelming the first time you sit down and look at a new RFP for a government opportunity. And you get out your highlighter and you have 170 pages. I hope nobody has that right now, but it has happened. But you have 170 pages to read through, and you're trying to remember all the other things and keep in mind the guidelines and make sure that you're eligible and think about the budget. This is one less thing that you have to do. You have a really great starting point to at least build your responses to the meat of the application. And here's that same one, but in the format that we saw in the beginning. So again, it doesn't need to be complicated. It doesn't need to be something that puts your entire grant application into this one answer. It can be very brief. It can be very visual, whatever is going to help you. And sometimes, especially with government opportunities, it might not be your program exactly as it runs. You might be writing for this RFP for the specific goals that they're looking for that you know your organization can accomplish, and you might not write a grant for that same program in the exact same way next week. It might look a little bit different, but it will be easy to tweak for each thing in each application. Again, if you have this built out, and regardless, it's a place to start for any application, whether you're going to use it again or not. Now, another thing that you probably heard Bethany talk a little bit about that can really serve as a foundation or blueprint for building any type of grant application is a logic model. We are going to look at how we can connect your theory of change to a logic model. These are all of these things, the theory of change, the logic model, your needs statement, your mission statement, a lot of them are saying the same thing in different ways and are going to help you in different ways. It's all what your organization does, but some of them are going to be more detailed. Some of them are talking with a focus more on the needs, some more on exactly how you carry out your work, which is why having all these pieces will get you even further prepared to start writing a grant, ready when you sit down to answer those questions. And keep in mind that these are also other things that can be used in other areas of your organization. I'm sure many of your colleagues would benefit from and appreciate some of these documents if you already have them drafted. All right, so talking about logic models. Again, I kind of want to gauge everybody's familiarity with logic models. Don't feel pressured to put anything in. If you don't feel comfortable answering, please don't. And please lean on each other. If you see someone who's a 5, please come on in, tell us what you know about logic models and what might help your friends who are here that are maybe feeling like more of a 1. So in the chat box, on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being this is your first day seeing a logic model, and 5 being you could just take over this portion of the webinar now. What is your comfort level with logic models? Again, 1 to 5 in the chat box. What's your comfort level? And when I say no judgment, I really do mean no judgment. I remember the first time that I heard the words logic model, and it was not the first time at the same time that I started writing grants. I had been working with nonprofits and had been in the grant writing space for a while before anyone ever said the word logic model to me. So I understand you can really be all over the board, regardless of how long you've been involved in writing grants. But here, in short, we're showing a nice depiction of what a logic model could look like on the bottom of the triangles here. But in short, logic models are a visual representation of your program or organization. This is the visual that we have here is a great visual of the connection between our theory of change, where we just were, and our logic model, which is where we're headed. The first piece of the logic model, which includes resources, activities, and outputs, connect to the do. And really later this afternoon, you are going to see that some of those outputs also relate to the get. That one kind of straddles the two pieces. But here we are talking about what we do. What resources do we need to do what activities to do the things that you can count, to serve 200 people, to provide education to 15 classrooms. Those are those first pieces. While the outcomes, here we have short, intermediate, and long-term outcomes, as well as the impact, are our get. And I think that this visual really helps us see that our theory of change can and should be brief. Right, that keeps it nice and brief at the top. Look at all of the details that you can get into in your logic model that you don't have to get into in your theory of change. So that should stay higher level. And then we're going to get on to more of the specifics here in the logic model. And what we're really looking at in this next piece here is how we can connect strategies with results. And that's where the logic model comes in. We are also going to consider which of these comes first in the drafting process or the pre-planning process. It probably doesn't, it probably seems may be obvious that we would start with theory of change because that's where we started, but that isn't necessarily the answer, and we're going to talk a little bit more about why and what that means. All right, so here's another visual. We have that theory of change. Those are our high-level strategies. We're moving to our logic model, which is what is needed to achieve the results. And looking at that example that we have carried through that theory of change piece, we have our theory of change, improve health. That's our high-level strategy here. And our logic model goes into the staff, the exercise classes, the number of participants. Of course, this is a very simplified form of what we're actually going to see in a logic model, but this just gives us an overview of the connection between the two of them. So which do you start with first, the theory of change or the logic model? Do you go back to that first visual I shared and say, we have these resources? Here, I'll bring it even back for us here. Do you start down here at the bottom and say, we have these resources, activities, and outputs. Let's summarize that into our do's, into the do portion of our theory of change? Or do you have that theory of change and now you can drill down on it from there? You may be asking yourself this, you may see, because I anchored you a bit with starting with theory of change, that's where you want to start. But this answer, which is my favorite consulting answer, is it depends. But really, either one is okay to design first. It really depends on what you need it for and who is going to see it. What are you most comfortable starting with that you'll be able to frame out easily and get feedback on? Does the funder that you are approaching have a specific request or preference? If a government agency is asking you to attach a logic model, they often do, it probably makes the most sense to start there. Get that drafted. Now you have all of those details, you have your attachment that you need, and you can now build your theory of change and make sure that that carries out through all the pieces of the application. Or on the other hand, maybe it helps you to orient the larger direction of the proposal and to start with that theory of change and then go from there. I think an important part here to consider is that we are often, especially with larger grants, we are often not working within a vacuum. We probably do not have all the answers. We probably do not have all of the pieces. We're talking to program staff, we're talking to development staff, we're talking to finance staff, and that might also influence where you start. You should have a shared understanding of the theory of change of what you're proposing. You should have a shared understanding of what resources you have and what resources you need. So that might help influence where you start as well. I am working with a client right now where we need to submit a logic model for an upcoming state grant. It's a newer program, but it is built on one they have already designed. And even though we have to include that attachment, I have found it at this point in time with this specific client that it was actually easier to start with the theory of change, talk about it all together, get on the same page, make sure there's a shared understanding of it. And now we're getting more detailed and piecing together the logic model. What is the budget going to ask for? What resources? What activities are we going to do? And do they relate to what is required through the program guidelines or the RFP? And truthfully, as I'm finding again, actually doing it at this time, but also have seen it many times before, as with everything in grants, everything is going to be a continuous process. So no matter where you start, you are probably going to go back and continuously update each of these based on the other. In the example that I just shared with our client, this program that they are developing is another strategy that is actually added to their existing organizational theory of change. And this client is very interested and wants to be very transparent about how everything that they are doing connects to that larger get. And so that's really why it made more sense for us to start with the theory of change. After break, here in about 15 minutes, when my colleague Julie joins us to talk a little bit more about logic models, she's going to go through more of these columns in more specific detail. But just to get ourselves of an overview of logic models before we go into those pieces, this is a really cool visual representation of a logic model. Remember, it is what your program or your organization does. It's a view of that. Most commonly, logic models run from left to right, but they can also go from top to bottom. Depending on your work, they might need to look different depending on how much you need to fit in all of the columns. If you are applying to a large government funder, they might have a template for you. And I have seen some wild ones that involve arrows that go all over the page, and you have to follow the arrows or you'll never follow the train of thought. So it could all look different. This is one example. You'll see on the next slide a more simple example that you could take a piece of paper right now and fill out by just writing some columns on that piece of paper. And these are the pieces that are included no matter what that visual representation looks like. You have your resources, your activities, your outputs, your outcomes, which are often broken out into different time frames. Sometimes they will define those time frames for you. Sometimes you've defined those time frames. If you're doing this as part of pre-planning, make sure those timelines are clear. So then if you have to put it into a narrative or into their form, or however, you are clear when you are building the logic model what that looks like. Short-term outcomes might be something like within the first 6 months. Intermediate might be within the first year. Long-term might be saying we're looking at this 3 to 5 years. Might be shorter than that, might be longer than that. But make sure that you've defined it, or if you are responding to a grant maker, that you know how they have defined it. But it's very different to talk about what is going to happen immediately after someone interacts with one of your programs versus what you're hoping to see, the change you're hoping to see a year, 2 years from now for one of your programs. And then you're also looking at your impact. What is the big picture thing that this logic model is accomplishing? And that is really going to tie back to your theory of change. It's also really going to connect to your mission statement and to your needs statement and all of those pieces. So you see all of that played out here in the logic model. People have varying feelings.
You have a question in the chat.
Oh, okay. Yes, please.
Sorry. It is, have you ever heard of a logic model being used as a project evaluation tool in federal grant application?
That is a great question, and one that I'm sorry I'm going to push off a little bit, but in the next hour when Julie joins us, she is the using a logic model for evaluation guru. So you are absolutely going to talk a lot about that. Whether or not the funder specifically asks for a logic model as part of evaluation, that is probably going to depend on the funder. Of course, it's going to depend on the funder. But if you have a logic model, if you have done this as part of pre-planning or even just as the start of your drafting process, you have all of your answers for the evaluation section there. And so that is going to help you answer that question, whether you submit a logic model or they need it in narrative format or something like that. So I hope that very briefly answers your question without giving too much away about what you're going to talk about next. All right. So looking at then this more simplified version of our logic model, like I said, this is something that you could very easily just write on a piece of paper next to you. It is often the template that we use when we do not have a grant maker provided template. It's just easy and simple. And I'm going to talk you through these pieces a little bit. And after the break, you're going to build on that even more. Again, we'd love for today to be as useful as possible for you and for you to leave with some really practical things that you can implement. So again, I'll ask you to grab a piece of paper or a doc or something to just start jotting down ideas as we go through these first columns. So first here, we are going to look at our resources. These sometimes are called inputs instead. Excuse me. It really depends on what template or format you're using, but these are the things that you use to accomplish the stated activities. What resources do you have? The things that your organization puts in to carry out the project. These are going to be things like staff, partners, your physical space. You'll find as you work through the different columns of this logic model, you might go back and add things. It does not need to be linear the way that you work through this. You might get to an activity and think, oh yeah, we have a community partner who does that, and then go back and add the community partner to your resources column. This can be a very dynamic, working, moving thing. So don't worry about being completely comprehensive now, but try to include all the things that you need to carry out your programs. The human piece, financial, organizational, community, and your systems resources. We're going to continue with this example of the program that is improving the health of participants through exercise, nutrition, and stress management. So here you will see listed funds, the fitness facility, staff, and fitness equipment. Again, this is basic, but it provides a good overview of all the things that you need. What is great to think about when you're building your resources piece, especially as it relates to the request for a specific application, or maybe you're creating this logic model and you are going to use it to look for opportunities. You could go way even before pre-planning and use this as you're thinking about the research piece that we looked at earlier. What resources do you already have? What staff do you have? What equipment do you have? And what do you need? Are you looking to grow the activities that you provide? Are you looking to take the activities that you provide and reach more people? Think about what you need within your programs and consider listing that here as well. Again, depending on how the funder asks for it, it may be something that is on the logic model that you submit. It may not be, but that is a great reminder for you. And if it can be part of what you submit, it's a good reminder for the funder of exactly where your request fits into this bigger piece of your programming and what you do. So list the staff that you have, but list the 2 staff members that need to be hired for you to continue doing the activities or to expand your activities. Which then, of course, takes us to activities. So this is what you do with the resources. They are specific actions that make up the program. They're the interventions that you deploy to secure the desired result or to see the change that your program is aiming to create. To get these, reflect on your tools, your processes, your events. When you do the simplified version here of this logic model, you can, if it is helpful for you, put it into like rows. If you're doing this on a piece of paper, maybe you need to do some arrows or moving around if you've already started. If you are in something like a spreadsheet, you can, or a table in a doc, you can move things around and keep them connected throughout to help you as you really are making sure you've got everything in here. Here's the staff that we have. Here are the activities that they are responsible for. Or here's the equipment, and here's what we do with the equipment. So you aren't missing any of those pieces or any of the connections from resources to activities. And continuing on with our example, what would fall into the activities piece here are the exercise classes or the nutrition classes and stress reduction services or programming. This is another place where you can demonstrate for yourself as part of an internal conversation or for your funder as part of your submission or the external conversation of what you are doing and what you want to do or what you need to do based on what you're seeing in your community. Maybe stress reduction wasn't something that you had previously provided as part of your activities, but you have now this need you've seen in your community, and you're seeing from those that you serve that stress is really affecting their overall health and well-being. Of course, that probably isn't a surprise to any of us. Of course, stress affects us that way. But maybe within those you serve, you are really starting to see that this is a problem that you can help them address. You can work with them to improve their stress or reduce their stress levels, and that can contribute to the overall change that you're looking for. Now it's in your activities. Go backwards. What do you need to make those activities happen? What resources do you have to request as part of a funding application to be able to carry out those activities? So we are starting to bridge the gap between the do's part of our logic model. If you remember the slide that had the triangles on it, we are starting to bridge that gap between the do's and the gets here as we move into our outcomes and our impact. Like I said, I'm going to save this for Julie to get into more in a moment, but when we're thinking still on that do's side, and if you are still following along with me, creating the things on your paper or your doc or whatever, start to think about what outputs those activities are creating. Not the change that is happening, but the outputs. Are you reaching 30 people a month through those nutrition classes? Are you providing 4 free nutrition classes to your community per month? Those are the things that you want to think about that are still part of that do triangle, but part of the do side of our theory of change. And like I said, we're going to carry on into the get side here shortly. I am going to stop there before we bridge that gap fully and go on to the other side, which of course Julie is going to help with. I think I see some raised hands. I don't know if there are questions in the chat box that connect to that, or if there's a way for me to unmute someone with their raised hands. But if there are any questions about this piece that we haven't addressed yet, please keep asking them. Oh, I see some in the chat now.
Yeah, there are a couple questions. Can you see the chat?
I do. Can you call out?
There's one from Tracy.
Okay.
Is the logic model mostly used by the grant writer or program manager?
Mm-hmm. All right, let's start with that one there. So both, Tracy, in a perfect world, our logic model are used by the grant writer and the program manager. It's really important to have a shared understanding of the logic model, no matter who's using it. So it's something that should really be built together. As program staff, they might not be very familiar with a logic model or what the components of a logic model are. So even if you don't know any of the information as the grant writer at this point, helping them lay it out, helping them understand the pieces can be your role on getting the program manager to fill out a completed logic model. Perhaps if it's something you've been writing a lot about, you might already know some of it and you can add it in. We also occasionally there's a trainer who talks about this often. It's called making stuff up, but it is MSU and it's in a very informed way. And it's just take what you know about the program already and put it into that logic model, and program staff can react to it then. Instead of asking them to come up with it out of nowhere, you have something for them to see and then react to. And then the program manager might use it to think about program expansion, to think about what other resources they need. Now they have this nice visual of what their program looks like. And then the grant writer, of course, can use it to structure applications. And because you've built it together, or at least in tandem, you have a shared understanding and everybody is on the same page for that. I also see a question here from Josh about is another word for impact results. And it is, we're thinking about that same thing. Now, in a logic model, depending on the type of questions that they ask, it might you might need to get more specific with it. Remember, our theory of change, where we have our strategies and our result, is a little bit simplified. Impact might then get a little bit more specific within that, but they are connected at the very least, if not considered synonyms. And then Megan, does it look like I have any other ones? I don't think so. All right, then great, everyone. It has been a pleasure talking with you this afternoon. As I said, I'll see you a little bit tomorrow as well. We are just about at the top of the hour, so we are going to take our break. It is about almost 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. So we will return at 5:10 Eastern or 2:10 Pacific. Take those 10 minutes. Hopefully you get a little bit of a break from staring at your screen or whatever it is that, that you need to take a break, get some water and all of that. We will see you all then in about 10 minutes.
All right. Hello, everyone. According to my clock, it is 10 minutes after the hour. Hope everyone can hear me. Hope you had a chance, whatever time zone you're in, to take a little stretch break, get up, walk around, enjoy your beverage of choice, hydrate, and look out of a window. I don't know if you've heard of the 3 W's, walk, window, and water. That's what I try to remember when I'm in trainings, to take that break. All right, so we're gonna start back up again. We are going to pick up where Beth left off in logic models. We're going to go through some detail. I was watching for the last few minutes and saw that you got through resources and activities in your logic model template and went into some detail about using the logic model to talk about the resources you need to drive outcomes and get the results you're looking for in your programs. And then talked a little bit about what your activities, what you do with those resources. So the things you need to serve the communities you serve, and then the activities that you do with those things. So resources and activities. So we're going to go over to the next column in that logic model, and that was the one labeled outputs. And so basically those are the things usually that you can count that are the results of doing your activities. So remember, we're going from that do to get. So what do you get when you use those resources to conduct the activities in your programs? And the first thing we'll look at is outputs. And so these are things that are produced or created through your activities. They can include descriptions of types or levels, the audience, or key performance indicators, and they're typically quantifiable. Those are usually the easy things to talk about in our grant applications and reporting. We usually have a good handle on things like numbers of people served, the types of activities we conducted in the space where we perform our programming. And so those tend to be the things we can talk a lot about. How many classes do we offer? That sort of thing. Right. And here's an example in our logic model. So numbers of participants, numbers of classes. The next column over in our logic model to the right of outputs is getting into our outcomes. Those are anticipated changes that we expect or hope to see in the participants of our programs or those we're serving. So those are the changes often in awareness, knowledge, skill, and behavior. And in this case, we're talking about those short-term outcomes. Usually we can measure those right after the activities have occurred. And so, for example, if we are talking about that same program where we're offering exercise classes, nutrition classes, etc., one of the short-term outcomes, if someone's attended one of our nutrition classes, or say it's a series offered over weekly, over a month, they're going to come out of there, we hope, with an increase in their knowledge about nutrition. And that's a direct result of their participation in that class. And so we can see that, and we can even talk about measuring it perhaps with a survey, a pre and post. You know, what is your understanding about topics in nutrition before the class? How did that change after the class? Again, outcomes are always the change that we're looking for as a result of our programs. And then intermediate term outcomes, still looking for the change, but maybe these are changes that we don't expect to see until participants have been involved with our programming and services for a little bit longer. So we can usually measure these things and talk about them a few months after an activity or after a few months of participation. An example of that could be, let's say that in our program where we're learning about nutrition and health and changing our health habits and becoming healthier, now we are seeing an increased skill level in exercise activities. And we're seeing an increase maybe in adherence to that exercise routine that we've committed to as a result of our participation. It takes a little longer to get there. We might not get there after just a couple of times if someone's showing us how to do the exercise or helping us make the plan. So you start to get the idea that outcomes are very time dependent. They're also dependent on the resources that you start with, the activities you do with those resources. And again, that's why we're looking at the logic model, our theory of change, right? Logic model is a graphical representation of that theory of change. And so we're going to use it to talk about if we offer these activities using our resources over this time frame, what are the outcomes that we might expect to see? And so now we're moving along in the columns of our logic model, and we're into long-term outcomes. And again, anticipated changes, outcomes are changes. Usually we can measure these after a year or more of our activities or participation in our programming. Okay, so a little bit longer out. An example of that would be, so maybe after a year of participating in this program where we're going to increase our healthy living and the quality of our life through increasing health. Maybe now we've noticed, we've kept up with our exercise routine, we're eating nutritious meals, we've noticed an increase in our strength, our flexibility, and our endurance. And many of us have experience with that, where maybe you start walking or running or biking or something, and the more you do it, the better you get, the stronger you feel. And so, but we also have experience of that taking a little bit longer. Okay, and then that far right column on the logic model is impact. That's the ultimate intended change. And that's where we're looking at. We're still talking about change, but it's sort of a higher level, bigger picture change. It's that thing we set out to do in the beginning. And so maybe with Beth in the previous presentation, you were thinking along the lines of programs that you're running or that you describe in grant applications. You're thinking about what is it that ultimately we're after? It's not just that we want to offer an exercise class or some nutrition classes. We have a point behind wanting to offer those things. Our theory of change tells us what that point is. And so the impact is that bigger picture. And this can vary depending on the relative timing to how long you're offering your services or your program. Example here, improved health. The point of this program in teaching nutrition classes and helping people set up exercise routines or learn new exercise activities is to improve health. And that's a big global change that we know can take years or more, 1 or more years to achieve. But it's good to have that impact in mind because as you are describing what you do and the changes you expect to see from what you do in your grant applications or maybe in grant reports, you have that big picture, what's the point, so to speak, in your mind. And you can talk about that and then drill down into the details of how what you do and the specific way you do it is moving people toward that big idea, if you will. All righty. And so that's just a walk through the logic model and different elements. Maybe you could put a little note in the chat about how you're feeling about logic models. For some of you, today may be the first day you've heard about them. Others may have more experience. But if you're feeling a little better after Beth's presentation on theory of change and then getting into the logic model now, feeling a little bit better, a little bit more knowledgeable, give us a yes in the chat. Fair to Midland, not sure, still need to learn more, maybe a maybe. And then if you're feeling like you're still have some questions or whatnot, feel free. Fair, there you go. That's a good way to describe it if you still feel like you need to learn more. And we're going to continue along those lines. So thanks for that in the chat. So we're going to keep that logic model in mind. Once if you have a piece of paper already out, or you've got a Word document or something open on your computer, or you've been jotting notes trying to apply some of this to your own programs and services, hopefully these next few slides and the time that we'll spend afterward thinking about your own programs and the applications will make this even clearer as we go. And so we're going to talk now about adapting your logic model to the grant makers that you're requesting funding from or that you have reporting due because you've already been awarded, so post-award. So adapting that, you've got that framework, you've jotted some notes about, okay, these are my resources, my activities, and I put those together and I get out these things I can count, numbers of people served. And then I noticed some changes, short-term, intermediate-term, long-term changes that we're measuring maybe with some surveys or focus groups or interviews with participants. So now what? So we're going to pick, maybe you already have, we've been using that very basic logic model template. That's a great one just to start scratching ideas on or to sit down with your program team and talk through. Pick an internal logic model template, whatever looks good to you. If you Google logic model, there's going to be so many examples available to you that that's hard to count. So find one that you're comfortable with, that makes sense to you. And then you're going to develop your basic logic models for your programs. And I recommend doing one for each program or each service that's offered through your organization. Because if you're, applying for program support or project support, you want to hone in on just that one program. And so, one at a time, just go through your projects and your programs, sit down with your program team and fill in that logic model. And then we're going to customize those to each grant maker because, as many of us know, grant makers like to ask for unique things and ask things in unique ways. Here's that basic logic model template that we've been using. Again, this is something you can throw up on a whiteboard and use sticky notes as you're together discussing it, or you can just sketch it out on a piece of paper, perhaps like you're doing today. And here is our logic model that we've been stepping through as we've been talking about the program to improve overall health through nutrition classes, exercise classes, and some stress reduction, kind of a health and wellness based program. And so here we've got our resources, our activities, outputs, those time-based outcomes, short, intermediate, and long-term, and that overall big idea or the reason for what we do, our mission is to improve health. Here's another one that you might see. This is from the Department of Health and Human Services. This is one that they offer for you to, I think they actually do this as a part of instruction to potential grant applicants who want to understand what a logic model is and how to use it to populate your application. So you can see the columns we've been working with are there. They talk about short and long-term outcomes. They don't get into that big impact, but they have something a little different called the situation there on the left. That you've talked about a little bit in theory of change. That's where you've identified the specific need that your program is addressing. And so that's where you're going to include that in the logic model, just to remind yourself this is a graphical representation of your theory of change. And the information you need for it is coming from your theory of change. And here you go. Here's an even more complex looking housing and urban development logic model template. You can see it's getting at a little bit more detail in the information, going a little bit into, excuse me, the specific activities, again, keeping in mind all these things are interconnected, right? And so I think there was a question raised during Beth's presentation about, do federal funders require logic models in their application? The answer is some do. Some will offer it as a resource for you to think through and populate. They may not expect you to fill it out and send it in. Others like this will want that filled in, and they'll show you exactly how they want it to be filled in. Okay. Sorry, here we go. As part of the resources that have been shared with you for this training, Diane, Leonard, and her team have included a free download, and it should be included in your files, called the Logic Model Guide. And this is a great resource to use with your teams as you're sitting down to talk about developing your logic model, and steps you through many of the things we've presented here, and is full of great resources. So that's for you. Hope that's helpful for your teams. All right, and so now we're getting into discussion about, we've got this logic model, it's filled out. You just saw the one for our health-related program. We have that in front of us now. How are we going to use that specifically? What does that look like? If we're not sharing a copy of our logic model, which I think is true in most cases for foundations and for some cases in federal applications or other government applications, you're not necessarily going to be sharing that, but you are going to be pulling information from it into the application, and we'll take a peek at some common questions that you'll see in grant applications that are getting at the information. So questions you might see in the proposal, and as we walk through this, you'll see those keywords in there. What are the key activities you'll perform in order to achieve your desired results? That comes from our activity column. What program inputs, another word for that is resources, do you need to achieve the desired results? And that comes from your resource column. How are you defining success? That's your outputs and your outcomes columns. Success for you means serving a certain number of people. It means seeing those people make a change as a result of their participation in your programs. And so there's outcomes that you're hoping to see. That's how you're defining success. And so if you have pre-planned for this application or for your for talking about your programs and applications, if you've pre-planned as a team, you can see how useful that logic model is to you as the person writing the grant application or preparing the post-award report for a grant that's already been awarded. That logic model helps guide your discussion in the proposal. You don't have to make up things or guess at it or go run and find a program person if you've pre-planned, right? What are the expected outcomes of the proposed work? You will see many funders use the words outputs and outcomes. They may ask for goals. What are your goals? What is it you're trying to do? That's where you get a chance to shine with your big idea. What's the point? The bigger impact that you're trying to make overall. All right. Let's get very practical now with some examples. I'm going to be talking about a program model for an organization that provides mental health, peer-facilitated mental health support groups. It's a national organization that has local chapters all over the country. And so this is a real-world example from one of those chapters. And so we're going to use, the way we're going to talk about this is good, better, and best. So these responses, these are the actual words that we're going to pull out of our logic model information and write our narrative with, right? The color green is used here because green means go. These are all good. But going from left to right, they're going to get stronger. And so you can think about this in terms of if you were a grantor and you had, let's say you were told, I can give away $100,000 to the best program. Let's talk about how these responses might help you let go of that check. Which one of them resonates with you as a potential funder ready to make an award? So we know we can describe those program activities. What is it you do? Again, those tend to be the things we can talk the most about. We're very familiar with how our programs run and what services we offer and how we offer them. So for the support group model, we can say our support groups are meeting for 90 minutes and they're led by a trained peer facilitator. They're free and they're confidential. All of that's in there because our theory of change tells us that if we do it that way, we get the best results. So that's a good response that comes from our theory of change and logic model. Better, we can describe how those activities that we're offering are actually helping the participants. We know because we've asked in interviews, focus groups, or surveys, we know that our participants feel accepted by peers who understand their challenges and respect confidentiality. Turns out confidentiality is very important to folks in this setting, right? We've learned that over time, and that's become now a part of our theory of change and the way we do the things that we do. So that's getting into a little more detail about why we do things the way we do, right? And over on the right in the best box, we can describe a clear linkage between the activities that we do and the expected outcomes that we get going from do to get. So we can say, we expect that our support group participants will report decreased isolation due to their attendance at groups. We've asked them a survey question. And even better, we put a little detail on it. We've said we expect that 75% of them will say that. Okay, and that is something we've learned over time as we've run our mental health support groups over the months and years. We've discovered that about 3/4 of them say they're experiencing decreased isolation as a result of their participation. If I'm a funder holding a $100,000 bucket of money and I can make awards, which one of those columns, maybe you can share in the chat, good, better, best, would help you write that check? Which one of those speaks to, and we baited you a little bit by calling it best, right? But you can see how that would affect a reviewer. There's more detail there. There's more promise of what the impact is going to look like. And all of this has come from our theory of change, our understanding of the way our programs work, and then the logic model that we've built from that understanding. All right, so you're getting ready to write your application. We can turn it around and talk about this. The next few slides are centered on something that helps you whether you're writing a proposal, requesting grant funding, or whether you're reporting on an work that has already been awarded funding for. And so some questions you might see in the proposal that get at your understanding of the outcomes that your work and your programs are driving, that program evaluation, those results over time. Like I said, in the slide before, we know that about 3/4 of the participants are going to report the outcome of decreased isolation. We know that because we've been measuring over time. So if we have those results, those measures over time, here's some questions we might see in the proposal that are getting at it. And for a grant application, you might see one that's asking for last year's results. And so it's going to be important for you to be able to talk about that. And then what did you learn from that? In the case of the mental health support group organization, they learned that about 3/4 of their folks are feeling less isolated. Here's our good, better, best. You've got your evaluation report. You've got last year's results in front of you. How can we talk about it? We can, again, report on those outputs. Remember, those are the things that we can count, those things that are produced or created as a result of our activities. We know that 100 people attend our support groups each week in 11 different groups that are population focused. Over the course of the grant period. Whoops, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. And then in Better, we can report our actual measurement of those outcomes. We've done our surveys and we have answers and we've tallied all of that. And we learned that 40% of our support group participants reported decreased isolation due to attendance at group. Oh, 40% when we expected 75%. Put a pin in that. We're going to come back to it. But our actual results are 40% of those participants reported that. Oh, sorry. Okay. And then in Best, we can describe the impact on the participants, on our community, and the change that occurred. Getting into a little more detail, drilling down a little more into the outcomes we're driving. And so we find out that over the years of offering our services, persons living with mood disorders show an improved quality of life as a result of support group participation. That's an impact. That's a big picture why. Why do we offer peer facilitated mental health support groups all year long, every week, week in, week out, in 11 different groups? We do that because we want to improve their quality of life. And that's, again, going back to our theory of change and that big overall impact that we're looking for. Okay, so those are some examples of how you're pulling information from your logic model to respond to the questions in the application. But it's important before we ever dive into that application to consider what it is that we know about our programs. We talked a little bit about why the mental health support groups are offered the way that they are, because we've learned that's what drives the best outcomes. Also, that particular organization has been around for almost 50 years. So they've learned a few things over offering those groups all throughout the country in their different chapters over all that time. So they know now what makes them shine. You know what makes your work shine. You know what those unique outcomes are that you're able to produce in the work that you're doing and the participants that you're serving. You know that best. That makes you what I call an expert, right, at what you're doing. You may be providing similar services to another organization down the road, but you are the expert in your community with those you serve and the way that you run your programs. That gives you practice wisdom over the time. And that's a term that I like to talk about to help you feel enabled and qualified and confident to make decisions about the kinds of outputs. In other words, those numbers of things you want to deliver and the way you want to deliver them, and then the changes that you expect as a result of those. Your logic model should highlight or emphasize the things that your organization does uniquely well. It can feel a little rote sometimes, maybe as you're going through this, to say, okay, we serve 100 people in 11 mental health support groups. We do the same thing. We did the same thing last year that we're doing this year. We're probably pretty sure we're going to do it next year. It can feel rote and repetitive, but over time, you learn things. You make tweaks and adjustments in where you offer your services. Maybe you increase your outreach and you bring in a new part of the community that you want to serve that you hadn't previously served. In other words, trying to help you feel courageous and encouraged to really use this in a way that highlights what your organization does uniquely well. So that's where you get to decide what outcomes you want to measure. Another thing to consider with all of this as you're deciding what you want to measure is who's going to gather this data. Usually falls to the program team. Remember, the folks that are on the ground serving participants and community members, they're usually the ones in a best position to gather it. Where will you store it? And quite often you have identity and confidentiality considerations. You want to store the data in a de-identified way so that you can't trace survey responses back to an individual. How will you analyze it? Who's going to do that? Do you have the tools to do it? What tools do you need? And then, of course, this is just like any other resource. Remember the first column in your logic model. It takes resources. It takes personnel, time, and resources to do this work. And so those are considerations. A lot of grant terms, especially for foundations, are 12 months long. So they want you to drive some outcomes over that 12 months and be able to report back on it. That's a consideration in your time frame for outcomes, right? How long do I have? What can I afford to measure in that time, given that it takes resources to do it? So it's not sometimes so much about how long you have to measure as much as it is about how much is the grant maker willing to contribute to the measurement of your outcomes and outputs. So that should be, I'll go back to that for just a minute. That's important. That should be over in your resource column. Evaluation staff, data tools to gather and store the information, people to analyze the results. So that's part of your resources. It's also part of your activities. And you'll see that especially in federal grant applications, they're going to probably have you attach a big long attachment and ask you to go into great detail about your evaluation plan. And so somewhere in your budget needs to reflect the cost of doing that. Okay, we talked a little bit about the change we want to see as a result of our work, and that's those outcomes, time-based outcomes in the logic model, and then that last column on the overall impact. So I'll go into a little bit more detail about it. This is a really nice chart to help you see the differences. So you have your short-term, intermediate-term, and long-term outcomes. Remember, we said those are right after your program is over, the class has happened. For the mental health support group, perhaps that's after a participant has attended support groups for 3 months or so. You might see some changes in awareness, knowledge, attitude, some of those things there. Running your program a little longer, 6 months, 8 months, 12 months, you might see some behaviors changing, some decision-making changing, social action. Your longer term could be a year or more. We've talked about some of those types of changes. It just takes longer running our services and programs, driving those outcomes over time, learning, tweaking, all those things come into play here. To get to that last impact we're looking for that makes a change in organizations, communities, systems, climate. So as a specific example, we could talk about changes that for the mental health support group folks, they're looking to improve the quality of life for people living with mental health issues. So that's their big global impact they're looking at. You can talk about that in a grant application by saying, we expect our community will look different after years of serving in this way because of A, B, and C, or this is the way it will look different. Perhaps after 50 years of running mental health support groups, the community where this particular chapter is located has become a community that's more supportive of people who have mental health diagnoses. It's not as scary or as lonely or as an isolating place. Perhaps they have worked to remove stigma that sometimes is associated with mental health issues. That's what our community looks like. And that's what you can talk about in your applications as your end game, even though a funder is only funding a 12-month window of that. But you can then drill down and talk about, this is our big picture. This is where we're headed. Here's where 12 months of your support will take us. How far down the road will that support take us? Okay. All right. That brings me to the end of my presentation. I'm going to have Maggie come in after me and talk about drilling into a little bit more into the wording in our narrative using our logic model. She's going to talk about writing some SMART objectives. But what I'd like us to do now, before we take our break at the top of the hour, is if you don't already have it out, grab a piece of paper, sticky note, open up a Word document, a Google Doc, whatever way you like to think out loud or plan. If you had started to fill in logic model columns and you have your resources and activities, now is a great time to move further in that logic model. Talk about what outputs do you think you measure, you expect to measure. What are some of the changes you expect to see over the short, medium, and long term? What's your big idea? Keep in mind, you can move backwards with a logic model. We read left to right and we think, okay, we have to move left to right. But I think Beth mentioned to you, you can go backwards. You can start over there at that big global impact. If I am looking to increase the quality of life for people with mental health diagnoses, then move backwards. What changes what I want to drive, and what would I need to make those change? What resources would I need? What activities would actually lead to that? So again, using your theory of change and your logic model to think through these things, and to keep in mind my encouragement to make sure that what you are best at doing is represented in your logic model in the change that you expect to see. So I'm going to give you just a few minutes to do that. Invite you to share anything you'd like in your chat, in the chat, or ask questions. And if I can answer anything,
Yep. And Julie, I've got a few questions teed up for you, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
So one is that Josh has asked if outcomes look different from one tribe to another. And I said, I think they would. I would expect they might. But that was my sidebar opinion. And so I'd love it if you could weigh in on Josh's question.
The answer is absolutely. I would be shocked if they looked exactly the same from one tribal community to another. Again, it gets back to your practice wisdom. You're serving in your programs and services a particular part of a community, a subset, maybe the entire community, depends on your services, right? And so you, over time, become the expert in serving those folks in the way that you do and getting the results that you get. And you are the one that's iterating that week after week, month after month, year after year. And the purpose of looking at your theory of change and your logic model, it's not a one and done type of document, right? You're going to look at it at least annually, maybe more frequently. You're going to peek at it every time you write a grant report for an award you've received, because you're going to have to answer the question, what difference did our funding make? What outcomes did you achieve? And so I fully expect that your outcomes will be as unique as the people you serve. And that can be tribe to tribe. It can be organization to organization. maybe 2 different tribes both have a program that does similar things or is trying to solve a similar problem. They may do it differently. So I expect their outcomes to be different.
Excellent. And then another question came in from Kimberly asking, is this where missions align between funders and grant writers?
Yes. Again, you'll find this tool, the theory of change and the logic model will help you answer that question quickly, which is a gift, because as you're looking at potential grant opportunities, you're doing a grant search, trying to figure out which ones make sense to pursue. Having done this work before, you're going to have the incredible gift and knowledge that enables you to answer that yes/no question very quickly. You'll be able to look at a funder's website or the description in a grant funding database and see those keywords. Oh, straight out of our theory of change, right out of our logic model. I think we're a great fit. Or you can say, we're maybe a fit or we're not a fit at all. So you can see that the logic model and your understanding of your theory of change presents you with these tools can be used in multiple ways. So absolutely.
Awesome. I think that clears the questions out of the chat for now. I know one of our own instructors is actually the one with their hand raised. So I think we've also got all the hands that have been raised addressed. We know Maggie doesn't have a question unless she was seeding her own for SMART objectives. But I'm curious. I love it when you ask people to populate the logic model like that. I'm curious if anyone's going to be willing to share with us in the chat any of the things they might have jotted down.
Did any of you, I'm curious, try to put, when you're talking about the change you expect, so you said we're going to increase something or decrease something, did you try to quantify it with the percentage of your participants you might expect would experience those changes? Be curious to know if you feel confident doing that. That's usually a question that gets asked somewhere in this process. Okay, I'm running my mental health support groups. I expect some people will feel more connected. They'll make new friends, right? They'll develop some trust and some bonds with people who understand. That's what a peer is. Someone who understands your lived experience. And that usually means some really strong social connections. So we can say all those things are going to get better. It gets a little trickier when we start to think about those percentages. And so I promise to get back to that. Remember that 40%? We expected that 3/4 of those mental health support group participants would say they feel less isolated. Well, what actually happened one particular year when they measured with surveys, they found that that number was actually lower. It was 40%. But there was something going on in the year 2020 that affected that. So that's something you get to discuss in your narratives and your applications, or in this case, maybe a grant report where you got a little bit different result than you had thought you would based on previous year's experience. You got a much lower percentage of folks feeling less isolated. Well, you also know that in grant reports, and actually in grant applications, you may be asked to talk about challenges you've experienced or times when things didn't turn out the way you expected. Why didn't they? And what changes did you make to address that? So in the case of the year the pandemic began, as a lot of people delivering in-person services had to do, there was a huge pivot to online. So this organization did pivot to online mental health support groups. Well, it doesn't take too much imagination to realize that's a really different way of delivering. If I'm sitting in the room with a group of people talking about the lived experience of my mental health diagnosis, I can look at faces and I can look at body language and I can connect on a different level than in an online support group. So that can be something that you can discuss in your grant application. Yes, we got a lower result than expected. Funders want that transparency. They want to hear about the real world challenges in program delivery and things that you're seeing in the groups that you're serving. So that's just one example talking about putting those percentages out there. Any other questions? Any sharing of what you're...
I haven't seen anyone share any of their draft statements yet, but I did put another request in the chat like we saw. And Julie, I know, having worked with you so much over the years, that, you know, I'm glad you shared the story about the 40%. That was backwards looking. I know a question we often get is, what's the right number that the funder wants me to put in the application? So anticipating that that question might be out there with our participants as well. I know you've given some sage wisdom over the time, but what would be your response to someone said, I want to put the right number in. What is the right number?
We always put 100% all of the time. No, just kidding. Again, it goes back to practice wisdom. In the case of the mental health support groups, the reason they guessed that their result would be 75%, would feel less isolated, is because they had seen that year after year hovering around. Maybe they saw 60%, 68%, maybe one year it was 80. Maybe they took a running average, you know, over 3 or 5 years of service. What do we expect? So you can do that. You can look back at previous data. The other thing you can do is make a best guess. Chances are, in your theory of change conversations, you have looked at, and some of your programs are evidence-based, right? You can look up information about mental health support groups and peer facilitated. There's a lot of research out there that show why having them peer facilitated drives better outcomes. And you can even look at some of that research to say, well, what did they expect? What things did they measure? What percentages did they think they were going to get? That's a good first place to start. But keeping in mind, as we talked about earlier, different outcomes come from different groups serving different participants, right? And so we might not look exactly the same as the groups that were measured in that research paper. But it is a good place to start. That tells us, can we expect 20 or 80, 30 or 90? It can at least give us a direction for that. Anything else?
Well, we've got a few examples that folks have been working on that have come into the chat.
Good.
So Maria shared a draft outcome that is online beading class for youth, elders, and first-time Indigenous beaders. So I'll let you react to that one. And then I've got another one in the queue for you as well. But questions or feedback from Maria on what's been shared, Julie?
If I understand what's been shared, there's an online class being offered that I'm assuming is showing folks how to do that. If I'm understanding that, then that definitely is one of your activities. It's an activity that can be counted. I'm sure you can count numbers of people who join in that class. You can even perhaps do a little pre-survey and a post-survey that could get at the change that might have occurred. Usually, like we talked about, that's a short-term outcome, right? Before people participated in the class, their knowledge was, maybe 1 through 3, poor to best, or whatever, whatever you want to put in there, a Likert scale kind of thing, where you ask them, what do you know about this before we get started? And then afterwards, what do you now know about it? So you can see that change in knowledge or skills or awareness, educational type of change.
Awesome. And we've got a draft impact comment in here for you as well, Julie. Kimberly has shared they want to see the ratio of Native American youth in the Oregon Youth Authority decrease by 30%.
There you go. That's perfect. And so oftentimes when we're measuring change, the words increase and decrease are in there. We expect something to increase, something to decrease. Sometimes that something's getting better, right? Or we're getting a few steps down the road in that impact that we'd like to see. And so that's a great example right there. And Kimberly, I would challenge you to think about, how long will it take to see that decrease of 30%, do you think? And if it's longer than the funder is willing to fund in the grant application you're looking at, what can you talk about in terms of the steps that that funding will help you take toward that? And so you can see how these things get translated into narrative in our grant applications. I think that's great.
All right, well, we've got one more for you here that's been shared in the chat. And Mimi has shared an outcome draft that is fall prevention program to develop awareness to prevent or reduce falls in the home and in the community.
Great. That you're developing awareness. That word is a clue that might be in that short or mid-range outcome. You're going to increase that awareness. You're going to offer some sort of classes. I don't know, some instruction, maybe a talk given at a residential home or something to help people understand ways that they can reduce falls, things that go into, I just wrote a falls prevention grant, so I'm all over this, things that go into helping people understand what factors can lead to a fall. Simple things like removing obstacles and putting hand grips up and those kinds of things. So yeah, this is great.
All right, we're getting close to break. There's one more that just came in here that I'd love to have you weigh in on.
Sure.
So they're looking for a grant to start a native youth fish camp for the summer to harvest, smoke, vacuum pack, and jar fish all summer. They wanted something like a lodge for the kids to stay, having equipment and nets and skiffs. So a culture camp for the summer. And so there's a lot in there, I think, in terms of what our logic model might break it out to, but I wondered if you had any just quick feedback.
Sure.
I
think you've written a purpose statement, kind of a funding's purpose, that question, what is it that we want to do? What do we need funding for? And so what I'm seeing there is a list of activities: harvest, smoke, vacuum pack, and jar fish. I'm seeing a time frame. You want to do this over the summer months. I see some resources that you need. You need a lodge for the kids to stay in. You need some equipment, nets, all the things to do those activities. And then you're going to teach the skills, I think, is what I'm seeing there. So I'm seeing resources and activities. I've seen that left-hand side of the logic model there. To take it a step further, to start thinking about things you could count. An obvious one is numbers of kids joining the camp, numbers of skills taught. Maybe you're going to measure skills over the course of the summer. Sounds like something they're going to be learning and getting better at over time. How can you measure the change in the skill level? What can they do at the end that they couldn't do at the beginning? You could start talking about that in terms of outcomes. Again, always encouraging you to think about how this program is or can be uniquely different. You talked about a culture camp. What are the unique ways you bring culture into this experience? How are the participants, the youth that attend the camp, changed as a result of immersing themselves in those experiences all summer? That could be your big picture impact on that one. So I want to come. Sounds like fun. Or at least would like to buy some of the salmon products. It sounds like fun to me.
Such great examples, and I'm so grateful for everyone's sharing here in response to Julie's portion of the training on logic models. I think that is a perfect segue for us to take another hydration stretch break, because we're going to pick up this conversation with a goal and objective session with Maggie here in just a few moments, but we are going to at 6:01 Eastern, so we'll return from break at 6:11 Eastern, and we'll be talking about, like I said, a goal and smart objectives related to exactly the projects and programs you've been sharing this with us in the chat. So everybody enjoy your break.
Clock, we're at 6:12, so we're actually 1 minute past our break time. I hope everyone had a good little rest and stretch. I'm very excited to be here, actually, because I was supposed to be here before and had lots and lots of tech problems, but I think we overcame them. So bear with me a little bit as we get into our topic for now, which I'm very excited to talk about. It is SMART objectives. I'm a little jealous that you got to do logic model stuff without me because I'm a big, big fan. But this is going to tie right into that. So I'm going to share my screen so we can start talking about our SMART objectives and what that means and how that's important for grant proposals. Okay. Can everybody see my screen okay? I want to make sure we can see and hear me. All right, I'm going to get started. So, SMART objectives. Now, when we're thinking about our objectives, we want to actually start thinking about our goals. And with goals, there's different layers to it. So our goals are big, they're broad, they're the overall change that you want to see, the overall change you want your project to make, or you might have big organizational goals that are like big changes you want, the impact you want your organization to have. But if we're thinking about a specific grant application, grant program, and you're connecting that to one of your programs, right? You're going to think about what's your program goal? Why are you doing this? For each objective, or for each goal, I should say, you're going to have some objectives. Now, maybe one objective, more than likely it's going to be more than one. Your objectives are, I use the analogy, they're like the rungs in the ladder, right? If the goal is getting to the top, the objectives are each rung that you want to climb up there, to get to the top. Now you're probably thinking that you just did your logic model, went through all of that, and you didn't talk about objectives. And that's a fair point. Objectives, they're pretty much embedded within the different elements of the logic model. And they tie into your outputs and your outcomes. So what's the difference between the objectives and the outputs and the outcomes and all these old words that, kind of keep us confused when we're grant writing? Your outputs, they're like the numbers, right? You saw that in the logic model, the tangible, quantifiable things that you can measure. And your outcomes are the change. What's going to happen? And both of these tie into your objective statement. So we're going to, in a little while, we're going to look at examples, and you're going to see how your outputs and your outcomes kind of tie into those objective statements. Now, for objectives, a great framework to use is the SMART framework. Now, this is an acronym for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. And this is in relation to how you want to draft your objectives and the kind of information you want to be in there. So when we're thinking about the specific piece, we're thinking, what exactly are you trying to do? Who's involved? Where will it happen? And then the measurable piece, which I know earlier on was mentioned, the measurement is sometimes left behind, right? Sometimes forgotten about. So it's really important that this is included in your objective. What is your measurement? What is the data you're going to collect? And you're just talking about evaluations. It's the measurement piece of your objective that's going to tie right into your evaluation piece. Your A is your achievable. Sometimes you might see it, if you look this up, if you looked up SMART objectives, sometimes you might see it say attainable instead of achievable, but it ultimately means the same thing. Can we do this with what we have? Is the target feasible? So thinking back to your logic model, the achievable, the attainable ties into your inputs. What do we have to put towards this program? What can we leverage? What can we invest? And can that help us get to our goal? Your relevant, the R, sometimes you might see it as realistic. And that's really, does this matter? Does it matter? Does it tie into the needs statement? Does it tie into our mission? Is it going to help us get closer to our goal? Is it realistic to be able to get this done? And then your T comes down to time bound. And that's where you're going to see some examples that really show you what is the time frame you're going to be able to achieve this objective. So maybe it's something that might take a year, maybe it's something that might take a month, but it should have a start and an end. You don't want it to be open-ended. That's your goal. Your goal statement is really more open-ended. The objective should have a start and a finish. You want to be able to show the funder when you'll have it completed. So that's what SMART, when you see this kind of laid out, this acronym laid out, this is what it's referring to. Now, we're going to look at a few examples. And when you're thinking about this, what we want you to come away from right now is really how to make your draft objective smarter, right? So you want to start with, you were talking about the good, better, best, right? Start with something good, okay? And then you're going to go through the process of how to make it smarter with each iteration. So it's almost like a drafting process, right? It's not necessarily perfect on the first try. You get input from people, you think about the framework, and you see how you can make it better. So we have two examples on the screen. One we call our old style, which is really just a very general, very vague statement. An objective saying, provide good services to all clients. Well, I'm sure any organization can say that is true for them. Now, if we think about a SMART style, how can we make this better? Well, now we're talking about increasing client service satisfaction to 90% this fiscal year. Well, that changes everything, right? Provide good services to all clients could really mean anything. It leaves a lot up for interpretation. And now you're talking about something specific, the service satisfaction. That's what you want to increase. So you can see the difference. Good services to all clients, and now you're getting into exactly what you want to do. When you present something like that to a funder, they're going to have much more understanding, and it's going to make your applications much more competitive when you see it in this style. Another example, I will vanquish evil in a single afternoon. Well, as cute as he is, it's a little vague. What type of evil? How much? How do we measure it in a single afternoon? What's the hour time here? How can we make, again, this is when you're thinking about taking something vague and improving it. So here's another example. I will increase the distance from the ground by 1 meter before dinner tonight. Well, at least this kid has something he's working for. We're getting a bit of the SMART framework in here, increasing the distance by 1 meter. You have your measurement, you have your time frame. There are things that we can probably improve, but at least we're off to a better, situation than you were in the first one, which is pretty vague. Now we have some more to talk through. So I think when when you think about this, the SMART objectives, it can be used in two ways. One, it's great for the pre-planning side. It's great for thinking about your program design side, when you're working out that logic model way before you start actually writing the application. But it's also really good in the application itself. Many funders are asking these days for SMART objectives, and they say that specifically. They say, what are your SMART objectives? I've seen it in government proposals, but I've also seen it in foundation proposals. So while it's really good to use on the your pre-design, when you're working everything out, when you're thinking about your program, it's also really good to use in the grant application itself. It's kind of the thread that can tie everything together when you have your SMART objectives. Now thinking about them again, so you're specific. So how do you make your SMART objective specific? Well, that's, like I said, it's the who and the what of your program activities. So again, thinking about our logic model, you have the activities column, right? To make that specific, who's going to do it? And what exactly are they going to do? That's how you start on the track of making your objectives specific. You also want to make them not overly complicated. So the suggestion we have on the slide here is use only one action verb, because if you use too many, it's really tying several activities together, and it can be a little bit confusing as to what the objective is. But I think that what's important to remember is that it can tell you who's doing the thing and what exactly they're going to do. And we're going to look at some more examples so you can see that clearly. Now, measurable. You're going to hear me say it a lot. It's so important that you have some sort of measurement in there. And I know a little bit of the conversation before was like, well, what's the right number? What's the right number to say? You know, and that really, there is no magic number. We had this conversation recently with an organization who is trying to support students who were in the healthcare field. And there's such a shortage of nurses, such a shortage of EMTs. And, you know, but they're a small organization. They can only do so much. But they were very concerned of saying, well, are they going to look at our number and say, this isn't enough? We want to serve much, much more. And I said, it's not necessarily about the number. It's everything together. Can you do it? What, you know, with that measurement, how does that tie into the impact you're going to have? So when you put in a number, you don't want to think that you have to inflate it, right? To have it be, you know, pretty and dazzling, this big, large number, and look at all these people we're going to serve, or look at all these, you know, touch points we're going to have. It's more about, can you achieve that? And that's why all the pieces of the SMART framework really tie together. Because if you put a large number in, but you're not showing who's going to do the work or how you're going to get it done, it's not necessarily tying back to your needs statement or your mission, they're going to be able to see through that. So it's really important that you have something measurable, but also you can kind of stand behind it. And you're not backing your program staff into a corner thinking that they have to achieve these huge impacts that they're not going to be able to do. So remember, think about your measurement, have something to include, but you want it to be achievable, attainable. And again, we're thinking about that given time frame. So if you put a large number in and you're saying you're going to accomplish that maybe in a year, maybe the grant period's for 1 year. Well, the question is really, if you've never achieved that large of a number or even come close to it before, you're setting yourself up for failure. And then when it's time to do reporting, you're going to say you're not meeting your objectives, and you don't want to have that conversation. So understanding what your data is, what the work you're doing is going to help you then determine what you can do with grant funding and how you can, you know, make sure that your objectives are achievable. And also that you can show some impact or some growth in a way that's sustainable, right? So if you're saying, well, this funding is going to help us serve more, you don't want to put a big number in there that's unrealistic with the inputs you're having. Maybe you're hiring staff, maybe you're bringing on some part-time staff or even full-time. But again, if you understand how many people you're serving now with the staff you have and what bringing on new staff is going to do, having that data is going to help say, oh, wait, well, if you're thinking of, you know, a caseload, right? If you're a caseworker, and what's realistic for a caseload? And you say, well, they're going to serve 500 people this year. Well, I know enough caseworkers to know that they're burnt out enough. We don't want to make it worse by putting large numbers on them. So that's how our measurement and our attainable, achievable pieces of the SMART objectives tie together. And when we talk about relevant or realistic, like I said, they really need to tie back to your problem, to your organization's mission. If you know, sometimes we see organizations want to go after funding. I know you talked about research and finding the right funder, and you learned about that today. And it really matters because if you're looking at a funder who say is going to help youth mental health, but that's what they want to fund. You're not going to request funding for a program that doesn't do anything like, say, support STEM education. You know, it's not connected. It doesn't go back to your needs statement. Maybe it's not part of your mission. It's not what the funder wants to see. So you want your objectives to be relevant to the problem and the solution you're putting forward, and also realistic, which ties into that piece about what's achievable, what's measurable for your organization. At the end of the grant period, you really want to be able to sing the praises and say, we not only did we achieve our objectives, we exceeded them. And then your funder is going to think it's fantastic and they're going to fund you again. And that would be great if that's how it always went. But when you put in relevant and realistic objectives that you can achieve, it's going to increase your likelihood of getting funded in the future. And going into timely, like we said, should provide a time frame. And this may depend. Sometimes when we're thinking about our grant timeline, we're basing it on what the period is for the grant award. So if you're looking at foundation funding, often a year, sometimes more. Government funding often is multi-year. You might have an award that's 1, 2. I've seen grant awards that are 5 years. We actually just worked on one not too long ago. So when you're thinking about your objectives, you don't want to say, oh, it'll all be achieved by the end. Put everything out. You want to be able to show progress throughout. So that's why having time-bound objectives, having a time frame indicated on each objective kind of shows that. You kind of want to layer. It's okay to have some things that you don't achieve till the end, but I wouldn't suggest having all your objectives be only achieved once you get to the end. You want to maybe revise them so you can show some progress along the way. So when you have to do a quarterly report or maybe like a semi-annual report, you can show that there's things happening. You're having some impact. And not that, oh, we have to wait until we do our final report for you to really get an update on what's happening here. So it builds relationship with the funders. It builds confidence into your programs, but it also shows the work that you're doing throughout. And that's why using the objectives in that way is so important. You want to make sure you're going to have a time frame on there. So I talked all through the time frame, and I talked all through the smart, the smart elements. So now we're going to take a few minutes and we're going to go through some examples, and we're going to see if we can identify, what the smart elements are here. So I have an example on the screen. By the end of the school year, district health educators will have delivered lessons on assertive communication skills to 90% of youth participants in the middle school HIV prevention curriculum. So let's think about, what do we think in the chat? Do we think this is a SMART objective? And there's no, no right or wrong. Just curious what everyone thinks. Does this look like it's a SMART objective? Maybe still having some tech problems, because if you're up to my chat won't update. So if you're there, I apologize if I can't see it, but we're going to go through this. So let's think about the S, right? Our first point, specific. What do we see here that is specific? We have, remember we said, who is doing the work? What are they doing? So we have highlighted here. These are the specific elements. District health educators, there are who, our youth participants, also are who. So you have the two sides of it. You have the district health educators, they're the who's doing the work, and then you have the youth participants, they're who's benefiting from the work. So you could see both sides. Now let's think about the measurement. I hope we can see that right off the bat. We have 90%. So it's in there. Now, I also like to draw attention to the fact that I think I heard Julie say this before. We're not going to say, 100% all of the time. Well, it's not realistic. And I think when you say 100%, it makes funders question that, because it's just so rare to have 100% on anything. So, and again, you don't want to set yourself up for having to explain away of why you didn't get to 100%, because there's always exceptions. Now, here we're talking about assertive communication skills, but what we're saying is they'll deliver the lessons. And that's the interesting thing. If you're going to talk about, well, we delivered lessons, but also youth participants reported a 90% increase in assertive communication skills, that's going to be an extra step, right? Now we're going to have to talk about surveys and how you're going to be able to prove that point. So how is this attainable and achievable? We can know the district health educators. So we're talking about educators, connecting them to youth participants in the middle school. We're not talking about, the who's doing the work aren't people who don't have experience with the students. They're the actual health educators are going to be presenting this curriculum. So right there, without any context or narrative explaining it, it's like, okay, well, we can make a safe assumption that the health educators would be able to present on this kind of curriculum because that's what their background is in. And we're also talking about the youth participants in the middle school. So it's important because we're talking about connecting the educators with in the middle school, but also the fact that I love always with this example, going back to, well, what are they trying to do here? They're trying to deliver the lessons, right? So that's exactly, it's going to be easy to demonstrate that you were able to do that through the lesson plans, through the coursework and things like that. And that's what you always want to be able to do when you're connecting it back to your evaluation too. So going on to, is it realistic? And I just spoke about this. We're talking about the 90% of the youth participants. So we didn't say 100% because there's going to be an exception, right? Kids might be sick, lots of things might happen where you don't get to that 100%. And again, we're talking about them having delivered the lessons, right? So that keeps it realistic. Now you might have a separate one that talks about the improvement that those students have. But again, that could be a whole separate objective that you would measure because that might be a different number than 90% and most likely would be. And one of my favorite ways to actually draft objectives is to start the objective with the time frame. It may not be the final draft. Maybe you mix them up a little bit, especially if they're going into a proposal. But I think when you're drafting them and you're kind of laying out your plan, having the time frame start the objective puts in perspective for you about what's going to happen when. So this one does say by the end of the school year, and perhaps that's the whole program, the timeline. We're not sure. It could be a 2-year program for all intents and purposes. But when we're saying by the end of the school year, automatically right up, whoever's reading this has a time frame in there. And you could break it down a little more. Maybe it's by semester, or maybe it's by quarter they're receiving this curriculum. But that's, like I said, I like to start my objectives that way because it helps put it in perspective when I'm working on a draft of when all the things are going to happen. And that will support you if you have to do a timeline. It will support you on your budget to understand what pieces are falling into place when. So having these objectives that have this like strong time frame on it really supports your proposal in a lot of ways. Okay, so now we have a program goal. Now, when you did your logic model exercise, or you're just looking at those, it's really hard to think about objectives without understanding what the goal is. Because you can look at any objective and it can actually, you could take it way out of context if you don't know what's the change you're trying to see, what's the big why behind it. So we have an example of a program goal on the screen to help put into context when we look at some of these objective examples. So there's our goal and there's our objective. So the objective is 90% of family caregivers of those with Alzheimer's disease will participate in our education workshop. It's good, right? It's good. We can make it better. We can make that stronger when you go through the pieces and you think about the entire SMART acronym and you're thinking about all of it. You can definitely see that some things are missing. We have our 90% of caregivers. All right, so we have our measurement here, but we don't know when they're participating. We don't know how long we're participating. We don't know who's facilitating the workshops. So there's definitely pieces that are missing. Attainable, relevant, time-based, and the S&M are a little weak. So again, writing objectives, it's not about having the perfect first draft. It's about looking at them, writing your objectives down. And as we're talking about this and we're kind of going through this process, I want you to start thinking about your own programs and what are your program goals? And then what do you think your objectives are? And again, put that first draft down and like, okay, sit back. What's missing here? How can I make this better? How can I make this smarter? See what I did there? Different ways you can use that acronym. But I think that that's really important because it's not like you're going to have the perfect objective the first time. So here's that same goal with the improved objective. Now you can see the difference. They started the objective my favorite way by the end of the calendar year, putting that time frame right up front, which again sets it in your brain. Okay, by the end of the calendar year. That I think it could be a way we could make that even a little bit stronger is say over what months, because by the end of the calendar year, they could be starting this in December for all we know, or they could be starting it in January and it's a 12-month program. So that's a way, again, you can think, all right, I have some time frame in there, but how can I make it better? How can I make it more specific with that time frame? And now we have some more information in there too about, all right, 90% of family caregivers, we have the name of the program. Now it says we'll have participated in the education series. So that kind of goes back to our other one when we talked about they were delivering the curriculum. Now we're talking about that these family caregivers have participated in the program. That's something you're going to be able to track. That's something that's easy to track. We also say that they're going to self-report an increased understanding of how to handle different behaviors from those with dementia in their home environment. Using increase and decrease as part of your measurement is okay, but you want to make sure you know what your baseline is, because you're going to have to show that to the funder at the very least in your report or your evaluation plan. So if you're saying that something's going to increase, like their understanding is going to increase, you'd have to prove what their understanding is going in, and that's a little tricky. Now, I've seen increase or decrease used in objectives in other ways where you know for sure what your baseline is. Maybe you're going to increase the number served by 10% or something like that. It's tricky to prove that you've increased their understanding unless you have your beginning survey and your ending survey. So in this case, they call out, they're going to self-report. So that's how you're going to measure it. And that's the kind of information that helps the funder understand where this is coming from. Without that, could raise a lot of questions. So again, you don't want your objectives to be too long and too overcomplicated, but at the same time, you want to put enough information in there so that they really understand that the direction that you're going in. So here is another example. Teachers will be trained on the selected scientifically based health curriculum. Okay, we've got some questions. I've got a few questions, right? What's missing here? It's not specific. We don't know who's doing the training. We don't know what type of teachers. Not measurable. Look back. Doesn't tell us how many. No measurements at all. It's not time-based. We don't know when they're being trained. We don't know how often they're being trained. There's no timeline associated with all. So here's a better way to write the objective. By year 2 of the project, starting off with that time frame right off the bat, and then you go into, we have our measurements, we know which teachers we're talking about. We're talking about the health education teachers. We're talking about what type of curriculum. So when you go through the SMART objective framework and you ask yourself the questions, that's how you can kind of come up with going from here to here. So having this as the beginning is always totally fine. That's when you sit back and you look and you think, all right, we can improve on this. What pieces are we missing? And that's how we're going to get into having a smarter objective. Okay, so we have some more objectives on the screen. And what we're looking at here is seeing which of these do we think are the smartest objectives. And which of these, and these are all actual objectives that were pulled from proposals that we're familiar with. And this is how you can kind of go through a process of examples. We expect to help 10 children by entering kindergarten the following year. None of these are 100% perfect, right? Every one of them can probably be tweaked. Every one of them can be made a little bit smarter. Some are more obvious than others. But I think that you can see the example of how each one of them has a strength, right? They all have a piece of the framework, but not necessarily all of it. And I think it's interesting when you yourself write something and then you show it to someone else and they see things that you didn't see. So it's easy to, for us to look at these and say, oh, they could do this or could do that. And that's why I think it's always helpful to have someone else kind of look at the objectives and to do it collaboratively in that sense, because they're going to see things that are missing that, that you as the person who wrote it may not necessarily pick up on right away, because to you might be crystal clear. So what are some of the things I'm thinking about? Number one, there's no measurement. We don't know what the services are. We don't know about the organization at all. So I think we're missing several pieces here. The only thing we know is we have the measurement of 130 new students. We don't know if that's an increase or decrease. We don't know if their access to mental health, behavioral health services is an increase or decrease. So a lot of information that's missing there. I think the second one is on the right track. I think it's, we have the time frame right off the start, so that's really always helpful. But I think we can use some more examples about how many would be trained, a little bit more about the staff. So again, some of these are stronger than others. Number 3, we're missing a lot of pieces. We don't have our time frame, we don't have our measurement. So it's these kind of exercises that you can go through to help you come up with ways to draft the SMART objectives. So this is something that I find really helpful, is utilizing these questions. So when we work on objectives, we'll put our drafts in and then go through each piece and ask these questions. This will help you get to the smarter objective that you want to have. And if you can answer all of these questions, then your objective's in great shape. But chances are it didn't necessarily happen on the first try. But this is what I really like to use this. And I use this myself all the time when I'm writing out my objectives. So again, when we're thinking about our specific, we're thinking, what exactly are we going to do? The strategies that you're going to use to do it. Is the objective clear? Does it have your strong action verbs? And will it lead to results? The measurement ties back to, all right, you can measure individuals, you can measure services, but also think about, how do you know that change has occurred? So it's good to say a certain percentage of individuals might be served, but is that an increase from previously? Is it a decrease? Kind of put into context what that means, I think is really important, because otherwise the funder may not know that a change has actually occurred. So again, going back to example, can it be done in the proposed time frame? Are the limitations and constraints understood? That's an interesting question to answer too. And can we do this objective with the resources available? Sometimes the answer to that question is no, and that's okay, because maybe you're asking for the grant funding to help you get the resources to achieve this objective. And that's something you just want to clarify. You want to be able to say that, with this funding, we'll be able to do A, B, and C. Make the funder really aware of how their grant funding is going to be used. So you want it to be able to talk about the resources that you're bringing into it, those inputs that were from your logic model, but then you also want to be able to highlight the resources that you might need for this objective. So maybe you're bringing on new staff, maybe you're purchasing supplies, maybe it's stipends. There's all different types of things you can include in grant budget, but you want to make that clear in the request, because if you don't, and you've presented certain resources in the application in your budget, and they don't understand where these resources are coming from, it can lead to questions that could put the application in jeopardy. Going into the realistic, again, is it possible to achieve it? And being able to make that clear to the funder is going to be the difference between you getting funded and not, if they don't have confidence in the fact that your organization can carry this out. And again, when will the objective be accomplished? If you have a project period, I always recommend having some objectives that are, throughout, kind of layered in. So it's not just everything's being achieved at the end, especially if you have a long project period. Some funders want to see a timeline, and they might have a template where you have to break it down by month or you have to break it down by quarter. So when that happens, it's because they want to see activities, they want to see progress throughout the entire, grant period. So again, having SMART objectives is going to really help you with your pre-planning work when you're getting ready, especially for those large proposals, big government proposals. It's going to help you with your proposal design. It's going to help with the application itself, because it's really going to bring it all together, make it very clear to the funder what you're doing with this. I find that even, every application sort of is a little different, right? You have foundation applications that can be small, character counted, boxes that you don't have a lot of room to elaborate, or you might have a large government grant. We just worked on one recently that was 75 pages of narrative, 75 pages of attachments. So there was a lot of room in there to expand on objectives. But you don't always have that luxury, right? There isn't always that space. If I have the space, I'd like to include it. If I have a way that I can format it and make it look really, really clear, I like to be able to do that as well. But I think that you have to utilize the application format the way that the funder wants you to. And more we see objectives being its own question. They might say, what are your goals? We see goals, objectives, outcomes kind of used interchangeably a lot in grant applications. And that can be kind of confusing because you don't know what the funder necessarily wants in terms of those language choices. If they're asking for more than one goal, then that's almost more like objectives. Because typically for your program itself, you have like one big overarching goal. Or, organizationally, you might have a few different goals that kind of tie to your different programs, but you don't want to have too many of those overarching goals because then things can seem disjointed. But I've seen applications where they're like, what are your program goals? When I see that, I treat that more like looking at objectives and making them SMART. Sometimes it just asks for your outcomes. And when we're thinking back to our logic model, that's what we were talking about, right? You have short-term outcomes, medium outcomes, long-term outcomes. And when the funder asks specifically for those, I like to build in, if especially if space allows, a little bit of a explanation about the objective that leads to the outcome. So remember, your outcomes embedded in that objective, right? When we go back to some of the examples that we looked at, we talked about the change that's going to happen, what individuals are going to learn. Those are the types of things that are considered an outcome. So there's no reason you can't embed the whole objective language in there, because it's really going to make, they're going to be pleased seeing that. If you just put the outcome in, it's going to be, it'll still leave some questions there. So you see this language a lot, and sometimes it can be, which do they mean, but you can tie it all together. And that's the beauty of doing the SMART objectives exercise when you're drafting these, because it sets you up for success so that you know what they are for your program, and then you can revise them for the different funders depending on how much information or how much space really they allow. So when you're thinking about how to start with objectives, I don't wait until a grant application's in front of me. We talk to organizations and we start thinking about what are your objectives for this coming year. It's almost the end of the fiscal year, and it's a great time to start thinking about what your objectives are for the upcoming year. What are you going to measure? What's the change you want to see? And having that be something you're talking to program staff about now, so that way you have an understanding and you have time to revise it and you have time to make them smarter before you're under the deadline of a grant application. So that's kind of what we're talking about when we're thinking about pre-planning work, right? Doing this stuff ahead of time so you're not like, oh, there's a grant due, we have to make these objectives stronger. I think every program should have some SMART objectives so that it's something that you can compare from year to year as well. It's going to help you with your evaluation. Or if you're on a calendar year, same thing. You can look towards the end of the year and say, let's start thinking. In that fourth quarter, we got to start thinking about the new year and what our objectives are going to be, and start having those conversations early and go through a drafting process so you can make them smarter, and then you have a really strong base to put for in your grant application. Okay, so we're going to I wanted to leave a few minutes for questions, and also to draft your own objectives. So I had said before to start thinking a little bit about what you have your own programs. What are some of your objectives? I wanted to give you a few minutes to write those down. And hopefully some will be able to or be willing to share their objectives with us, and we can talk about them. So I'm going to give you all just, let's see, what time is it? We got 6:53 my time. So how about we do about 4 minutes, draft some objectives, and then you can share them and we can have a conversation about what those objectives look like and maybe how to make them a little smarter. Because like I said, those other perspectives really, really help. All right, so I'm going to start my clock right now. 6:57. I was just answering a quick question in the chat. Sarah had asked, you always have to have a specific number of people served. And my answer to that is not necessarily. It may not be about the number of people served. You can talk about the services being offered. You can talk about more touch points or so many sessions, but it doesn't necessarily have to be an increase in the people. We have one organization we work with that works with adult literacy. They serve individuals who have needs with adult literacy, and their objectives for the upcoming year isn't to serve more people, but to deepen the services they're providing to those individuals. So their measurement isn't the number. They're not going to use the number of people served. They're going to talk about the increase in services that they're providing or how those are going to deepen. So I think it's not, sometimes that's an easy one to say we're going to serve more people this year, and that's an easy, clear cut way to look at it, but it's not necessarily the case that that's the best measurement for you. Okay, I see some. I'm so excited. I see some objectives in our chat. So I was going to look at Jesse's first. I know we're short on time here. By the end of year 2, the MCN Department of Housing will remediate 6 meth positive units within the Department of Housing inventory, restoring them to. Oh, that's interesting. I like that a lot. You're on a really great track. We have our time frame. You have your measurement with 6 units. I think the only context could be if you could put some description around habitable conditions, because depending on who the funder is, they may not understand that. So if you can put a little bit of a description on what that means without going into too much detail. Remember, we want these to be kind of not overly long, but how do you know if something is a habitable condition or not? Is there an actual definition, or is there something that you refer to? Is it based on a policy or procedure? Like, how is that determined? That will help, I think, bring that into context. I see another one from Tracy. Increase awareness of healthy eating habits by 30% among the elderly AIN populations within 3 months. So you're on a really great stack. I think that's a good objective. The way that you can make that better is when we're thinking about increasing awareness. So sometimes that's a little bit tricky because you'd have to understand how you're going to measure awareness. So that one objective we saw before that talked about something similar, they said, by self-reporting. So how are you going to measure that increased awareness? If you could put something like that in there, it would help the funder understand what you mean by how you're going to measure the fact that that awareness was increased. I'm going to take 1 more minute to do the last one. By the end of the academic school year, students will achieve an average score of 80% on a post-knowledge assessment demonstrating an increased understanding of STEM fundamentals. That's a really good objective as well. One way you can look at this is instead of saying an average score of 80% on a post-knowledge assessment, is that an increase from previously? Instead of saying 80%, or you can, what's the end? Like, what's the baseline, right? So if typically they've only scored 70%, this is a 10%, or maybe 78%, whatever it is, this is going to be a 2% increase from, the previous year. It helps put that in context, what your measurement is. So that helps understand, because right now it doesn't, we don't know. Is 80% the same? Is it better? You know, is it worse? So putting a little bit more context around if that 80% is an increase, which I'm assuming it is, just the way the rest of it's framed out, then that can help, you know, make that objective a little bit stronger. Okay, I know I've gone over my time box. I can talk about objectives for a very long time, I think, as you can tell, but I'm going to have to say goodbye. It's time for another stretch break. It's well deserved by you all. This is a long day. So please, I'm going to give you, we're going to say 7:11 is going to be your time to come back. So get some water, take a break, and we'll see you in a little while.
Well, hello again, everyone. I'm back. I hope, since I've seen you last, I hope you had a good lunch and have learned about logic models. And I know you're just writing SMART objectives. Fantastic. I hope you just had a nice stretch break. And here we are. So I live in Louisville, Kentucky, and we just had the Kentucky Derby on Saturday. So horse racing is top of mind here. And we are in that final stretch for today. We're taking that last turn, and we are going to start talking about creating work plans and then wrap it up for the day. Thank you in advance already for all of your participation in the chat. Keep it coming. If you want to let me know as we get started on work plans, what's some of the things that have stood out to you from today's topics, and what you might take home to start using on Wednesday, since you have a full day tomorrow. But let's get into it. So when we were talking earlier about pre-planning, we talked about potentially that later down the line we'd be talking about work plans, and here that time is. So let's get into it. So work plans are about providing details about key activities. And key activities include planning, design, implementation, execution, and evaluation. And they should be presented following the related SMART objective, which I know you all were just working on, and I heard you did a fantastic job. Saw some of them in the chats when formatting allows. So we have the for a work plan, and what we're talking about, we have an overarching goal, and there is one goal, but the goal can have multiple objectives, and each objective can have an activity, as you can see, multiple activities. But really the question is, we're telling you, you need to be specific, need to have the right level of detail, but what is that? So the specifics of who, what, when, where, and who, what, where, when, and how are included in the key activities, and they should align with the specifics of the associated SMART objective. We don't want to assume that any knowledge of the reviewer, because reviewers may or may not be in the same sector that we're applying for. It may be someone completely unaware of what's happening, and so they need things spelled out for them because they do not have any knowledge. Plus, if you think about, if you can explain it to a 5-year-old, you can explain it to anybody, and they can understand it. Same rules apply with reviewers. We don't want them you don't want them to have additional questions when looking at your work plan. But when we talk about key activities, we're not just talking about our task list. This is not everything that we have to do to get this grant completed, this program or project completed. Key activities are a compilation of specific tasks that can be measured with a combination of outputs and outcomes. So they're not just, we have to buy a computer. Like that would be a task, right? Yes, it's on our to-do list. Yes, it has to be done to complete the program. Maybe we need to buy some iPads, but we're looking at more a compilation of specific tasks that can be measured. We don't want to bore our reviewers with all the to-do lists that we do have to do. So an example of like some key activities would be monitoring program outcomes. So you got program reporting and local performance, measurement, design, and ongoing implementation. So you're establishing a system for the program monitoring. You're training people to be able to do it. You're developing the documentation and data tracking procedures. So those are, can you see a little difference of not just being a simple task, but being more key activities that take a few tasks to get there? So who are the responsible staff? That might be a question. We got who question there. It might be a question that the reviewers are, when they're looking at your work plan, who might be asking that. So we want to answer that before they can ask it. Which personnel listed in the logic model? So going back now a couple, we talked about those inputs in the logic model. So who are responsible for each of the key activities? And is that person singularly responsible for the key activity their name is next to? Are there multiple people? Is it a team of people? And keeping that in mind. And I'm going to go back to a tip I gave you earlier when I was on of that dollar sign and using symbols. Here's another place that you could put the dollar sign to help remind you to check to make sure these people are in the budget. We also want to make sure that the people that are being listed as the responsible staff have the expertise needed. They need to have the necessary expertise, and we might have to show that expertise through their attached resumes or biographical sketches, maybe a CV, but only if those are requested and required, or there's a place to put additional information. So only when it's appropriate. But internally, you also need to be making sure that the responsible staff have the necessary expertise. This could be that you need somebody with a master's in social work if you're doing some sort of social services. Social services. It might be that you need someone, if you have nurses, maybe you need some of them to be the higher step of nurse than just the nurse. So making sure that they have the right expertise, and if you don't have it, then it needs to be hired. And that can be part of your key activities. So the timeline. Timeline helps reviewers visualize the program and what happens when during that period of performance. So now we're talking about the when question. When are we going to do this? And period of performance. What is a period of performance, you might ask? And that can be the timeline of the grant. What is it going to be 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? And then, so you got your big period of performance. Then for your key activities, how much time do each of those take? Are they ongoing? Maybe it's a one-time activity. You're going to have one kickoff event, and that once you kick off whatever this program project is, that you won't have that kickoff event again. Maybe they're quarterly or monthly. And or maybe, so let me go back to, if you all remember, I do lots of arts and culture, so let me give you an example. It might be that it's just, we do a lot of performances, and so those have a time frame, right? It may not be technically quarterly. It may not even be monthly. We do the performance for 2 or 3 weeks, and then we're done with that particular performance, and we're moving on to another one. And those could be far apart, but it's still all part of the period of performance of what we're working on. Kimberly, I see your question about, can you do training to get a person qualified and add that in a grant? Yes. If the grant allows it, then yes, you can. It might be something that is encouraged. Maybe that's part of the grant, is that they want people trained in certain things. But yes, if that is allowable in the grant, then yes, you can do it. It's the age-old answer of it depends, just like most grant answers. Okay. this also, going back to that, now that we've brought that up, this could include contractors and subrecipients too. Maybe someone at your organization is not the one that's going to be doing it, and it's going to be sent out to have someone else do it, and their expertise is going to be needed because you don't have it, or you want to partner, and the partnership would make it stronger. So an HHS application has actually 2 different work plans that it allows you to choose from. And the work plan, this particular one that we saw snippets of both of these earlier, but this one, let's go a little more in depth. So this work plan that you see now allows for a visual representation that shows which key activities happen in which months of the grant award period. We'll do a little pop quiz here, keep you on your toes. So we see those letters S through A under timeline, what those might stand for. When is this grant running? Yes, good job, Tammy. Good job. Yep, good. There, I've also seen, so this one we're showing a very specific example that comes from an application. I've also seen it where sometimes you do it by quarter. If your activities are by quarter and it's a bunch of years, maybe you have year 1, and then under that you have 1, 2, 3, 4. So it happens in quarter 1, 2, or 3, 4. And then you have year 2, quarters 1, 2, 3, 4, and which quarters it happens there. So in looking at this, you can see it's a lot of, this one has a little bit more detail because it's asking for the goal statement, the objectives, those activities, and it's got room for multiple activities across a whole year. And the measure, and it shows also how you're going to measure the accomplishment and the person who's responsible. It may even have more than that, but those are the key points we're talking about right now. And so that's one way you could do it. Another one, again, this is by the same funder for the same application. They let you choose which one would be most appropriate for yours, but they do require you to use one of these templates. That's not always the case from every application. But this particular one allows for more of a short narrative timeline of activities that are cadence-based, like quarterly or bi-monthly. That way you don't have to like keep repeating the activity and say it's going to happen in this month, but it can show more just condensed version of the same information. One is not right or wrong, it really depends on what fits your organization. And I see there's a question about them, and it says, could you reorganize it to fit with the way your tribe does quarters? And the answer to that would be, it depends. Really what you want to do with this management, especially if you're looking at this one, the timeline is based on when they said the program could start. So the funder is dictating that you're going to get the money to be able to start in September, and so we want to start seeing activities in September. If it helps you, you could have an internal document that also reorganizes it to fit yours, but you need to have it overlapping so that the timeline is still, that period of performance is still the same, so that you know what activities fall in that time frame that you're going to be reporting on. So if we're looking at this timeline versus this one, or this work plan versus this one, I want you to tell me in the chat, which one do you think would work better for your program? Again, there is no right or wrong choice, but I want to hear which one you would choose for your program, maybe that you've been thinking about, and then why did you pick that one over the other one? So Mary's put we already have 2 2s. I want to also see some reasoning as to why you like this one Or where is there anybody in they like the first one better? First one fit in your program better?
It's funny, I'm going to actually unmute and chime in, Bethany, because we've been using this HHS example for a number of years, that HHS continues to put it out with their NOFAs, so it's a good one for us to still use. But it's a coin flip when folks look at it, right? I never know what people are going to say in the chat for their why. And I love that people are giving you statements of reason, because it is truly so specific to what's going to make it easier for, like, if I'm the reviewer or if you're the reviewer, what's going to make it easiest for us as somebody learning about the work for the first time. We heard about line beading classes earlier. We heard about summer youth camps, learning fishing skills. And if we're learning about that work for the first time as a funder, which one's going to make it easier for us to understand what happens when and in what order? So yeah, absolutely. I just had to chime in because that just makes me laugh every time we ask how different the answers are. And this time it's a heavy group of 2.
I know.
People like that narrative version. Yeah. All right. I'll go back on. I'll go back to my little sidebar here. I'm in the chat hanging out, but
yes, you come in anytime. You come in anytime, because you're right. It is too heavy, which to me, I guess, is a little surprising, because I use a lot of more one. Personally, I like the one. To me, it feels like it flows better, but that is totally my brain, right? Looking at it. But I'm going to read some reasonings just so you all can hear them. So 2 has more space and it would be easier for my breakdown answers. Okay. 2, because it allows for more explanation under measures of accomplishments and by reporting. Okay. I can add more specifics and more information if I need to. I think that's based on a 2. Now, Kimberly's like me and maybe likes number 1 better because of the timeline, and it feels very visual to see it just straight September to August. Alicia says 2 would need more space to provide specifics of activities. Now here, I'm going to throw this out here because now I'm seeing lots of things about more space, needing more space. So it'd be interesting, Diane, maybe this is our long-term study to see if those that tend to like the second one better or want to use the second one also prefer longer answers, and those that like one maybe like shorter answers. I don't know. When I was in school, I always had trouble hitting the word count. I was always under. And I really like my character and word counts now, and just seeing some explanation here that may lead to that same thing.
Well, and I think, I had to come back in from the sidebar. You opened it up.
I know, I opened right up, didn't I?
Well, the thing that's interesting too is that tomorrow we're going to talk way more about how we take all these design elements and then write around them and write from them to create our applications. And these 2 work plans, they have very different space feelings for like what you get to describe. Yep. And I think that part of your decision around 1 or 2 might even be, what do I have around it? Maggie gave an example in that Smart Objective section about a recent 75-page narrative. You didn't need to rely on the work plan lots because you had 75 pages of narrative. But on the other hand, if it's a federal grant and it's only 10 pages, you have choices about your work plan based on what feels like very space. So one of the things I like, especially because these are from the same funder, draft it both ways. Give it to somebody that's never heard about your program or really is, not involved in your program. They're doing something else wonderful in your tribal organization, and let them tell you which is easier for them to understand. Tell them what they think is, what does the program look like, or what's it going to feel like? What would a reviewer think? And I know you were talking about the study, Bethany. I would even just, poll your peers, poll your friends, poll your family, poll your community members. Which one is clearer for you? So even if you feel strongly about one, you got to remember your reviewers definitely come from a bunch of different perspectives. And I think that also could be an interesting study.
I love your point too about how many pages you might have in the narrative versus the work plan, so that, yeah, if you have a lot of place to expound in the narrative, maybe a shorter work plan so that the reviewer can quickly look at it and go, yep, I see it. I can quickly digest everything that was in that 75-page narrative and move forward. But if maybe it's a 10-page, it's a way, if you use a more space, then you might be able to expound and put more in that you weren't able to get into the narrative. So yes, these are our little tips and tricks that you get to learn about as we talk about these things. But thank you for participating. I see more stuff is still coming in the chat, but we are going to continue to move on. So we've talked about the who by putting in the responsible parties. We've talked about the what of the activities. We've talked about the when of the timeline. So now we're going to talk about anticipated outcomes, also called expected outcomes, are your forecasted or expected results. Talked about that definitely with your logic model and thinking through what you wanted to happen at the end of this program or project. And expected outcomes are related directly. Do you see that in red, bright red? They're directly related to the program goal and SMART objectives. We don't want our reviewers looking at our outcomes and go, well, how does that fit? We want it to be a very clear, logical line from our objectives to the expected outcomes. So I kind of alluded to this before, but when we showed the first graphic of this, but our goal, so we have one goal for the program or project, and it can have numerous objectives, numerous SMART objectives, right? You just learned how to write those. And then each objective, each SMART objective, can then have multiple key activities. And then each key activity can also have several expected outcomes. So you can kind of see how it's being built as a pyramid of goal and then objectives, and then those activities that roll into the objective, and the outcomes that roll into the activity, that roll into the objective, that roll into that one goal. And it could be that you don't have multiple of all of these, but you also have the ability to have multiple. So indicators are also referenced as key performance indicators, or KPIs, if you've heard that term. We have both leading and lagging indicators. So leading indicators measure progress toward a goal and the likelihood to hit a goal, and lagging indicators measure your actual performance on a goal by reporting on the results. So an indicator might be something like, okay, maybe we want our key activity is to provide education, some sort of education. Our outcome is to increase knowledge about that topic so that they will be more knowledgeable about the topic. That's why we want to increase knowledge. An indicator is that we will serve so many people, right? If we want to increase knowledge, one way to do that is to give that knowledge to more people and follow that. Another indicator could be, I know this was talked about with the objectives of seeing an increase in knowledge. So maybe they have a pre and post test when they take these classes, and so you're watching them have an increase in knowledge through that education that they received. So indicators should be clearly defined, quantifiable, adapted, practicable, and actionable. I'm guessing you're getting to see a theme of these things should not, we're not passive in talking about our projects and programs, lots of active things. Okay, so that is our management plan. Hopefully hopefully your knowledge has increased. If we did a pre and post test on this, you can start putting questions in the chat if you would like. We're going to have a time for questions here in a little bit. But we do want to go over the elements of a competitive grant application to kind of wrap up the day. Oh, Diane, I see you unmuted. Did you want to add something?
Well, I was going to, if you thought we had a moment.
Yep, of course.
Because I know, I mean, you know how, like, you and I both, we teach Grant Writing 101. And when we ask the question in different rooms, always different answers. But if we say, what is the most stressful part of grants to someone who is new to grants, we are most likely to get one of two answers. Budget, spoiler alert, that's tomorrow. 2, evaluation. And leading and lagging indicators, I think, is, that is a spot that I'll be honest, that took me some time to learn when I was first writing grant applications. It was a while ago, earlier this evening, that someone made a comment about, do you need a degree or a PhD only to write grants? And sometimes it feels that way. You got to know when to phone a friend. And for me, phoning a friend was around leading and lagging indicators and some of my evaluation language. It's actually Julie Paynata, who was our trainer this evening as well, who helped to really bring home some of the different concepts for how to help people when you are not the expert in the room. So I just wanted to flag and see if maybe anybody had examples that they wanted to share in the chat around leading and lagging. I have one, so I'll get you started to think about what it is. But if you want to share anything in the chat. So for example, if we were thinking maybe it was a youth mentoring program. So leading indicator would be the number of youth enrolled in that after-school tutoring and mentoring program. That would be letting us know, right, how many people are participating, what are we seeing for engagement, high levels, low levels of engagement. We'd have some initial ideas, again, leading indicator. But what would be a lagging indicator? Something that's happening probably far after the program. In this case, it could be something as far after the program as like the high school graduation rate among participants. So there's a lot of things. It's not just your program that's impacting that lagging indicator, but there's a significant gap in time too, not just the program itself. So I was really curious to know how others might feel about leading and lagging, and maybe you've got a right off the tip of your fingers there in the chat box example. But if not, that's a spot that I think talking about it as a team when you're drafting SMART objectives, asking lots of questions, especially if you're not the expert at the table, can give you a deeper understanding so that you can write and think about how you want to write about it in your narrative, which, as I said, is more of what we'll talk about tomorrow. But I just wanted to flag that particular slide is pretty heavy in terms of what it contains. And to me, that conversation, I feel like it's more almost of an intermediate conversation out of that work plan content you just so beautifully covered, Bethany. But all right, putting the mic down, I got on a little bit of a soapbox on leading and lagging, but
no, I'm glad you did.
To give some space for it.
I'm glad you did, because you're right. Those are, I still sometimes can get myself going in circles thinking about them. You know, that's where it's nice to have a team work with other people, so you can kind of spin yourself out when you do get spun in. So Jesse said, first time I've heard of leading and lagging indicators. Yep. And then Russell, leading and lagging indicators is mostly for health education grants. Maybe. There are other ways you could see it. But yes, I mean, Diane's example was education. We'll keep putting them in there. We're going to go through these elements of a competitive grant application. So 3 items that are found in all competitive applications. A clear identification of need. So what is this need? How is it comparing to, how do we know it's a need? Being able to show some data and stories as to how and why we know it's a need. The SMART goals and objectives. It's hard to know if your program was successful if you don't have SMART goals and objectives. And we know funders don't want to fund things that are not well defined and have ways to measure it. And then the last thing is a measurement plan. So these are the 3 things that are found in all competitive applications. Doesn't mean you can't apply without them, just means you won't be as competitive. We were talking earlier about, that pre-planning. Here's another way to be extra competitive. Or, as we were talking about, making your trip better. Diane, we were talking about vacations earlier. We were planning vacations in our pre-planning. So your clear identification of need. You want to present data that confirms your theory of change. You talked about theory of change a few sessions ago. So you want to make sure that you have data to support that, confirm that. Customize statistics based on funder motivation. So I like to keep just kind of a document with a bunch of statistics that could be used. I'm going to use my example again of arts. So we kind of know arts can help and be positive for just about everything, depending on what we're measuring and exactly what we're doing in the arts. So if a funder really cares about health, I might pull out my health stats that say that those who participate in the arts live longer, are healthier, etc. Maybe my funder really cares about the economics. Well, great. I got stats about how arts also is good for the economy. That arts puts in a lot of money into the economy. Great, I can pull those out. If the funder cares about education, great. I got all kinds of stats that talk about education and the arts. So those are where I can customize. If it's something that cares about maybe a little bit of everything, we're just kind of showing the arts make the community better, then I might weave those statistics together. But we want to show the most compelling statistics. The most compelling statistics are those that are aligned with outputs in our outcomes. So when we write that need statement, all the rest of our application is really supporting how we're going to make that need better. How we're going to increase something or decrease something, and help fix the problem, whatever we're saying the need is. Okay, writing SMART objectives ensures your answers address the who, what, where, when, why, and how. And reminder, we know that we want it to be specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound.
And I feel like if we say, and if we rewound our recording about, 80 minutes,
right,
to where Maggie passionately talked about SMART objectives for a straight 50 minutes, right? The idea of SMART objectives, just picture any of our smiling trainer faces as your reviewers, and you don't want any of us to have unanswered questions when we read your SMART objectives. So try to find the answers to those basic journalistic questions so that we don't have lots of unanswered questions. Because whether it's Bethany or Maggie or me or whoever it might be that's your reviewer, if we have unanswered questions, it's really hard to give you a perfect score for a section. It's really hard for us to advocate for you if it's a discussion-based review process. So give us all those specifics. Give us the answers so that we can understand as much as possible when we're learning about you for the first time in a stack of proposals we have to read, and hopefully advocate for your proposal. I know we say there's 3 things. This one gets me every time. I want to find those things. I'm like, no, you didn't tell me all the details. I have unanswered questions. Oh, I can only half advocate because I don't know enough to speak up on your behalf.
Yep.
I'm a little partial to number 2 in the list of 3.
Totally makes sense, because we know that federal grants are competitive and that sometimes the difference between awarded and not awarded is like 1 point. Or you have the same points, but one has one little thing that's different. Not to sound so challenging, but we do know that in some instances, grants are very competitive. So we also want to connect our outcomes to our theory of change. So what does success look like? What have you told the funder? Have you told the funder what success looks like? Have you defined it? Have you put it out there? And how will you know that you have achieved that desired success? How are you going to evaluate it to show that you have some data to back up that it was successful. Or if sometimes it's not successful, but when we're in this planning stage, what can we evaluate to show that it is successful? Anything you want to add to that, Diane?
This one I think is fun to talk about. Pretend you're talking to a family friend or a college roommate, a high school friend, your aunt that you haven't seen in 10 years. Think about what it would sound like if you were talking to someone that you just care for, that is excited to hear about your work, and you're like, oh my gosh, it is so amazing what we have just accomplished with these $500,000. What does it sound like in really plain language to describe to someone who's like excited for you but not an expert? What does it sound like to say we were awesome and successful? And then sure, yes, turn it into the proper character count, word limit, slightly potentially more formal language, but make sure that that excitement and that statement of what you expect to have success look like, make sure that that's something a funder walks away from, a grant reviewer walks away from. I saw that Russell said, it's hard being a grant reviewer. Yes, indeed. Everybody that you've seen as a trainer on this line today has served as a reviewer, paid, appointed, volunteer in some capacity. Every single one of us has been a reviewer.
Yep.
And you want us to be able to parrot quickly what this is. Oh, yeah. This is the one. Bethany, do you remember when we were reading the stack of 15 proposals? This is the one that said, fill in the blank for your awesome success statement. That's what you want people to remember and walk away from. Yes, you might get lucky and they might remember some of those key activities that you just listed in your work plan, Bethany talked about. But what is that like main point message about your success? If they only remember one thing, you really want them to remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This is the one that does fill in the blank amazing thing.
Yep. Yeah, what can you get excited about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Well, we are closing in on the end of day one, folks. It has been a day, hasn't it? There have been weather changes in different parts of the country. There have been lots of different meals had and snacks had by different people on the line, depending on what time zone you were in. Brooke has just placed into the chat box a feedback form specifically for day one. And while we are thinking about some of our like day end logistics, we are here to answer any questions that you have about the content from day one. Yes, day two is full of new content and fingers crossed, fewer tech issues for any and all of us. And we are going to be as caffeinated and as excited to be with you for day two as we all were for day one. But I truly want to make sure that if you have any outstanding questions at this time, that we can hear you. We can see you. We can listen to you. You can unmute, I think, potentially with the tech. But at least if you want to type it into the chat, we are here to make sure that you have all of your outstanding questions related to today's content and answered so that you're ready and fresh and good to go for day two. So please feel free to type those into the chat box. Absolutely. Brooke has confirmed. You should be able to unmute if you would rather verbalize the question. I know how long it can take to type some of those questions into the chat box. Will links be shared with us later via email? I might let Brooke answer. I know there was initially an email with links. I would imagine there might be a follow-up one because there probably would be that feedback survey in there too. But also all of our resources are all at one main link as well as through Brooke's link. Yep. Yeah, there we go again. In that chat box, thank you so much, Brooke. It's been a big, long day for you too with us here online. You've got the link to the workshop right there at the nativelearningcenter.com website. Awesome. Okay, I'm not seeing any content questions yet.
No, I'm not either.
Folks to unmute. Okay. I know, Bethany, thanks for helping me to look, to watch. Also, I know how folks are, at least, well, I am. I shouldn't say how you are. I should say how I am. I'm in a big training and I'm taking all these notes and I'm like completely overwhelmed. And I might have more questions on day 2, or I might not have questions until I go to put any of this into practice. So I want to make sure that you know that on the screen, that's my direct email, Diane@dhleonardconsulting.com. You are always welcome to email questions after today's session, after tomorrow's session. But if you prefer, you're like, please, not one more thing in my inbox. If you want to do a LinkedIn direct message, if you want to be on Facebook, wherever you want to ask our team of trainers questions is exactly where we are happy to answer them. So there is a lot of social media options on the screen for you right there. But we'll open tomorrow morning asking, regardless of what time zone you're in and how much coffee you have or had not had, we will ask you if you have any questions. Perhaps they've percolated, yes, pun intended, and you might have some questions that overnight have just bubbled to the surface that you want to ask before we kick off day 2. We will also, I guarantee, ask you that question and also wrap tomorrow at the end of day 2 with another open question section. I'm watching, I'm learning, I'm excited that you've learned things, that you found it helpful.
Well, we'll still wait for questions, but if you all want to put something in that you did learn today, we'd also love to hear that.
What a good prompt, Bethany. Yeah. What's your number one takeaway?
Yep. I don't know if I'd put a pressure on number 1. Maybe it's just what can you remember at this point that you are going to take away?
After 8 hours of grant writing training, what is something that you remember?
Right.
Absolutely. That's fair. Yep. That's true. A word, a phrase, something that stuck out to you today. Maybe it's something that surprised you. Maybe you're like, actually, logic models aren't so bad.
Right.
That would be a pretty cool thing. Yeah.
That's so scary.
We do have one question, ladies, from the chat. Josh is asking, one thing he missed was on the page that said, with all elements, know the answer to. And he asked, how would you analyze this data?
Oh, yeah, Josh, great catch. So I can give you a further explanation about what that means. So, and this is actually going to play out when you're thinking about SMART objectives as well. So like Julie talked about evaluation when we were talking about logic models, how would you measure your outcomes? And Maggie was talking about the measurable element in SMART objectives. Something that would ask you to consider is a prompt like this, or perhaps a question like this to your colleagues. As indicated by what? That would be a great phrase that you could use if you're not the expert in the room about the program design. How will you know? Is it going to be because of pre and post surveys? Is it going to be that you have done a longitudinal study over multiple months? I'm pretending to use big evaluation words here, even though it's not my degree. What is it? How is it that you're collecting data, that you're analyzing data? So the general phrase that I like to use if I'm not sure, either in narrative form or in SMART objective structure, like what we're going to do about the data or how would we prove it when it comes time to do a grant report, I love to use the phrase as a prompt. As indicated by what? Sounds really formal. We're really saying, how are you going to prove this so that once you get all the money and you do the hard work, you can report back to the grant maker? All that from one little phrase that you caught on that earlier slide. Josh, let me know if you have a follow-up question based on my response.
He said that's very helpful. So great.
Okay. Good.
Yes.
Oh, Russell, yes. Grant, the game has changed. I've been in the field for 25 years, and it feels like the change is accelerating, especially with AI. And we'll talk about AI some more tomorrow. I know it was just lightly touched on maybe once or twice today, but AI it's changing the game again. Change is inevitable. Absolutely. So, yep, you're right. I can imagine coming back into grants after 8 years, maybe having not paid as much attention. It is dramatically different. Yep. And Holly, so should is always it's a heavy word for me. We should complete all these tools. The reason we so strongly emphasize them before you sit down to write the narrative is because they actually make your writing work easier. won't say easy. I would never say easy. It's not Staples button easy level. It makes it easier. It makes it faster. And it makes it, honestly, it makes it more competitive. So that way you've got that buy-in from your colleagues, from your team, you've got shared understanding. It also makes the implementation less stressful. So that's why we emphasize the tools for the program design work so much before we actually talk about, well, let's write some narrative, let's character count some things. That's why we put such a strong emphasis on it. I'm okay with the use of the word should, but only because it's going to make for more competitive applications for you.
Yep.
Oh, hi! I'm like high-fiving Celeste in the chat box.
Yep.
Actually, I'm going to put a heart there, not even a high five. I'm just going to heart it. The logic models don't need to be perfect at first draft and can be edited with growth.
Mm-hmm.
Like plus 1,000.
Yep. Yeah. I feel like you could take any element of the grant and put it there. Doesn't need to be perfect on the first draft. Everything can be edited. Everything probably will be edited.
Yeah, every time. Iterative, iterative in service of making it stronger. Absolutely. I'm looking at Josh's question. Could this be a federal government financial report with a narrative? Are you, I think, Josh, you're pointing back to your earlier question about as indicated by what, I think?
Yeah.
So what I'm thinking is that where you're actually reporting is in your federal government grant report. So it wouldn't be that the federal report would be what it's indicated by. It would be about like the data collection and analysis that's happening that you put in the report. Mm-hmm. So I think about who's counting what, when are they counting what, when are they analyzing what, that you will then include in the report. You want to think about that collection and analysis stage internally. That's really what that point of the earlier slide was. Yeah, good. Okay.
I see a light bulb. I mean, it's not there, but I do see a light bulb. I think we maybe got there.
Good. Well, such a nuanced question. So glad that it provided some clarity. Please do ask us more questions about it tomorrow if it's still nagging a little bit for clarity. We're getting right up to the top of the hour, and a light bulb emoji was found in the chat at the end. Well played, well played.
Good job, Josh. You won my heart in that. I tend to be the emoji person in any group I'm in, and so I love that you found the light bulb.
Yeah. Good. I'm just scrolling up. Bethany, are you seeing any other outstanding questions? Or Brooke, are you seeing any that we might have missed?
I'm not seeing
I don't think so. Oh, we got one more that just came in from Valerie.
Yep.
All right. If our tribe has a long-term goal of building an elder's home to provide assisted care for our elders that would otherwise be homed off the reservation. Oh, okay. So Valerie, I appreciate the candid comment. You're finding it difficult to imagine the theory of change or logic model to get there. So Valerie, if you can quick type it out, or if you want to unmute and say it, why does it matter? I don't want to make an assumption about it. I have theories on why, but why does it matter for your elders to be provided a home environment on the reservation? Why does that matter?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking my last minute question and a great presentation. So I'm a grants and contracts coordinator. I'm familiar with the programs, where we have students or very measurable program, data to go off of. But this is one for our tribe that has been kind of a big capacity thing for our council and then our tribal administrator and our clinic goals. A lot of our elders, Native American communities, traditionally tribes are based out of, community is at the forefront of everything, right? Our tribe. And so when you get to that stage of being an elder, there's still a lot of respect and want to have that person around, But unfortunately, our reservation is in a very rural area and assisted care isn't provided currently. However, it's always been something we wanted to do. But getting that funding to build a center or modifying our current health center, those grants are very competitive if available at all. So coming up with, I guess, the data needs or anything like that, just kind of having a model or this train of thought into infrastructure, it was really difficult for me. And that was kind of my focus in this training.
Thank you for the additional clarity. And I think if we go back to that super high level theory of change, we have our strategy, and then we have, so like our do, and then we have our results, our get. So if your strategy is to provide long-term care for elders in their home community on the reservation, so that's your strategies. It also would translate to your activities in your logic model. So now you've got something for your theory of change in your logic model. Your long-term impact, I think actually Celeste has just lent a nice hand here in the chat box. You're providing support and care in a culturally sensitive way with the appropriate relevant service providers that ultimately, now again, this is me adding some words based on my assumptions, but you're providing a higher quality of life at the end of life. That's an impact statement. That is your theory of change. Also, that is your theory of change, your get, your results. So you've just built your theory of change, your do, to your impact, your results, and it translates, it comes right down into your logic model for your activities and your impact at the very far right. I think it's a beautiful story that you could build. Mm-hmm. Valerie, our team would be happy to chat with you more offline about it outside of the training. If there still is a little more discussion that'll help you connect the dots based on what we've done today. So you've got all our contact information. Feel free to reach out. But from what you've described so far, I think you've got fantastic components for that theory of change and logic model.
Thank you so much, ladies.
Yeah, absolutely. And Celeste, thanks for helping to chime in and provide some thoughts on that too. And for folks giving us an extra few minutes. I've got 8:02 Eastern.
Yep.
I know that regardless of what time zone you're in, that means we're at time box, folks. And I want you to rest up because I want to see you back here fresh, ready tomorrow. We'll start again at 11:30 a.m. Eastern, ready to go. Day 2 of Grant Best Practices. Thanks everybody for all your time and your attention today.